get into the groove. You gotta get into the groove.
everyone, and welcome to the ForzaRC 2019 Invitational Series. My name is Gabriella La Tigress Devia Allen, and I will be your host and ultimate guide throughout all of today's festivities. Now, in past seasons, the Forza Racing Championship has introduced many to the wonderful world of hitting rubber to road. But today we come at you with a fresh coat of paint, complete with teams, coaches, a $250,000 prize pool, and much, much more. So what can you expect from the Invitational Series? Now, over the course of 8 weeks, 13 teams will compete. First in 3 full rounds spanning 6 weeks, and 1 last chance qualifier. Until at our final land, we crown champions, baby. But just as these drivers will learn to rely on their teammates, I plan on doing the same. So welcome for the first time to our Invitational Series, our analysts. We got our Berg squared action going on here with Andy Flip Mode Berg and Brian Meckberg Eckberg. How you doing today, fellas?
I am so excited. The last time we were racing was December of 2018. It seems like a long time ago, and it seems like yesterday, but we're back. We're at it. Let's do this.
Racing's back, 180 miles per hour, double overtakes, spins, penalties, crashes, and a podium at the end of it.
Ah, podiums. I've spent a little too much time on them, but for a short person reason. So moving on from that, as we mentioned, we have lots of changes coming to you during this series, and we want to make sure you fully understand what to expect during this. So what are some of those key points?
You know, you touched on it at the very beginning, Gabby. We have team racing. Now, team racing, we've always had the concept of teams in Forza RC, but this time, we mean it. We have 3 drivers and a coach competing together, all contributing to the team's success for the very first time. And coaches mean new layers of strategy, Andy.
Communication, that's the first thing I'm looking for, is communication. Strategic, are they a driver or are they a communicator and a boss?
And Andy, we've talked a lot off of camera about the impact of that coaching role. So in terms of strategy and such, why do you think that is such an important addition during the series?
Well, I think we're going to see it today.
Yeah.
2 coaches are driving. They have to substitute, so right off the rip, we're going to see what a coach can do.
And you have these different kinds of roles. You have coaches that are former Forza RC drivers, and they're going to be able to slot right in. And you have these coaches that are there literally for moral support, for strategic reasons, but have never driven in Forza before. So if they have to sub in, it could be disaster for the team. So different flavors of coaches mean different levels of strategy.
And soon enough, we are going to get to meet the drivers and the coaches that you'll be following throughout today's broadcast. But before we get to that point, we want to make sure that you have a full understanding of all the rules and the ultimate format that we've landed on for this Invitational Series. So starting with the overall series, this is basically the layout leading all the way till the end of November, complete with your 3 rounds, the last chance qualifier, and the final LAN event.
Yeah, as you see in these 3 rounds, teams will continue to move forward as they go throughout the rounds in these matches that we'll be driving each Saturday. The bottom 2 teams will drop out. Then there's a last chance qualifier on November 2nd for the bottom 4 teams, and 1 team into the grand finals on the 23rd and 24th of November.
So, and for those teams that are going to have to position themselves in that last chance qualifier, why is it so important to take these first rounds seriously then?
Get a head start. Here's an opportunity for you to get out of that position. You don't want to be down there. You don't want to be racing and gasping for air.
Yeah, we all kind of need a little air in our life, whether it be in tires or in our lungs. But as far as the actual rounds themselves, let's take a closer look at what you can expect from that, because an entire round will be spanning over 2 weeks' time. So what are some of kind of the nuances that happen with that?
I think you can see here that one of the teams from match 1 today is going to move on to match 2. That means they're going to drive more than any other team today. So it's a little bit of an endurance test. They're going to get a little bit of, they're going to get a lot of seat time, which is great. But look what happens in a week from now. It's brand new cars, it's brand new teams. So that winning team from today moves to next week driving entirely new cars.
And considering that somebody does move on from match to match, whether it be the same team or a different team, why is that so important for the teams to keep in mind throughout the round?
It's an opportunity to race against every team. In every car combination, experience matters, especially for some of the underdog teams.
As far as what we're going to get to witness today, it's going to be our first 2 matches of the round, but first up is match number 1 with all of the tracks already laid out for us and the teams themselves too.
Teams are there, the tracks are laid out. I love this track lineup. There's a little bit of high-speed cornering in Silverstone, some high-speed circuits like Hockenheim, and then a little bit of both in Catalunya. So remember, they take these cars. We'll talk about cars in just a moment, but cars are throughout this entire day of competition. So all the choices they make matter for every different race.
Of those first 3 tracks that we're going to see in match number 1, is there any in particular that you're looking forward to most?
Hockenheim, the bumps, it's going to test the cars. I'm looking at Nordkurve, turn 1.
I'm down to be in for a bumpy ride during that track. But we did mention that we're going to talk about the cars, so let's learn some more about the divisions that we'll be seeing throughout the series, because each week features 3 themed car divisions, and it's up to the teams to decide who will be driving each car for all 3 of the match races. Now, with the variance in selection, not just across divisions, but within them, how do you believe that these teams are going to approach this decision?
Well, what's interesting here is this is a bit like multi-class racing, but not like ABCs like you'd see it in Forza Motorsport 7. We're talking about divisions here. One other point we should point out is that these are divisions as defined by Forza Race Championship, not by Forza Motorsport 7. So you might see some cars that aren't existing in-game in their division. We've done that to create a little bit of more competitive evenness throughout the competition. So these cars matter. When you talk about the cars and tracks having to go a single driver in a single car throughout the series, they have to make these choices early, turn in these choices. It's a lot to take into consideration.
And selecting the cars is one part of that process, but selecting what driver will be piloting each car is a whole nother aspect. So when it comes to the coach and what they have to be considering here, what are some of those characteristics when you're thinking about the driver and what to pair them with?
That's the driver's choice. To me, put me in the car I want to most feel comfortable in. That's my style. That's the way I would do it.
I don't know, you think about a track like Hockenheim where you need that high speed for that long straight. I'd be willing to get out of my comfort zone a little if I'm driving the right car on the right track.
I do want to make sure we give you all that are watching a heads up on some of the other aspects within the series, which includes the boost aspect that really comes in the 2nd and 3rd races of a match. But how does this really factor in overall?
The race is going to change. It's going to develop, and things are going to look different after the first race. There's 3 different ways that can happen. I'll start the hard charger. Every round there's going to be a boost grade out there, available. Someone's going to have the most overtakes. Can you get the hard charger?
And you think about the strategy there is you want to maybe start at the back so you have the opportunity to get the most passes to earn that boost. The next one is a clean sheet. This is straight penalties. This is no penalties in Forza race regulations, no penalties from the adjudicators. If you get a clean sheet and it has to be across the entire team, you have that opportunity to earn a boost.
Interesting things about aspects like perfect form, for instance, where they can gain additional aspects based on coming into sequential order across the finish line. So when you're an individual driver, you're not always thinking about the right, you're just thinking about the finish line and wanting to get there. Yeah. But now this is something that could benefit your overall team. So when you're kind of trying to think of, this is what I prioritize as a driver, this is what I prioritize as a teammate, how do those ideas potentially clash within the competitive climate?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's something that we'll answer today. I think it depends a lot on coach personality here. How much are the teams listening to their coaches who are giving those orders like, guys, we have to be in 4, 5, 6 here to earn that boost. Somebody's got to give up a position. These are exactly the kind of questions that are so fascinating we want answered today.
And maybe we'll get a chance. I know we get to interview some coaches later on too, so much to look forward to. But I think it's time we get to know the drivers and the coaches that we'll be following throughout today's broadcast. Starting with our first match and first team, it's going to be Ryze Motorsport, which comprises of Renault, Chris, and Coach McQueen, who in this case will be subbing in for Renault. So with so many notable opponents in the very first match of this entire series, how do you think that Ryze Motorsport plan on making their mark?
Deepest roster in the Forza community. So I imagine their decision for which drivers was the most difficult across this entire field. I already have concerns here with that swap McQueen in. Chris, I'm not sure his ability to speak English.
And that's going to matter because McQueen, who is a coach, was brought in with the Ryze Motorsport team as a coach, is now driving today. So not only is he responsible for his, results on the track, he's got to communicate to the team. One of his team members doesn't speak English. It's a lot to overcome in the first week of competition.
And speaking of the coach stepping in for a driver with our first team, our second team shows that you can have a lot of interesting choices made with your coach selection to begin with. Because this is Roadrunner, Mitch, and Seven for Williams Esports with their coach Harmonic, which, considering all of the priority characteristics you think of with a coach, isn't it pretty interesting they went with Harmonic specifically?
Oh, absolutely. I'm concerned about their ability to come together. This is a late decision. I know Roadrunner, and I know Mitch. They work really, really close together, and Seven's there as well. And Harmonic coming in so late, I'm wondering how much of a part he's playing in the team decision.
It's 4 people with very strong opinions. They're all going to have opinions on what they do with their cars, where they start in the race. I'm not sure if they'll need to quickly congeal and make sure that Harmonic is part of this decision-making process.
So that's something for everybody to look out for. Which teams adapt quickly and which ones end up letting that individuality overtake the team itself. We have 2 more teams to introduce. Our next one is another strong competitor in Lazarus, which is Force One racers Rossi and Coach Rosso. With teamwork being such an important factor in the series, what is it that Lazarus has to offer in the chemistry department?
They were built for this.
A+ in chemistry.
When teams were announced, I imagine they were probably jumping up for joy. They had to have been.
They're incredible. These guys are best friends in life. They just hang out together. Even though they're on live in opposite continents, they're always hanging out. They're always driving together. We're speaking specifically of Force One racers, but let's not overlook Rossi, who is a savant in FM7. There's few people in the world who know more about the cars and how they work than Rossi in this game. They're going to be looking to him as the leader on this team.
Quickly, note their coach Rosso does not have the same experience level in Forza as everyone else. Could be a factor.
But it could also be a deadly combination, having the 2 best buddies with somebody with such a high intellect within the racing community, all on the same track. But they're going to be sharing that track with our 4th team here in match number 1, which is Fast Racers Forza. And this is Handicap, Tesla, and Bull with their coach, Solo King. And I have to say, is it safe to say that this is the underdog team out of all of these rosters?
I'm already scratching my head. I'm looking at some of the builds that this team put together. And if we want to call them an underdog, that's fine. You want to root for an underdog. But don't do it to yourself. I saw some parts in there, particularly a flywheel, I'm not happy with.
I can hear Solo King.
You don't like the flywheel?
No, it does nothing.
He's got something against flywheels. I don't know what it is, but I can hear Solo King right now saying, guys, ignore flip mode. Race your race, do your thing. We've done the right thing. That's what a coach is for.
And that's one thing they actually have to build, though, is getting the drivers to listen to them with that authoritative nature that comes with the coaching role. Some might make it a bit more dynamic. But before we end up going to the casters themselves for these races, I just want to get final thoughts from y'all going into the first match.
Hey, look for the boost upgrade. I really think that's going to be a huge factor, not so much in race number 1, but in race number 2. Who gets it and on what car?
And I can't help but look at this Williams versus Lazarus match. I mean, 2 heavy hitters, 2 favorites for the entire season going up in the first match of the day. Don't want to discount FRF and Ryze, but all eyes on Williams and Lazarus.
If you had to pick one between Williams and Lazarus, though?
For me, it'd be Lazarus. It's that chemistry that we talked about earlier. It's the fact that they have Rossi sort of leading the way with car choice and builds. This guy knows the game. Rosso, I think, is a good person to sort of calmly keep them going. I think they've got the total package.
Do you have a specific team that you're looking to vie for that number 1 spot?
Number 1, it's tough to argue against Williams and Lazarus. Quickly, I'm looking at Ryze today. I want to know what this sets the table for the rest of the season.
All right, well, I think it's time we get the season underway. So, bringing us the action throughout the entirety of today's races, we have our lovely casting duo between Ali and Shay. So, casters, take it away.
Hey, thank you, Gabby. What an incredible 4 teams we had to start the competition with. $250,000 on the line, and the online season to happen before that. Ali Tak here, but I'm very, very pleased to introduce my good friend and racing legend. You've been all over the world, commentated all sorts of series of racing, Shay. Where does Forza fit into all that?
It's a new adventure, Ali, and I'm really, really excited to be here. Been on the pit lane at Daytona, Sebring, Bathurst, Watkins Glen, Le Mans, you name it. That's just this year alone, and I've got the same feeling inside my soul right now. I can't wait to see the green flag for the first race of the season.
Well, the first race is coming up any second now, and we're going to go into a different kind of pit lane, the virtual pit lane down towards Catalunya. It's a track, Shay, that you know well.
Yeah, I was in the actual pit lane about 3 weeks ago, as a matter of fact, wearing shorts because it was nice and hot. But off to Barcelona, Montmeló, Spain, this track located up basically on the top of a mountain. It's a very cool circuit, the Grand Prix version, what we're running today, and what Formula One often uses for their pre-season testing because of the long straights.
Right.
It's great for high-end speed, but also you've got those turns that you really have to watch out for. Think turn 4, that's the Repsol turn, Marc Marquez's home. This track, which was built as part of the Summer Olympics in 1992, it was finished in 91, it has been a site sight for racing ever since.
It's an incredible facility, and I think a great place to start off our season. If you had to call out one place on this track, Shay, where you think you're going to see some action go down, we're going to see some overtaking, what do you reckon?
Turn 1 for sure, at least for the start of the race, but don't count out that final turn 16. It's a long, sweeping right-hander, and that's an opportunity to get a good run out onto the front straight, and the start-finish line isn't right there when you get there, but you don't have enough time to make the full run down the straight to make your move.
Well, you mentioned there, it's a long old run down to the first corner here at Catalunya, and a few of the teams we're seeing picking some cars, putting them on the grid. I think especially there's a Ford GT up there.
Yeah, we've got McQueen for Ryze Motorsport and a Ford GT up near the front of the field. He's not going to be there for very long, though, because that car with some Aguirres right behind, he's going to be back in 5th or 6th before they're done with turn 1.
A little bit tough off the line with that Ford GT. So maybe trouble for McQueen coming into first corner. We'll see. It's going to be an exciting first race. We're going to be getting on there any second now. Before we get in, though, Shay, a prediction? Can I trouble you for one?
I'm in pink today. I think Lazarus is going to be a strong team to beat.
There you go, Lazarus. Let's get onto the track and down at Catalunya. They're running down towards turn 1, and we're on board with that second place. Koenigsegg whipping past the Ford GT just as Shay Adam predicted. And we're tight and into turn 1. Williams Roadrunner begins 2019's Invitational Series in the lead. Perfect for the Williams squad, and already relegated down to 4th place. We're on board with the top runner from RZM. What do we know about Chris?
Well, right now we've got 4 different teams in the top 4, and it is Chris that we're on board with.
Big old slide. That's Rossi off the track there at 4. Sorry, Shay.
Oof. That is not what you want to see, especially if you're a Lazarus fan. Though Chris is a 23-year-old from France. He was 30th in the world last year. Right now, he's sitting in 2nd. Make that 3rd, make that 4th.
Make that 4th. Williams, Mitch. I don't know what he had for breakfast this morning, but Mitch has absolutely just slung it up the inside, and that's a little tap. Tesla with the slide, catches the car, but it's still going to lose the position to Chris. I wonder if that'll be an adjudicated moment there.
Yeah, that should be. Chris, who's normally known for being a bit of a lone wolf, new to working in this team formation. This will be a total learning experience for the Ryze Motorsport driver, but now right behind him is McQueen, his teammate, so maybe they can work together.
That's right, we're hopping back on board with McQueen running in 4th place. Of course, listed as the coach for the Ryze Motorsport team, but out here as a driver, replacing, I think, Renault in this first round. Yep. And McQueen's somebody who's really no slouch, Shay, in his own right.
No, another 23-year-old, but this time a young American driving some American muscle in the Ford GT. His favorite driver, interestingly enough, is Williams Mitch, who he's on track with right now in the same kind of car. So it's going to be interesting when the two of them get together, but it is Williams Mitch who leads lap number 1.
Well, McQueen listing Mitch as his favourite driver. I don't think he's going to get any special treatment by Mitch out there on track. It's a bromance, but they'll still want to beat each other up in the lead of this race. We've got 2 Williams. How did that happen? Williams Mitch up there in the lead, swapping places with Roadrunner, and that Koenigsegg perhaps backing down towards 3rd place. We're on board with him right now, 3rd place runner from Ryze Motorsport to play rear gunner here. Are we seeing some team tactics with the Williams squad?
Yeah, and team tactics also for Ryze in 3rd and 4th. So that's interesting to see how those 2 teams the cream has risen to the top so far. It's still early days yet, but a lot of teamwork going on between Ryze and Williams. I think we expected to see that though, Ali.
Well, I will say, I'm expected to see Chris up there a little bit higher from RZM. He's had a little bit of extra PI spend put on him, a few more car parts put on his Aston Martin GT3, but it hasn't paid off so far for the Ryze Motorsport team. In fact, 2 of the drivers who really they've had a little bit of a budget round here are ending up leading the way. So here we are on board with Chris in 9th place. Not the ideal start, Shay, but actually a good time to maybe get inside of Chris's head. What's he thinking right now if he needs to do better in this race?
He's another one of those 23-year-olds, the whole Ryze Motorsport team, the same average age. That works out really nicely for us people who aren't very good at math. But he is somebody who loves this circuit. This is his favorite circuit, and he's always very hard to race, but he's often overlooked, and that's actually what's going on right now. His 2 teammates up there battling for the lead, trying to get around Williams. But then you've got Chris back there who's just sort of doing the lion's share of the work, battling with the other cars in the light category. ForzaGT, I'm shocked that nobody went for the Corvette. Just have to say, that's the most successful car in IMSA right now in terms of the 3 that were available with 16 wins. But everybody went the way of the Aston Martin.
All the teams choosing the Aston Martin. We may see a Dodge Viper later on today, but not in this first matchup. We just saw a change for 4th position there. Koenigsegg of FRF Tesla sneaking on by RZM McQueen. So McQueen perhaps showing a little bit of rust he wasn't expecting to race this week, as we've already mentioned, and that's a tap. A movement across in the braking zone there from Tesla. I wonder, is that altogether legal?
No. And that was at turn 4, that corner that I warned you about at the start of the show, just missing the braking point, and from 4th all the way back to 11th for FRF Tesla. A young Brazilian will not be too happy about that. And another thing he's going to have to watch out for, his declared enemy, if you will, is Force 1. They don't tend to get along very much on the gaming. Now he's a lot closer to Force 1, and he's going to have to catch him up and pass Force 1.
Force 1, of course, riding for the Lazarus team today. The bright pink liveries, they're unmissable on track. I will say we haven't seen a lot of them yet, though. It's been all about the Williams team, lap 3 of 8, and it's been all about Williams Roadrunner initially taking the lead of this race and then swapping over with his teammate Mitch and saying, all right, you run, and I'll set back here and control the pack behind you. Brilliant racing from Williams. It's
brilliant team strategy also from Williams to use Roadrunner as a distraction, because the 2 cars that are on screen right now, 2nd and 3rd, they're in the same category. Williams Mitch in the Ford GT would be a bit of a sitting duck if he were to be fully exposed to the Pagani.
That's right. I will say, so Williams have added a little bit of extra PI to Mitch's car. Mitch, of course, running in the Ford GT. They've given him a little bit of an extra boost, and they can allocate their budget. That's at their discretion. That's their choice. But is it wasting it, maybe? If Williams Mitch is able to run and hide like this, could he have gotten away with less?
No, because it's all about how the cars wind up on the track. Right now, on board with RZM Chris in that Wyra, he's the only one in the class who's running that car as Williams RR goes a little bit wide through the exit of turn 4. That's a bit of a dangerous situation. It's all how the cards shake out, though, Ali. It's not necessarily how you plan for it. It's, well, we need to plan for disaster, and then if it goes any other way, great.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I hear you. I get you. At the same time, it's going to be a nagging thought for me throughout this race. Could Williams have given Mitch less and gotten the same result?
I am one who would say no to that. But looking at Ford, there all of a sudden, LZR Rossi is creeping into the picture. It's going to be a 4-car battle for 2nd. And then you'll see that I'm right, because once Rossi gets around everybody at Ford GT, might be a little bit nervous.
We're back in 10th place with RZM Chris, the trailing member of the Ryze Motorsport team. He's up the inside of Bull at the Kasha and makes that stick. It's going to be a little bit of a punchy move, but I think that's all rubbing and all fair in GT racing. You can get away with a little bit of argy-bargy in this class of car share.
Yeah, that was a brilliant move by Chris to just stick it down the inside of Bull, get the move done well before they get around the back half of the track coming through the stadium section. And now it's going to be up to Bull to try and get a better run out of that final turn as they go through 16. For Bull, it's a new situation. The 20-year-old from Brazil, he's got 8 years of experience playing this sport. But he's the kind of driver who will do anything to win. He's not necessarily somebody who follows the rules. So team sport, that's another new one for him.
Wow, you see Tesla there flying by. That's going to allude to something I was thinking about while watching Bull there, and that's that the FRF team haven't necessarily given him all of the resources he might need to succeed out here, running with a little bit of a cheaper car than Tesla, and Tesla showing us, well, the benefit of that extra expenditure on that straight. A huge amount of top end there for Bull's teammate.
Also, 2 very different cars. The Aston Martin set up to handle better through the twisty bits, if you will. And then, of course, you've got Tesla there, who's designed for straight line speed. I can go as fast as I want. Might not be able to slow down as well, but that's not what my car is designed for.
So, I mean, from your read then, is Tesla holding Bull up through the midsection of the track?
Yes, but you have to get around him in the twisty bits. And then he'll be able to pass you back up on the straights. They need to work together to take advantage of the different parts of the track where their car is stronger than their teammates, and then try to pull away from RZM Chris, which right now, not happening.
Well, it's 5 laps into the first race here of Match 1 of the Forza Racing Championship Invitational Series. There's $250,000 on the line, and the cracks already starting to show in the Fast Racers Forza team. Andy called it out earlier on that there's some interesting upgrade choices going on with how they've built their cars, and now on track we're seeing perhaps some moments where a coach might need to step in and make some executive decisions.
I don't know if they're listening right now, though. I think it might be a situation where Andy called it earlier on. They're going to take their headsets off and not pay attention to what the coach is saying.
Here we are on board with that 4th place runner. You called it out earlier on, Shay. It's the top driver from LZR, Rossi.
Perfect example right there of the Ford GT just lacking that pace, as RZM McQueen could not stay with Rossi down the straight. That's what happens when you've got two cars that are set up for totally different advantages. The hypercars are built for straight line speed, whereas the exotic cars are built for a little bit more fun than that. They're supposed to be good everywhere.
Wow, so the Koenigsegg there with the twin-turbo 5-litre V8 showing all of its 947 horsepower on that straight and whipping on by the Ford GT with almost 300 horsepower left. We're hearing a 5-second penalty has been given to, I think, McQueen in 5th place. So we'll see that at the end of the race, and that'll be because of contact with other cars. So McQueen, if a few of you guys watching on may remember from 2018, McQueen got in his fair share of trouble throughout that series, and well, he's back on form here in 2019.
Yeah, and it's not a desirable situation for McQueen. Didn't know he was going to be driving in this until, well, about the last minute. But up at the front of the field, we have now completed 6 racing laps. Williams has led all of them, whether it's been Mitch or Roadrunner in that beautiful Ford GT. Mitch leading the way right now. He has pulled out quite the gap over his teammate. For Mitch, this has to be a complete confidence-building session. He's a mechanic in real life, and he's clearly mechanicked his way to the front of this one.
Absolutely, really showing his personality there, Mitch, and putting down the lap times that his team need. We should talk, though. There is an elephant in the room here, Shay, and that's the difficult third child in Williams' team. 12th place for Williams 7. After his teammates going 1 and 2. I don't know if we can hop on board and check out Williams 7. I wonder if he's carrying damage. I wonder what's gone wrong with his race. Either way, Shay, put me inside of that headset. Where's he at?
Well, for Williams 7, it has to have been something that resulted off the start, because racing in the Aston Martin, the 2017 version that won the Blancpain Championship so many times over, he's a driver who emulates his favorite driver, Juan Pablo Montoya. That can go one of two ways. It can either go very well, and as he's done this year, win 3 races, or it can go not so well, and you think back to the NASCAR days of Juan just taking people out. I love Juan, so enough on that. But he's fast, he's hard to overshadow, hard to defend him when he's on the track, but he's often overshadowed by his greater teammates. You've got first, you've got second, and you've got last. So you've got great points, and no points.
Well, this may be an issue for the Williams coach. Behind all of the teams, there is a coach listening in, chatting them through the race, giving them all important track information and making sure that their drivers are giving the best they possibly can. For the Williams team, it's Harmonic, a driver who's very well known in the Forza community, actually ranked 21st in the world in 2018. So he's someone who knows his stuff, knows his way around winning, and may be able to give Seven here the words of advice that he needs in order to come back through this pack.
The 3 Aston Martins are right together, and Chris is having a hard time hanging on to his RZM machine, as Bull is looking hungry too. But to his credit, Seven has moved back in on the pack. Further up, Tesla for FRF still holding up the group that we were just looking on board with. So that car unable to pull away from the rest of the field in 9th place. They didn't spend enough points on that one.
It's how they distribute their points. Absolutely right. It's about, you got to differentiate the speed of your cars enough so they're not tripping over each other constantly on track.
Exactly. Last lap just begun, by the way, as we come near the end of this first race. Force 1 back in 8th. That to me is very weird too. Did the team not spend enough points on him?
Force 1 will be disappointed with an 8th place run. He's got a little bit of upgrades to the brakes on that Aston Martin, but not a huge amount else. So it's almost it's a pretty cheap car in terms of how much PI they spent on it. Last lap of the race though, we're coming around towards the finish, and Williams, an amazing performance from them. This is our first taste of team racing on Forza Motorsport 7, and well, Williams just showing that they've got the class here in this first matchup.
They certainly have been practicing the most. You can see that. They had the situation perfectly figured out for the start of this race. RZM McQueen, who has his hands full, he could very easily go from 6th to 8th if he's not careful, as FRF Handicap and LZR Force 1 right behind him. But it really has been Williams who played it perfectly.
They have played it perfectly. Back here with Force 1 through this last sector. He's got a little bit of a chance here to perhaps find some victory from the jaws of his 8th place defeat. I think for Force 1, 8th place might feel like defeat. Racers coming through past Rossi there a little bit further up the field. So Lazarus doing okay with a couple of good moments. But it is Williams Mitch who's going to take the win here in race number 1, followed across the line by Williams Roadrunner. Those two will be very happy with each other. Good old friends, the two of them. And back on form here in 2019. Awesome performance from the Williams team. RZM gave them a run. And Lazarus maybe left it a little bit too late, Shay, in a race that was really defined in the very early laps at the lead there.
Yeah, the lead never left the jaws of Williams. They held on to it and ran with it. A lot of mixing it up back further in the field, though. We saw FRM, Force 1, and Ryze all switching back and forth between their positions. It bodes well for the upcoming races, particularly given that Barcelona is a unique track. Yes, we have straights coming up for the next two, but we also have a lot more high-speed sections, particularly at Silverstone.
Well, hold on. The next track we're going to go to, Silverstone, as you say, who do you think then is going to rise to the surface, if you like?
Ooh.
Is it going to be the Ryze team?
Given the updates that we've seen so far, given the way that this first race panned out, it's Williams to lose. But as we've just learned, if you don't get it done on the start, you're just driving around for 3rd, 4th, 5th, all the way down.
All right, well, let's stay in the present and look at the results from that last race. It's been an interesting one. Just before we go and check that out, though, Shay, looking back at that race again, I think I want to talk about Forza, Fast Races Forza, FRF. Yeah. I was trying to get it out of my mouth. I think that came out eventually. There. FRF, because we did see some very definite and, I guess, very definable problems with their strategy.
We talked about all three of their drivers over the course of the race. Wasn't necessarily for good moves, wasn't necessarily for the right reasons, but at least we talked about them.
Right.
That's a good start. I completely see what Andy was talking about, though. Why waste the performance on the flywheel? The Porsche was nowhere to be seen in that race, back battling well down the field, 8th, 9th, 10th sort of area. It doesn't make sense that they would spend the upgrade on that.
Well, it was Bull and Tesla, wasn't it, who were sort of fighting it out together, getting tangled over each other. Their third teammate, Handicap, he did a good job. I think finished a little bit further up the field and actually had a little bit of extra PI. So maybe they can learn from that. They can take away that, all right, if we kind of differentiate the pace of our drivers, if we do something a little bit different next time, we can get a different result.
But Ali, the problem was that they didn't work together. They were just on track together and they were interfering with one another's race. That's not the way that you win these things. That's not the way that you make it through to the next round.
All right. No, I hear you. I hear you. Let's jump on and look at Lazarus then, because the pink machines, you were repping them before the race. They looked so promising. They looked so big, but didn't really materialize there for Lazarus in the very start of the event.
No, but that was just the first race. We can't throw all the baby out with the bathwater just quite yet. That was just the beginning of things, but I'm very surprised at their lack of presence, particularly through the way that race planned out. Perhaps Rosso decided their grid order a little bit off. Maybe they should have put Rossi up a little bit further. Maybe they should have put Force 1 further back.
All right, so putting Rosso on the firing line for that one, Shay. Wow.
No, I'm just saying that maybe it comes down to being as simple as you don't need your Aston Martin at the head of the field when he's going to wind up in the back anyway. Maybe you should just acknowledge that the fast cars need to be up at the front for the start, because if you don't do that, we see what Williams did. They just run off and hide.
Williams got so much right. They got so much right in that first race, and we have to acknowledge that. You know, Roadrunner really securing the lead early on in the race, helping Mitch through, maybe slowing down some of the leading pack a little bit. Yeah. Mitch comes on through, glides past, and Roadrunner's like, all right, you run, I'll stick back here and throw the punches. Those two work so well together.
That was exactly what FRF needs to look at, because that was the perfect example of teamwork. And ultimately, guess who wound up with first and second points? It's Williams. It's not any other team. There's no equal distribution there. The lion's share right now going to Williams. And yes, their team car did finish well back in the field. Probably going to wind up with 1 point,
7.
maybe, for 7. that's also not going to appease Seven as a driver and as a human being, because you never want to finish that far down when your teammates are winning. But at least they figured it out before they got into the race.
There's so much to unpack from that first race. It's so exciting. Let's get back to Gabby and the analysts and really dig in there.
It is time to dig into this race. Yeah.
Let's do some digging.
Doesn't make it sound as fun as it actually is when we put it that way. But there was a lot to unpack in that first race, because with all of the format changes and everything in full effect, you could tell how much these teams are trying to consider and balance in their head. So first off, I just want to know, generally speaking, if you're thinking about which teams you think would have performed better under those conditions and which ones would have struggled a bit more, how much did this line up with the results from the first race with your expectations?
You got to look at Lazarus. You know, Williams, they're going to get a safe driver discount check here. There's no penalties from what I saw. And you know who's not getting one?
Driver discount?
You know who's not getting one? Yeah.
I take that as a no, because he didn't.
Yeah, probably
answer.
not. Yeah. We'll just move on from that one.
Ask him what he drives.
Lazarus, though, I think each of them got a penalty.
Yeah, and Ali and Shay nailed it with that performance by Mitch and Roadrunner. Not only are these two of the fastest guys in the field, we saw them working together, which is great. I think that they were let down by Seven, and maybe Seven had an incident with another driver, but I still was looking for, man, Seven, here's your opportunity to make some passing and do a lot of overtakes and maybe get that boost. We'll see how it works out with provisional results and final results, but for the most part, Williams looked great.
And those are the moments that we're going to focus on first, is what Williams Esports was able to pull out during that first match, because there were certain passes and things, as we're about to see during these replays, that were very key to their overall strategy of not just trying to be the fastest. So, Andy, as we look back at those moments with Williams Esports, what was it that Roadrunner, kind of what we were just hearing from Ekberg over here, what did he do so well to try and prioritize his teammate at the front line?
We'll see that here in a minute. This is lap number 1, but I think that moment happens in lap number 2. But look at the start here. McQueen's going to move out. Rossi gets squeezed. Handicap. Great job to save the car and keep it on track in a really, really tight spot.
And you could actually, sorry to interrupt, but you could actually see right above there, Mitch actually making up places and getting closer to Roadrunner, and he's fighting his way up there. Handicap gets the worst of that moment right there. And you got to think this is where McQueen is racking up all those penalties. He had over 5 seconds of penalties there, but you can see up front, Mitch working hard. There's 7 going on.
Well, and speaking of those different aspects, with everybody trying to prioritize the best line around the apex, but also with the passing that we're seeing going on, how do you feel that in those close quarters that we're seeing there, the performance has maybe changed because of those considerations?
It has changed, and let's not forget that this is the first race in Forza Racing Championship history with Forza race regulations working. So these guys are getting penalties for cutting corners, for making contact with one another. So the tricks that worked in previous seasons of ForzaRC, you will get penalized this time around.
And one thing that did happen early on, if we're talking about Williams, is he ended up getting a bit of a scrape that put him behind. And Chris on your screen right now also ran into a little bit of trouble during the mid portion of this race. So how did that factor in for he and the rest of his team?
He never had a chance to settle down. Earlier there, you saw McQueen punt as if it was 4th down, one of the FRF drivers, but there it is. Mitch crossing the line. He was a getaway driver. He robbed a bank, never looked back.
Now, you just mentioned McQueen, and if anybody has been following ForzaRC for some time, this may be a familiar name, right? And what reason is that?
Well, we don't want to lay too much blame here. I mean, he was the most penalized driver in ForzaRC in the previous season. He had a rough start here, but let's not forget, he's meant to be a coach. He's here driving for Renault, and he's meant to be a coach. How much seat time has McQueen had in preparation for week 1?
And taking a look at some of the replays from his moments, we really had to see that teamwork on full display, and sometimes the penalties and things can really play a big factor into that. And early on in the race, a lot of penalties were acquired from teams like Lazarus. So how does that impact when you're going into the latter laps that happen within this, when you already know that you have this deficit that you're starting with?
Punch out the calculator. Because if you're trying to get, overtakes are easy. That bonus I can figure out. But if I'm trying to get the sequential bonus, that perfect form bonus, now penalties, that's awfully difficult.
I just wonder if these guys are even thinking about that at this point. They're just focused on the car ahead of them, the car behind them. It's hard to think about that level of strategy when you're just managing at 10/10ths. That's what these coaches are for. Be in your ear. Look, if we can make up one more position, we've got a perfect form boost coming our way. Yeah, it's difficult. These guys are seeing this for the very first time.
We did mention early on how with Williams Esports in particular, the fact that Roadrunner was letting Mitch pass him. Later on within this race, there was a lot of that teamwork on full display as well, but it didn't pan out for everybody. So what happens when you end up putting so much focus on prioritizing that teamwork, but then it doesn't work out for you when there are other things that you could have tried to use to grasp it?
It's tough. It's what we were just talking about. It's so many factors that these drivers are taking into consideration. Do I let the driver ahead of me? Do I know who it is? Am I paying attention to that, or am I paying attention to my apexes? In this case, great job by Roadrunner. He understands Mitch has got the fastest car. He moves aside. Mitch takes off in the distance. This is a perfect execution of strategy on the track.
With all of the cars that we have in the divisions here today too, it seemed there was some more roughness compared to some of the other classes that we might see later on. So if you're looking back at the way that those interactions were happening when going around the corners, then Andy, did the vehicles take any part in that, especially with different vehicles side by side?
Well, I think, yeah, clearly the GT looked like it was a faster car right there, at least at that moment of the race. And Mitch certainly ran away with it. They had an easy drive, and no one else had an easy drive that race. Everyone else was literally trying to survive on that track when Williams didn't have to. Did the car choice make a big factor there? Maybe only for Seven's case, because he didn't have an opportunity to get back up into that field.
Yeah.
One thing that Ali and Shay had mentioned over in the casting booth too is they mentioned FRF a lot. It just wasn't in the way they might have wanted to.
Yeah, and we were looking at FRF and saying, look how close these guys are to a perfect form boost. I'm not sure they were aware of it because they had two cars bunched up, and then I believe it was Bull had to make up one position on a Ryze member, and they would have finished 6th, 7th, 8th, whatever it was, and had that perfect form boost. But as you can see, one of them got around Force 1, or Force 1 got in between them, and at that point they had lost their capability to even get that sequential finish that would have given them a boost. In this case, I wonder if they're obviously valuing points. You have to value points, but sometimes these teams are going to have to think about what's good for me in race 2 and 3. Can I make it really count in the later sections of this series?
Because races 2 and 3, it is a collective match in the points determining who will be moving on into the second match of the day. Because remember, one of these 4 teams will be competing for a whole other 3 races later on. So looking back kind of at those moments, and you just mentioned where Bull had a lot of pressure on him to try and catch up because he was the isolated individual that was wanting to meet the rest of his pack. And it seems like that's going to be something we face a lot here. So Andy, do you think that maybe over time they're going to continue to try and focus on that and keeping that cluster? Or might it be something that's abandoned if they have these scenarios again where it just didn't work out?
I don't think you can make that call until the second half of the race. That opportunity first presented itself for FRF to get that perfect form bonus on lap 3.
Yep.
That's what I wrote down here. But can you maintain that? That's awfully difficult, especially when you have Lazarus around you.
And you have potential points available to you. Like, should I continue hard charging and go for these points? I think I agree with you. If it's 7 and 8, we're going to try to bunch up together. Lap 7 or 8, we're going to try to bunch up together. Lap 3, anything can still happen. The field is spread out. Let's try to get some points.
The thing is, we are going to have our next race coming up soon enough, and we'll have some things that we have to determine before that. But as far as coming to the coach perspective, because it is something we want to show that is very important, and if you're looking at teams where McQueen, for instance, stepping in, and then they have somebody else that's taking that coach role, how does that conversation then happen when he is stepping in ultimately for a driver, and this is only going to be a 1-week case?
Well, I have to think that was probably a choice that driver wasn't able to race, right? I don't think it was a strategic choice. I think that's the reason why the rule exists, so it can't be a strategic choice.
Yeah.
Well, guess what, everybody? We have race results for you. So it's time to find out how everything did shake out once those penalties have been enacted. So let's take a look. I think we have a feeling of who's in that top number 1 spot, and it's going to be Mitch, followed by Roadrunner, with some more trickle down, Chris, Rossi, and Handicap taking those 1 through 5 spots.
And Racers there, the bottom of the pack for the Lazarus team. I wouldn't have guessed that. He's got all the pace in the world, but boy, tough.
He's got the most
race.
overtakes.
Yeah, he's got the most overtakes.
He's got 3. So he's getting the bonus. Despite not having a great race 1, the opportunity presented itself. I wonder if he didn't know that till now. I didn't.
That's always a good thing to find out later on. So as far as...
Oh no, excuse me, Mitch. Mitch
Yeah,
would
Mitch
get
is
it.
up there
there you
with
go. Yeah,
9
you're right.
different position changes. But the thing
Wow.
is, that wasn't just all his doing. Roadrunner as well, letting him
That's
slide
right.
into that top
It
spot.
would have been 8.
Yeah, that one, nobody
Yeah.
else really came
Everyone
close to
counts.
it
That's right.
so
That's
far.
right.
But as far as kind of the middle of the pack here, so Force 1, for instance, somebody that a lot of people had their eye on, and the rest of the Lazarus team, Rossi did come into that number 4 spot, though. So do you think the fact that there is enough of a spread in the middle of the pack is something that they would be content with?
I think they're happy with that. They have to be at this point. They know what they have to do. The other teams may be scrambling right now. If I'm FRF, I'm not exactly sure. If I'm RZM, I just got some penalties. McQueen had a tough race. Lazarus, I got the feeling they know what they need to do.
They do. And if you have to think about what is going to be happening in that next race from Lazarus in particular, what would you say?
Well, you see it right here. We were talking about racers just a minute ago. Look, he got 5 penalties, penalties. McQueen's down there with a bunch of penalties. We saw what happened to him. These are the kinds of things that it's a new day for ForzaRC. FRF, Forza race regulations are in effect. These guys have to leave room for one another and avoid those penalties.
One thing to let everybody in the audience know, the times that we see on our screen are not quite accurate, so just keep that in mind when reviewing it, but still getting to see the actual standings of everybody here. So as far as some of the other teams go, and Tesla seemed to kind of run into some moments early on as well during that 4th turn that happened during the 3rd lap, dropping all the way from 4th to 11th and then ending up in that 9th place. So as far as getting that kind of just interaction that happens early on with it, do you feel that it was effective recovery from him in the end?
I think FRF's got to be happy with any points they take away here. Kind of like 7, like we saw 7 at the back of the pack. He finishes there with some points. That's a win for Williams. I think FRF's feeling good with the points they've got.
The biggest story here that we're missing is the Hard Charger Award.
Yeah.
Mitch just got a Hard Charger Award, and guess what? They just finished 1 and 2.
1 and 2 is a great place to be.
It's getting bigger and stronger. Are they going to run away with this now?
Yeah.
They certainly put Lazarus on the back foot.
That's always the thing that you want to end up doing to your opponents here. So before moving on into the second race, I just want to get general thoughts. If you had to pick a team that you were going to give the ultimate advice to, who would it be and why?
The ultimate advice, I think I'd go back to, I'd go to the FRF team and say, listen, guys, you know, we're the underdogs coming into this. We know we're going up against at least two of the best teams in this entire series. Let's keep it together. We had a decent result. Let's keep it moving.
Oddly, I don't want Ryze to change their strategy. Why not mix it up at this point? You're clearly impacting Lazarus's strategy. You may not be able to make it out of the first round considering Williams' fast start, but mix it up. This is your opportunity, week one, find out where you stand.
I think what's hard here is that we had a dominant performance from Williams. They are set up to win race 2. If they don't win race 2, it's going to be a disappointment considering what we just saw. All the other teams now are saying, maybe you're right, we have to change everything because race 2, it could be over.
The thing is, there's only so much you can change from race to race, though. All of the cars that were selected per driver have to stick with that same selection throughout the entirety of the match. And some of the choices were pretty clear-cut across the board. Everybody went for the Aston Martin. So while we're waiting for things to ramp up into our second race, why do you think that this car ended up being so superior to the others in its category?
It's an attacking car. It's in a car you can really throw into a turn, great on the brakes. It's a good car to make overtakes in. So that's why I see a lot of Aston Martins. Plus, it looks great. Got that picnic table wing on the back.
Yeah, and let's not forget, there's some good overtaking opportunities at Catalunya. So it's a great car for the right track.
But then why did people not go with the vet? No love.
It's funny. I think that people were considering that a car that just didn't have enough power.
Yeah, it's not on the same pace. It's a good car in its own right, but the other two cars just offer more in different places, that being grip and acceleration. And the Corvette doesn't really excel in either of those.
So taking a look back at Williams, because they are our #1 runner going into the second race here, they do have a boost available to them. So if you're thinking about what's to come, you have your boost available as far as the track and when you're starting and things like that. What do you believe, in your opinion, is the most effective way to use the boost?
I don't know. It's funny because you could use it on Silverstone, but you could save it for Hockenheim. These guys can use this boost in any race in this match. So they can use it in race 3 as well. We know that Hockenheim is a power circuit. Use it on that long straight going down to the hairpin, get some extra HP to make that count.
Why give your opponent a chance? Crush him now, right? Okay, you don't know what's going to happen in race 3, but if you can give yourself a head start now in race 2, I say use it.
Put your foot on their neck.
Tough call. I mean, for this early in the season, I think Harmonic and Roadrunner, we'll see if they work together here. As I think Roadrunner, I would say, is the superstar on this team as far as decision making, but use it now.
Yeah, and the format that we have, because we have mentioned it before, and I just want to make sure everybody's following. So you have your first match, right, with all 4 teams. One will be moving on into the next match. But the thing is, they only get to use the points from their highest scoring match at the end of it within the round. So it's not like you got to just add them all up and then make that be what you get to go forward with. So it's an extra opportunity. And if you're going to look at Williams and the chance to try and put into that spot, I have to agree with you, maybe going and just trying to crush the competition for that early advancement.
Here's my counterpoint. They didn't have a boost in race 1. They ran away with it. I would try the same thing again in race 2, and I've got my wild card in race 3 in case I need it.
Wild cards are good too. So with the perfect positioning, I just want to go back to that note a bit because we saw so many teams really prioritize it, really close to the board. And then on this next track, thinking specifically, pulling into your expertise about the track in general, will this be more difficult or easier than the last track to try and really pull off that sort of positioning?
I think it all depends on the start. I mean, that's the case with every race. Things are going to shake out after those first few corners. The cars are going to spread out a little bit, and then these coaches are going to have to make decisions for their drivers. Can we, with an overtake or two, get into this position to get this perfect form boost? If not, I don't see anyone ever falling back to make it happen because those points really matter. But it's, to me, you can't make that decision in the first lap. It's a decision, as we were saying earlier, that comes later in the race when you realize we're probably not going to make up any more positions. Let's get something from where we are.
Silverstone does offer longer straights, so there's time to make that quick decision, believe it or not. And there's a lot of hot and cold zones in Silverstone. Long straights, then you get in quick turns, quick sectors, and quick turns. So you can make that decision here on Silverstone. That's a tougher call to make at Catalunya because it's so bang, 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 next turn, next turn, next turn.
Yeah, and that's the thing, when you have those opportunities with the longer stretches and the chance to kind of really bring up speed compared to these where you're really having to focus on that navigation, then that's just a lot that you're going to have to consider with everybody around you. But we want to take another look at the match results themselves so that you all have an idea of where everybody stands after our first race of the 3 that we will be undergoing during the entirety of our match. So Williams Esports being in that number 1 spot that you saw, with all the points accumulated, 39. Wow. That is a lot more than double from the second place team there. So that lead is pretty hefty.
It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot to make up. I mean, if 7 had done any better than he would, we might have been able to call this already. But look, there's Lazarus and Ryze, just a point between the 2 teams. Ryze has got to feel great about that position right now. At the same time, it's only one of these teams, Gabby, that are going to move forward to the next match.
Only one, but they have 2 more opportunities to try and make themselves that team for that spot. And it's time to get going with race number 2 of our match. So casters, Ali and Shay, bring us into some more action.
All right, that's one race chronicled into the weighty tome that's becoming the Forza Racing Championship. Shay, I'm liking team racing already.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. The strategy aspect really starting to pan out, but we've only had one track, one race, one place. We've only been to Spain. Let's go to England. Let's go to England's answer to Sebring. In effect, we're off to Silverstone International Raceway. Opened up in 1943, just at the end of the war as an air base. At least it was when the war started to switch. It was opened as a track in 1947, though. This 3.66-mile track. You've got 18 turns. There's a lot of opportunity to screw it up, but you have to think with these high-speed cars, Maggots and Beckett's, that complex, it's going to be close to flat out for some of these drivers.
Turn 1 here at Silverstone, Shay, in a sense, quite similar to Catalunya in that it's a right-hander onto a left. But a little bit of a shorter run. How does it compare?
That's about the only similarity between the right and the left. But yes, you have to have a car that is designed to go well through the rest of the track. Turn 1 almost becomes a bit of a throwaway here because it's so quick and you spend almost no time in it. This track really, it's complicated. It's convoluted. You've got 2 pit lanes. You've got so many grandstands everywhere. It's easy to get lost around Silverstone. And if you're not paying attention for even the slightest second, if you just get the tiniest bit distracted, you could find yourself off in the weeds.
Well, what changes now? I mean, when we look back at the last race, we've got maybe a little taste for the strategy, the sort of thoughts that some of these teams came into the event with. But now heading into race number 2, what changes and what stays the same?
FRF needs a win. We've got the same situation for Lazarus, but right now it's Williams' race to lose, and all eyes have to be on them.
Let's get down to the track. I can't wait to see the start of this one. Silverstone's a classic circuit and a beautiful place for racing. That run down to the first corner isn't a long one at all, and we're on board already with Williams' Roadrunner, second place finisher in the first race. But remember his crucial role that he played in helping his teammate Mitch up through the order. Roadrunner already threatening Chris in that Pagani just up ahead, and just held behind for now. It's a little bit of a slow section through the start of this track as we wind up now toward the back straight and the run down towards Luffield and Brooklands. It's maybe a moment at the top end of this Koenigsegg can pay dividends.
It is, and up in third position, FRF handicap in the Porsche, looking at the back of LZR Racers Porsche. So the two drivers in those Porsches trying to chase down the Ford GT, all in the same category, but very different ideas of which way to go.
All right, Mitch takes the lead. That fast Ford GT, we saw it already. Williams have invested a lot in this car back in their planning phase. They've put all sorts of parts on it. They need Mitch to bring home the bacon. He hasn't disappointed so far, but it will, proof will be in the pudding, I suppose. I'm excited though by third place runner Shay. That's handicap. We're back on board with him right now because FRF finally playing a role in race number 2.
Yes, and trying to fight down the two British drivers who are feeling quite at home and bringing home the bacon. I liked your little analogy there. But handicap, 19-year-old Brazilian. He is somebody who is big into NASCAR. He pays attention to that. A very exciting driver to watch. Got to keep an eye on him. There might be a little bit of contact should he be able to make it up to racers. Both in the same car, both very different balance of performance for the two.
All right, hopping back to the battle just behind that battle for second, and we're on board here with RZM Chris. That's in the Pagani Zonda, the ailerons of that car stopping it, and see those air brakes moving around all the time, just stuck behind this battle as well as LZR Rossi. So the Lazarus team looking a little stronger perhaps here in the second race, with Rossi in 6th and Racers in 2nd.
It's a Wyron sandwich, as that's the only car.
Sounds crunchy.
Does sound a little bit crunchy, doesn't it? As RZM Chris trying to fight his way around the Agura ahead of him without opening the door to the one behind him, which is LZR Rossi, just waiting for an opportunity. Is the young Scottish driver. He's very quiet, but he does his talking on the track, and I think that's what Rossi's doing right now, Ali, giving them an opportunity to take each other out, and then he'll just sweep on through.
Well, let's remember last race at Catalunya, it was RZM Chris up against Williams Roadrunner in the battle for second. And that battle's carried on, taken through here into the second race. Chris now all over the rear of Runner. For my money, Shay, Chris actually in with a lot more of a chance, looking a lot more predatorial here in the UK than he did at Barcelona.
Very, very much so. It looks like Chris is more comfortable around this track perhaps than he was at Barcelona. He's a driver who favors the Nordschleife, so he's used to tracks that are a bit more complex. Silverstone definitely is a bit more complex than Barcelona.
I will say that the 3 tracks we'll be jumping to today, or in this first match at least, Catalunya, Silverstone and Hockenheim, kind of work their way up in terms of being tracks that require more top speed, more top end from the car. So it's interesting to see that Roadrunner's best run, in a sense, was Catalunya, and now under a lot more pressure at a track where the top end of that Koenigsegg can do its work.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be fast through the twisty bits. It's supposed to be fast in a straight line. So what have they done to that car to alter their performance that much?
Chris fighting for 5th now as well. LZR Rossi on the hunt behind, and we're hopping back to the GT battle here between Ryze Motorsport's Chris, not to be mistaken by Chris, and also Williams 7 up there just ahead.
Good to see Williams 7 back up in the 8th position after last race when he was quite bitter.
He seemed out of sorts. He was in the Twitch chat chatting about it and saying that he felt a little bit hard done by. Always a very vocal character, 7, and great that he's getting out there and spreading the good news. 11th place was the best he could muster after the penalties. He was actually 12th across the line. It's a penalty for McQueen that saw him promoted that one position. So anything is better than that, really, for Williams 7, and, well, he can't be, I guess, as unhappy with 8th.
Well, but Williams 7 never wants to be in that far down. He doesn't want to be below 5th, and he wants to be carrying his own weight. So Williams 7, even if he gets to that 7th position, which is 1 up from where he is now, not going to see that as a positive.
All right, lap 3 of 7 here at Silverstone, and Shay, how are these strategies playing out? Earlier on, we saw Williams really take command of the race, dominate it. Perhaps here in the second race, it's more of anyone's game.
It's a lot more equal, that's for sure, Ali. We've got 2 Williams up in the top 4, but we still have LZR, we still have RZE, and we still have FRF right there as well. So the points will be a lot more evenly spread at the end of this one. But as long as Williams walks away with the maximum amount of points from this race, they'll be happy. Right now, they have as many points as Ryze Motorsport and as Lazarus combined.
What?
After 1 race, they have 35 points. The other two, 17 and 18 respectively.
Wow, dominance from Williams. Dominance.
Even my math is bad, and I can tell you that's 35.
Well, I think, though, I mean, from what you've been saying there, Shay, a team to watch here, and a team on the move, as Ryze switch positions there between their 2 drivers. A team on the move in this mid-phase of the race. That's right, absolutely. I have that back, thank you.
Yes.
In the mid-phase of this race, though, a team on the move is LZR, and we look forward to Force 1. He's just come up through past Prix this lap. Yeah. We've got races in second, and I think Lazarus's chances here and hopes of beating Williams in race number 2 here at Silverstone really rest with Rossi running back there in 6th and looking to beat, I think if he can get past Roadrunner, if he can pass 4th place,
yeah,
Lazarus are golden.
2nd, 6th, and 9th right now for Lazarus. That's not good enough. They need to keep earning those spaces forward, but I don't understand what Ryze was doing there with the pass and then the pass back between Chris and McQueen, because all they're doing is taking speed off of one another. Yes, they're in 2 different categories of cars, but work together, guys. If you do that, you can help benefit the weaker car in its weaker places.
Right, after you, no after you.
Yeah, all you're doing when you're battling with one another is taking speed off of both of you. That's not helping.
Right. Here we are with the battle for the podium. The second 2 spots on it at least. Williams Mitch has run and hid just as he did in the first race. Brilliant to see, actually. But second and third is the battle we're on board with. That's races and handicap. Here we go, here's Mitch. And well, we haven't really introduced this guy yet, Shay, but a very popular man in the community. Yeah,
he was the winner of the race the last time out. He was 3rd in the world in 2018 for the Forza ranks. His favorite car, Pagini's Honda, so I'm a little surprised that they chose to put him in the Ford GT, since they had an opportunity to let him drive a Pagini, but perhaps that's just the way that Will Harmonic, the coach, is working. But for Williams Mitch, he had a meteoric rise to fame, but he ruffled feathers along the way, so perhaps it's good that they gave him all the help. You were a little upset that the Ford GT had all the help in the last race. Let him be out there by himself, because you know what? Nobody's with him.
Well, for all of you who remember Mitch 555 back in the day, hats off to you. That guy's come a long, long way, racing for the Williams F1 Esports program now and winning races, leading races in the Forza Racing Championship Invitational Series. Remember, there's a $250,000 prize pool at the end of this after 6 weeks of intense online competition, a last chance qualifier, and then a LAN event. We're back, though, with Williams 7, the difficult 3rd child, I'm starting to call him, because he just is not performing like his teammates.
He's nowhere to be seen in terms of the blue cars. They're up at the front and then well in the back. And for Williams 7, he's in the 8th position right now. That might as well be last, because the French driver wants nothing to do with that position. For the teammates, though, for Roadrunner, he's doing a very good job playing tail gunner effectively at this stage in the race, back in 4th position. He can't see the Porsches ahead of him, but he's not thinking about that.
Wow, look at the speed difference there. Tesla in the Koenigsegg up ahead in the first straight, just 5 car lengths on that straight every single time. So difficult to defend against when a car has more top end than you, Shay. It can be very, very difficult to hold them back behind, especially on the straight line sections.
Yeah, and it's surprising. We've only seen 1 penalty thus far in the race, now that I've said it commentator first, so we're just going to have nothing but penalties.
Wreckfest.
But that was for Force 1 at the start of the race. A 3-second penalty will be applied to him at the end of it for a bit of rough driving at the start, which always is not encouraged by the green flag, but it certainly happens at the green flag.
Hey, look, we're GT racing today. This is a Hyper GT week. We've got cars that are built to take a little bit of rubbing, a little bit of knocking, and that's all well within the rule set here in this first week of the Forza Racing Championship Invitational Series. Keep in mind, we'll be switching the cars up in each broadcast, so come back next week and you'll see some different vehicles out there, and perhaps those will handle bumping in a different way. For now, though, a little bit of that is allowed.
Handle bumping in a different way, as in they don't
As in
handle
not at all.
bumping. Yes.
As in not a jot.
We were just on board there for a moment with FRF Tesla, who's a guy who's very quiet, but he does need that confidence boost. Well, being able to hold Williams 7 behind him for not just this race, but the last race, that might be the confidence boost that he needs to bloom into the driver that will make him truly electric.
FRF Tesla, we're running with him in the Koenigsegg here. It's always interesting to see how the slower, well, not the slower cars, but the heavier cars, the cars with less cornering grip, handle their way through these twistier sections of the track. Tesla biding his time and really waiting for the straight line sections where he can pin down that 900 plus brake horsepower of that incredible twin turbo engine. Looking back here from Ryze Motorsport's Chris and the Pagani Wyra, and well, you can see behind Rossi still chasing, still unable to pass.
What's going on with Rossi? He hasn't been able to catch back up to Chris ahead of him to try and put a move on for the 5th place. Rossi needs to get around. He needs to get up further, because as it is right now, Lazarus not with enough points to really challenge Williams, particularly if they get 2 race wins on the bounce.
They can't afford to let Williams run here. They need to put a stake in the ground. They need to turn this table around. I've got to say, with 1 lap remaining after this rotation is complete, it's going to be, well, difficult to see anything other than Williams winning this thing and moving on into the second match happening here. I will say, Williams, though, a little bit of a strategic call helping them out in Silverstone. They've had a bonus build, the opportunity to give one driver a little bit of extra oomph on track. It's actually a camshaft advantage, and they've given that to Williams Mitch. I think I was calling it out Catalunya.
Yeah.
Mitch is already flying. Why are you giving him more, Williams?
He's almost 11 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Don't give him any more advantages. How about 7?
7! Seven's your man.
7's not feeling the love right now. 7 needs a little bit of a confidence boost. Just throw him a chocolate bar at this point and help him out. He's back there battling for the 9th position as it is now.
It is a cold, cold 9th position as well. It's chilly out here with 7. Harmonic, show this guy some love.
Well, and particularly since Force 1 has now gotten around 7, which is a Lazarus team member, that's who they're really fighting against to try and make it into the next round. Ryze, yes, they're still in it. They're 1 point back from Lazarus, but it's been a better race for LZR than it has for RZE.
Well, the pack's still very bunched here on the final lap. It never really split apart from, of course, the leader, Mitch, who's pulled some 10 seconds plus on the rest of the pack. Lots and lots of different types of car racing very closely. That seems to be the flavor of team racing on Forza Motorsport 7, that we see these incredibly diverse cars all on track in close proximity.
This is going to be a good points haul for Lazarus. Right now they're in 2nd, 5th, and 6th. This is what they needed, Ali. This is what we talked about at the beginning of the show. In order to keep hope alive, they needed a good points day. They're on par to get that right now.
Well, let's be real. Williams' weak link is 7, and Lazarus have got all of their drivers up ahead of him. 7, very much the target here for the Lazarus team. We can see them all spelled out, writ large on the page here for you. Races bottom left, bottom right. He's in the Porsche running in 2nd. Rossi continues to push in that Koenigsegg, but he's never found his way up from 6th. And meanwhile, the final driver is Force 1. Back there, I think in 8th position.
Who does have a penalty coming his way. Remember the 3-second penalty for contact on the start. So he did need to get around 7, but if he doesn't pull out a 3-second gap, it's going to be all for naught.
All right, well, here we go. Back on board with Mitch, who makes it 2 for 2 at the Forza Racing Championship Invitational Series, taking the win here at Silverstone. We're back in that battle for 2nd, but I don't think there's a chance here for Handicap. He's maybe waited a little bit too long, and Racers is going to tuck away that 2nd place. Handicap with the bronze, and crossing the line there for FRF. But FRF, Shay, I think back on the map in terms of that mid-pack battle.
Definitely. They have staked a claim as to why they are here and why they belong here. There were some questions over the start of the tournament over some of the teams coming in. I saw it on the Discord a little bit earlier on. FRF was one of the teams that people were doubting. They just proved why they were selected.
That's right. And, it shows as well that they're learning race to race. And with a long-term series like this over weeks and weeks, it's the teams who adapt, the teams who learn, teams who take things from their defeats that are really going to be able to improve.
Yeah, RZM was the team to watch in the first race because they came out swinging so strong.
Right.
17 points after round 1. They were 1 point behind Lazarus, who's the team that our casters have been, we've been saying that they're great. Our analysts have been saying they're the team to beat because they have the teamwork aspect down. You come out and you're that close to them.
Yeah.
That's a way to prove.
I will say, though, still, Chris in the Aston Martin for RZM, he's the one running the extra PI. So they're the one the team have really invested in. They've really built that car up and worked on it before the season started. And Chris hasn't really been performing yet for Ryze.
No, that's been a giant gaping hole in their plan. And also, when you've got McQueen coming in and subbing so late, you can cut him a little bit of slack because perhaps he wasn't in the same mental space as the other drivers being prepared to go out for this. But there's definitely a vacuum there as to a coach, as to some clear decision-making going on. What the heck were those two guys doing battling each other out in the middle of the race? They could have had a chance to gain more positions if you just worked together.
That's right, and it just loses them time and exhausts them. But, we haven't talked about him yet, but Williams Mitch, Shay, what can we say? This guy is out here, he's winning everything.
He is emulating his favorite driver, Sebastian Loeb, who's a driver who goes out and does exactly that, wins everything, and nobody else even notices that anyone else is in a championship because it's all about Williams Mitch. So hopefully that's not going to be the storyline for the entire season, but so far, maximum points from Williams Mitch. That's all you can ask of him.
Incredible run from Mitch. Little Mitch 555, making it all the way up to the Forza Racing Championship. Great to see, and awesome for the community as well. You can see how when you're out there and you're learning how to race, you work your way up through the different series, the different community leagues, and find yourself eventually at the top of the big stage.
Do you remember him way back when? Is that what we're going to get into?
a little
bit.
So yeah, it's always fun to see. Shay, if you had to pick one driver in that race, who would you pick as somebody who maybe could perform better in this final one? Who can find a little bit of a silver lining coming into this last race?
Tesla. It would have to be Tesla because he really started out so strong earlier on, and then he just sort of faded back as the race went on. So that proved to be a situation that really brought attention to us. But Tesla should be competing further up, and instead he's fighting for 7th and 8th.
You know, I'm inclined to agree, and he's not someone we've talked about a lot as well. You find that people who really perform well or outperform your expectations are ones who, they'll be in the spotlight. You'll chat about them all day long.
Mitch.
Like Mitch, right, exactly. But Tesla, maybe not shining. Playing perhaps a team game. I'm going to look at my notes here because Tesla, running the Koenigsegg Agera, but actually it's a Koenigsegg that FRF haven't really invested in.
No.
So they've kind of scuffed him from the start.
Well, yeah, but also you'd expect him to just be able to carry his own weight a little bit more, particularly when battling, because at one point we saw Rossi just drive clear around him and then set sail for a little while. So that was a bit of an odd situation. I'm expecting to see more of him when we get to Hockenheim, though, because that's a track that should be better for the Agera.
Well, you've spoken about just now Hockenheim, the third track that we're going to be heading to. What changes at Hockenheim? What's the difference, if you like, character-wise, between a track like Silverstone and a track like Hockenheim?
There are more corners at Hockenheim where you have to slow the car all the way down. So that's going to prove to be a difference. We've seen cars that are great in the straight line. They've got great top-end speed, but how quickly can you get it woed up? That's another issue, particularly for some of these hypercars. They're designed to go really, really fast. They're not necessarily designed to slow down really quickly.
Yeah, and woed up, that's an engineering term, it sounds like.
That's a proper term. Welcome to America, buddy.
All right,
here in the U.S. There you go. Welcome, Ali.
This is what happens at customs every time. They just give me a big old handshake. Let's dig in a little bit deeper with what's going on, what went on in that second race, and pass over to the analysts.
Thank you so much, Andy. We're back at the analyst desk. Tigris here with Meckberg and with Andy. And in the end, this was a very different style race compared to what we saw in race number 1. So how was it that Silverstone seemed to be a lot more calm?
Well, you're right. It was completely different. The first few corners of the race number 1 were kind of chaotic. We saw a lot of penalties awarded early. And this time around, I think maybe the drivers got a little nerves out of their system. They realized that the flowing turns of Silverstone, it behooves you to keep that speed, that momentum up. They drove a much calmer start. It starts with the start.
I'll say it. It was clean. It was fair. Was it exciting? No. But maybe we're right. Maybe that was Silverstone. But no, certainly not the excitement level of race 1.
And because of that, we didn't see as many passings or overtakes or anything like that. And Mitch, talking about Williams, they are clearly in the #1 spot coming from the first race with 39 points compared to 18th in the second spot. But Mitch achieved 9 different overtakes during the earlier one, very different style, but still coming in first place during race number 2. So even though he had the same exact finish, what was different about his style of racing on this second track?
Mitch is confident anywhere he goes in any car. He loves a track like Silverstone, and it showed. You know, we talk about 2 wins in a row and it being astounding and it being incredible and what a start. This is what you would expect from Mitch in pole position. You would expect him to take that car.
He's had an easy drive.
Yeah.
He's had an easy drive. What about his teammate 7?
Yep.
That poor guy's been left behind. I called Mitch a getaway driver, like he robbed a bank. Well, he just robbed the bank at Silverstone, and he left 7 stuck in the vault.
And we see the comments in chat of people saying, hey, 7's been a bit maligned here. He had a tough race 1. He actually was in the very back of the pack, and he came up and made up some places. So he hasn't had a great start. He's doing his best. This is a guy that lets his emotions get the hold of him. He's staying calm.
He's got to remember, it's a team.
Yep.
It's a team. His team's in first.
And that's the thing. We've talked about the emotional aspect of these drivers. Some have more of an ability to keep a calm, cool, collected head than others, but it's difficult when you're in a team environment. You're always never wanting to be the one lagging behind.
Yeah.
Clearly, we've seen that 7 is reacting a bit to that aspect and the consistency of being the 3rd place finishing in that. So what do you think we can expect as far as a turnaround in mentality to try and prevent that in the future?
7 could be a #1 on almost any other team in this series. He is one of the fastest drivers in Forza RC, no doubt about it. It's can he keep that mindset? Can he realize his talent and live up to that in every single race?
And one thing too, speaking of 7, there was a particularly moment in lap number 7 where Force 1 ended up overtaking him. Force 1 did get a penalty early on for some rough driving, but still in the end, Lazarus was performing a bit more collectively this time around. So just overall thoughts on their performance here with some more of that consistency in the teamwork.
They did enough. They're going to hold on to second place. I didn't see anything to see that they won't get that second place. I don't see them moving on. Clearly, this is Williams moving on in this match. Lazarus, it was their first opportunity. I thought this race would be closer. I thought race 1 would be closer. It hasn't. They got another match next week.
Provisionally, Lazarus is 2nd, 5th, and 6th. A great result. It's not going to be enough this time. Williams has to have some sort of DNF in race number 3 to not move on to the next match.
But speaking of not being enough, if you're looking at FRF, who doesn't look like they have a good chance of going and positioning themselves for a second match, but there are still some highlight moments that you have to consider. Handicap, for instance, really showing out. And we are about to see how all of those results ended up coming through after our second race of the day, because those are ready for you. And we'll see what the standings are. So Williams Esports still performing very well with Mitch in that #1 spot. And then Racers managed to get all the way into that second spot. But Handicap, who I was just talking about, what was it that he did so effectively to try and bring FRF back into this conversation?
He held onto the back of Racers.
Yeah.
He held onto the back of Lazarus. I wasn't so sure that FRF could do that. I called him out earlier in the stream, and you know what? Handicap answered. The most important thing on here, look, it's the number of overtakes to position changes. Force 1. Would you think 2 would do it?
Yeah, that's right.
Would you think 2 would do it?
Yep.
Not quite.
One more thing about Handicap. You know, he started in 4th. He made up a position. Now, you are in racing amongst the Mitches, Handicaps, and Roadrunners of the world in this group of 4. To make up a position there is a fantastic finish for him. I think, you know, the guys over at the desk were talking about Tesla being the star of the race. I think we were all talking about Handicap the entire time.
And penalties are something that you really have to consider coming into this. So with Lazarus, for instance, Force 1 taking that 3-second penalty early on, not only does it affect your positioning here, but it eliminates one of the 3 ways that you can achieve a boost going into the next round. But overall, this wasn't as rocky of a ride, correct, compared to the first one, so it doesn't seem to be as much of a factor.
Hockenheim may change that. I suspect it will. The curbs are going to play a part. They're giving the hard charger there. It said to Handicap. I wasn't so sure the graphic was right. I thought I saw Force 1 with the hard charger. But if Handicap gets it, and that's true, you know, there could be a mix-up here. I still think Lazarus has done enough. but FRF, we called them as the underdogs. I'm worried about Ryze now.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about Ryze. There wasn't a lot of things to say about them. We were so focused on the dominance of Williams, especially expressed through Mitch, and Lazarus and FRF having very good races. Didn't see a lot of Ryze there to even warrant mentioning, unfortunately.
Yeah, and with Ryze putting that extra PI into Chris, but it wasn't enough. In the end, we'll have to see where they are in the match results standings right now for the points accumulated. It's Williams Esports with 73 in that top spot, Lazarus trailing with their 44, 29 for FRF, and then Ryze Motorsport with 26. So pretty tight between the bottom two, but in the end, that's not going to be relevant for who moves on.
It's going to be tough. I mean, you with a 1-2-3 finish, you're getting what, 46 points there. So that would be a good finish. But that would be assuming Williams has no points in the next race. So if Williams scores nothing somehow, if they all DNF and Lazarus gets a 1-2-3, then there's a shot there. But the odds seem pretty low to me.
Well, and in the end, even if you don't move on, your points are still very relevant because they do accumulate over the season to figure out who will be the finalists at that LAN. So Andy, if you're trying to just pick up a few extra points here in the first match, even if you're in that number 4 spot as a team, then what are some of the effective strategies that you would plan to implement as a coach to try and just garner as many points early on within the Invitational series?
Ryze, this is not going to be their best week.
Yep.
And they're in 4th place. So this round, it's all about Williams. Now, if I'm Williams, they want the most number of points in the match, right? It's very crucial. So this is a perfect opportunity for them to do that. Can't let off the gas if you're Williams.
Use that boost if you saved it. Now's the time because you can't take it into match 2 with you. Everybody's going to be boosted out. Everybody's going to be running as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, and going into the third race that we'll have of the day, it is going to be over on Hockenheim. So many more turns and potentially going to get back to some of that roughness that we saw in the first match of the day. So when it comes to Forza, you get to play these back-to-back, right? And that makes a very different experience in having to change your strategy on track to track. So do you think that there's any interference mentally that might come from having had just such a very calm finish within that second race, going into something that can get a bit more crazy?
We'll find out right away.
Yeah,
Lap
I mean,
1.
Hockenheim, yes. Turn 1 at Hockenheim is very rough. The curbs Andy mentioned earlier are very rough. It's easy to get a car completely off the track and out of shape. Shay mentioned over at the desk the fact that there's heavy braking zones. There's a lot of areas for dive bombing, especially at the long straight at the end of the hairpin. You're going to see a lot of that. This is a very aggressive track that can reward very aggressive driving.
And of the drivers, I think I have some answers in my mind, but I just want to know who comes to yes first. Who do you think would be the roughest driver that walks out with the most penalties in the third race?
The easy answer is McQueen.
Yeah.
But he shouldn't change. I said it earlier. That's his style. Keep it up. I like it. They're actually climbed up. They're only 3 points ahead of FRF.
You know,
behind.
Shay and Ali were talking about Bull earlier on the FRF team, known as an aggressive driver. This is the spot where maybe he can take some of that and put it to good use.
But then some of the other drivers that aren't known to be as aggressive, they talked about it over in the casting booth, Tesla, for instance, who was, having a bit of a struggle, not just on the track, but, they didn't put a lot into his vehicle to begin with, and a very strong driver that maybe needs to build some of that confidence. So how does that end up getting masked when you're going against the aggressive drivers, whether it be someone like McQueen or even later on when we get other teams into the mix with the Lages and the Boxes that are known for that?
Yeah, I wonder if this is a case of the coach on the FRF team, Solo King, telling his men, Tesla and Bull, to lay off. Let this be handicap's race. Don't let anybody get by you and threaten handicap because this is our star.
Well, I don't know. It's not really working. Bull's having a tough day. I think he's got 1 point.
That is really tough. But a lot of it came down to, if we're looking back to race 1 for Bull, where so much pressure was put to try and get that consecutive finish off for him, and then in race number 2, not really working out. So if we're going into race number 3, we talk about that mentality, we talk about the teamwork that has to go into this. Yeah. So how do you, as a collective, do your work to focus on your individual drive, but also keep that mentality in that collective space and use things like boost to your advantage?
Every one of these drivers is a different personality. We talk about the extremes, from Tesla to Bull to someone like Seven. Tesla, very calm, unassertive driver. Seven, hot sauce all the way. The guy is just hot and cold and mostly hot. Each one of these coaches has to deal with these drivers in a different way. It's a little bit of psychology here. They have to calm them down or rev them up depending on what they need to do in the race.
I expect a different race. Okay, the reason why, no sense in getting sequential finish here. No sense in getting the most overtakes.
It's all about points.
I'm expecting more racing from the back half of the field at this point.
I do want to mention before we end up getting into the third race, which should be underway soon, we talked a bit about Force 1 and we talked about racers over on Lazarus, but we haven't given much note to Rossi. And I know you early on within the top of the show had said that's somebody that you should keep track of because of his high intellect within the game. So what do you make of his performance so far?
5th place in race 2. That's a good position for him. I still feel like he was probably supporting racers there in second, doing his best. And I think what you see, the success of Rossi is not on track. Yes, the guy has pace for days, but he is making the decisions on these car builds that pay off race after race after race.
Yeah. And ultimately, in the end, with not as much overtaking happening and the wider road that we just saw really influencing that in the second race. So as far as the style that we saw from some of these that like to keep it a bit more bumper to bumper, then Andy, what do you make of the fact that they were able to use that space effectively to kind of slow down the game in that kind of way of the race without as many penalties and stuff?
Well, I think it gave a chance, a perfect opportunity for the coaches and the teams to communicate with each other. I imagine the radio was probably really busy at Catalunya. And in this time around at Silverstone, it was probably a lot more calculated and easy. And this may be an opportunity for Rossi to really punch those numbers together and Rosso to help him out and do that.
It begs the question, what do you think about Hockenheim? Where is that going to fall in that spectrum in terms of communication between the drivers?
You would think naturally in the middle, but I'm thinking it's going to be closer to Catalunya than it was the experience we had at Silverstone.
Especially with things like the way that hairpin works around that, and so much can happen in those very micro moments, especially early on. So if you are looking at the first laps and the way to approach that, if you do run into some of the turmoil that is very likely on a lap like this, then if you're looking at some of the very specific drivers of Chris and Kriz, and I want to talk about McQueen again in that kind of teamwork collective, we saw early on where McQueen and Kriz were able to have some teamwork here because of the breadth that was allowed with the nature of the strategy in our second track. So if you're trying to emphasize that early on where there's a lot more potential for that early clashing, then how do you really end up navigating and trying to prioritize keeping that teamwork in mind despite some of the heavy infiltration from the other teams if it happens in the early laps?
Well, that's the job of the coach. They got a sub-coach in. That's probably a big ask. Not expecting it. Late decision. Tough call for RZM to do that.
If I'm McQueen, I'm like, Kriz, go be Kriz. Go be the hot lap guy that can make things happen unlike anybody else on this team. Go after the points because that's all we've got left here.
Yeah.
I know that we do like to ask you guys some things in chat. So if you're tuning in specifically through Twitch chat right now, we'll have a poll for you specifically on the paint jobs that we're getting to see across all of our cars here today. Because ultimately the looks that you're seeing on your screen were due to some artists that have put in the heavy work available to them. So who do you think is the most important painter that came through today? Answer that in the chat, but I'm going to ask you here on the desk, who do you think is the most important painter?
I love, we're coming right here to Force 1. Force 1 is not just a driver, he's a painter. He designs these cars for Lazarus. I love that hot pink look. It's unmistakable on the track. Great looking car.
He painted a vet though. No one even brought the vet. What's he trying to fool him? He's not fooling me.
Yeah, that's just a smoke screen.
You gotta look stylish no matter what, if it's here in the competition or not. So if you were given the opportunity to paint your ultimate vehicle within Forza, what would be some of the key aspects, whether it's colors, the design itself, what would it be?
For me, I love the race replica look. I love, we were talking earlier about how they put the fake companies sometimes on the stickers. I love that look. To me, it's classic motorsport. It looks amazing.
The easy ones. Some of these cars aren't easy. Trying to get
the vans.
The clipping or whatever. It'll throw you through some, the vans. I'll take the van.
Well, don't forget, everybody that's watching, to go ahead and vote for who you think is the most important painter here. You can do that right in Twitch chat if you're watching from that platform. But any last thoughts before we go into race number 3 of the match?
Williams, make it home. Bring it home, guys. You were most likely moving on. Let's set yourself up for match number 2. Get ready for the rest of the races you have to run today.
FRF, they showed me something. I called them the underdogs early. Show it to me again. You're not moving on, but here's an opportunity. Prove yourself. You belong here.
We're one race away from knowing who will be moving on to our second match of the day. So once again, let's send it to our wonderful casters to call the action.
All right, welcome back to the desk, or as I like to call it, Area 51 Central, tinfoil hat o'clock here. I've been conspiracizing here on the desk. Right.
Are we being
Williams.
raided?
Come again?
Are we being raided?
We're being
for Area 51.
currently being raided by Area 51. Being raided by the Williams team on track, if anything.
Yeah.
Right, here's my conspiracy theory,
Okay.
right? Williams are giving away all of their best strategy right now. They've race one, they've come out of the blocks, they've worked on all their stuff, they're giving their A game away to everyone who maybe other people are holding stuff back. They're like, oh, we've got better strategies than this, but we know we don't need to use them until it counts until the end of the competition.
Yeah, I'm in for that. But
Discuss.
race 3, it counts. And we go off to Germany. I hope you brought your passport because we've already been to Spain and England. Now we're off to the Hockenheimring. This circuit, which was opened in 1932. Yes, that is correct. Way back when. Iconic turn, 16 of them, and just a tick under 3 miles. So again, a circuit similar to Barcelona in length. We're running the full thing today, so it's 2.84 miles. You've got a brilliant hairpin for overtaking opportunities. That's turn 6, but it's the end of the lap. If you were watching the German Grand Prix this year, you saw the rain, you saw people sliding off the track at that final turn. That is where we're prone to see a lot of misfortune coming the way of other drivers because other drivers are getting in their ways.
Yeah, no, right, absolutely. And it's a track which, yeah, lets cars go side by side. We've seen that. The
Yep.
hairpin here is notorious on Forza as a place where you might see 2 wide, you might see 5 wide
Sure.
going into it. There's lots of space and lots of room for overtaking. But it's also a track, I think, out of the 3 we've raced today, which emphasizes top speed more than anywhere else.
For sure. And also, we talked a little bit about it. They talked a little bit about it. Braking is pivotal here. So when we go into turn 1, we'll have to see who comes out of it. And first, I don't think it'll be the ForzaGT.
Okay, the first turn here at Hockenheim is the Nord curve, and it's a little kink to the right-hand side. Very difficult to make it through there side by side. So what better way to start the race than by putting all the cars side by side and heading them down towards that corner. Here we are, Lazarus around the outside. It's Force 1, who's getting a little bit tangled up there in 7th. Runs it wide and comes back onto the racing surface. Hopefully won't pick up a penalty for that track extension, but will lose out on a whole host of positions. His teammate Rossi's through, and McQueen.
There should be no penalty there, though, because it was McQueen who's still being very forceful, allows Chris to get through, pushed Force 1 out wide through that turn 1 area. That wasn't Force 1's choice to cut the track. That was the only place he had left to go.
All right, McQueen here back on board with him. Lots and lots of top end on the ForzaGT and making up some positions on the straight, positions which hopefully he won't spoil with a penalty later on. 9th place right now and looking strong with his teammate just up ahead, Chris. Could be a chance here for RZM to really put their flag in the ground in this 3rd race.
All 4 teams are up in the top 4 right now.
Wow.
No, make that... Wow, we've got a lot of mixing up going up further up the field as Racers and Rossi are now together. All 4 of the teams coming into this race had boost upgrades. So all of the cars are different than the last time we saw them. That's the good news as they come into the stadium section of the track now. Williams Mitch still leading the way in that ForzaGT. Yeah,
it's a twisty little section here at the back of the track through the stadium. You can see the gravel appears on the outside of the track, and that will really slow you down. If you dip a tire onto it, it can lose you a position. It can lose you more than that if you're not careful. FRF Handicap is running in 2nd position. Handicap took that 5th place result in the first race and 3rd in the 2nd. And so, well, judging by that pattern, 5-3 should be winning this last race.
Should be, but he's going to have to get around Williams Mitch to make that happen. And FRF clearly impressing Andy over on the other desk. He's impressing us too, doing a lot more than we were expecting from the young Brazilian driver.
Well, Handicap was the driver you were talking about, how vibrant he was earlier on. What an exciting character on track. He's got a shock of bleach blonde hair on him and losing the rear there. See him getting a little bit perhaps too excited on the throttle pedal.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a gap back to 3rd in the Williams Roadrunner, so it's not a cause for concern. But it does mean that the little blue speck that was in the front of the screen has now completely disappeared as Williams Mitch comes back into viewing for the hairpin, but he won't stay there for very long.
Roadrunner now. He's been running this Koenigsegg all day long. It's a car which I like with him, actually. Roadrunner and the Koenigsegg seem to get on well together. The Tesla and the Koenigsegg, not quite the same story as we hop from one Koenigsegg to another and back to 5th position with the FRFs. Actually a 2nd driver here, a strong showing from FRF. Now I think about it, we've got Handicap up there in 2nd, Tesla in 5th, this could be some pretty good points for the Brazilian team.
Yeah, chasing down Lazarus racers, so that is going to be an issue. There was an avoidable contact penalty I was just heard. That was a warning for McQueen. Well, lightning, ka-chow, that's not how you get it done, buddy. But now he's had his warning. Now he's gotten that out of the way, so now he knows what not to do, and hopefully that means head down. And for teammate FRF Bull, we were a little bit worried about Bull in a China shop sort of situation here, a very aggressive track that welcomes that kind of behavior, but Bull right now running P12, 3/10 of a second behind Williams 7.
Well, if you're at the back of the pack, at least you can see everyone out of one window, and looking forward up the road, Bull is C7 there. 7, what a... I mean, let's not sugarcoat this. What a terrible day at the track for Williams 7. Watching his teammates out there run things. Williams Mitch taking win after win, and 7 forced to sit back here in the rear of the pack and watch as his teammates take that glory.
And the worst part is, Ali, his day isn't done yet because it looks like Williams is going to be moving on. So he's got 3 more races to watch his teammates take all the glory, and he just sits back there in P7, P11, P12. Not fun.
That's right, 3 more races after this one's completed, and just lap 3 of the way through this 3rd race. Lots of 3s happening today. RZM McQueen on board with him now, just inside that top 10, but earlier on this race, McQueen was running well with his teammates around him. He looked strong. It looked like RZM would be able to get a sort of a strategic stronghold in this race.
Yeah.
But McQueen's taking penalties now, taking warnings. What's going wrong for him?
But McQueen wasn't supposed to be in this race, pure and simple. He wasn't expecting to have to drive at the start of the week. You don't mentally prepare yourself for that. And he's somebody whose favorite driver, remember Williams Mitch, he's got the boy crush on, or the man crush.
That's right.
That's the guy who's been cleaning up. So you get a bit frazzled when you're dealing with people that you really respect. They're doing really well, and quite frankly, you're not.
He's going to have to find a way of defrazzling himself, which is a motorsport coaching term. And getting himself back on track. Somebody who doesn't need to do that is Lazarus's Rossi, a real somebody with such a deep game knowledge, incredible amount of strategic knowledge about the game. I do slightly wonder with the Lazarus team whether or not Rossi and their coach Dino are kind of playing dueling banjos in terms of who it is who gets to make the strategy calls.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of that, but also Rossi with a move now for 6th place, and he takes it quite easily. Looked like a bit of damage there on RZM Chris's car as Rossi moves up into 6th, and now he looks forward to try and catch back up to Tesla.
That damage, just the aileron at the front, the little air brake poking up and down on that very innovative design of the Pagani Huayra. Rossi up to 6th, so a nice move from him. I wonder whether or not it's been forwards and backwards with Chris behind, because I know that Pagani is going to be stronger through the twisty sections, through the corners, and we're coming up to those twisty sections right now with that stadium complex you were talking about, Shay. Putting yourself in a driver's eye view, putting yourself in someone like Racer's seats here in 4th. What do you think when you're coming into a section like the stadium?
You look around, you take a moment to appreciate everything that's going on, and you know if you're going to make a pass, there's going to be a lot of photos of it because everybody has their iPhone out or their Android phone, whatever it is. Everybody's got the video ready and they're ready to make it viral. So if you've got an opportunity to make a show, you do it in the stadium section.
Absolutely awesome. What a arena for racing it is here at Hockenheim. Maybe we can sit back and listen in on that incredible twin-turboed engine of Williams Roadrunners Koenigsegg. Lap 5 and 9 here at Hockenheim, and it's the 3rd race. First match of the ForzaRC Invitational Series. $250,000 on the line for these teams, and they're fighting for that lion's share of it. We're not there yet, though. Just the online series just beginning. The first skirmishes, the first shots across the bow, and Williams Mitch. What a power player he has been so far today, Shay.
Driving in that Ford GT in the exotic GT category, a car designed to do one thing, Ali, to go out and win the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Contested there 4 times, and in its first, it did get that win back in 2016. It truly is a supercar, but a remarkable performance from the Ford GT, given that it's out there against cars like the Koenigsegg, designed to slow down in no time at all. It gets up to the top speed, but it also won awards for superior braking.
That's right, it's an incredible machine, that Koenigsegg, and don't mistake it. It looks like a top speed machine. It looks like something that will only work on a salt flat, but you put it on a track and it does pretty good there too.
Yeah, it does. It might not have the cornering ability that some of the other cars do, but for example, the Huayra was built for great braking and great cornering. The Koenigsegg was built just for the great speed and the great braking, but it's still holding its own as there's
wow, it's
contact.
Rossi sliding out on the way out of the final corner, and his teammate, seeing his teammate slide around there, Force One gives Chris a little tap. I wonder whether he was saying, "What are you doing? What are you doing to my team?" Rossi all over the track there, and I wonder how that worked out. I'm looking back through the ticket here, and no, Rossi, he's not in 8th, he's not even 9th, where is right back at the rear of this pack. Holy moly, Shay.
That was teammate contact too, Ali, as the Aston Martin of Chris was hit by the bikini of Chris. That was not as they planned it to go.
Well, 3 Ryze Motorsport machines here running beautifully close to each other, but Kiap Shay knows the risk here, and that, of course, is teammate-to-teammate contact, and there it is. There's the tap from the bottom left, and that was Chris just getting his Pagani into the rear of the Ford GT. These 3 drivers, they do give us edge of the seat action, Shay.
Ali, there is one rule in motorsport: do not hit your teammate. These guys have not had teammates before. Perhaps they didn't know that rule, but guys, don't hit your teammate. What are you doing out there?
How did I know you weren't about to give them a glowing review, Shay? It sounds as though you're starting to look at like the RZM team and think maybe there's some improvements that can be made.
Ryze can rise from the ashes of this race. I believe in them, but come on. I feel like I should sit them down and say, okay, I realize you don't have a coach this week because your driver is one of your coaches, but guys, do you ever watch racing? Do you ever watch Williams and see how they're winning these things?
That's right.
They're not hitting each other. The good news is, though, Ali, at least the cars are painted the same color. You won't be able to see the paint from the other cars on your car.
It's true, it just fills in all the scratches. You're right. They'll mostly buff out.
I need a little bit of orange here. Can you come hit me on my right rear quarter? Thanks,
right.
buddy.
Thanks so much. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. LZR races. We're back in this fight for 3rd place. Williams Roadrunner has been holding back the Porsche of races. Well, for the whole of this race, but also these two have had some close races in previous matchups as well. I remember specifically last race at Silverstone. Racers got ahead of Roadrunner early and managed to hold that lead. I wonder if it's about momentum here. You have to break Roadrunner early on.
Well, Roadrunner never really made his way back up to the podium in that. It was the 2 Porsches running around together. His handicap was right behind Racers. Now, Racers is sitting off the podium. The handicap is up there in 2nd. But Chris getting 5-second penalty for the contact there.
5
so
seconds.
It's worse. You hit your teammate, that's bad enough. You hit your teammate and get a penalty for it, that's really bad. You hit your teammate and get a 5-second penalty. You might as well take your headset off and go home at this point.
That's right, poor old Chris. I wonder if it was for his teammate contact or for the contact with LZR Rossi coming out of the last corner. So I saw that as well. Spun Rossi round all the way back to last place and really dashed Lazarus's hopes of putting up a good challenge against Williams here. Really, Lazarus were the only thing standing between us and pure Williams domination, as Flipmo was talking about earlier on.
It is nice to see Williams dominating, though.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. It
makes a change.
Exactly. A team not necessarily associating with winning lately, but just hearing that penalty now was actually for a different hit, so that's the good news. It doesn't come down to teammate-on-teammate violence. As we ride on board with Bull, still sitting in last place for the 20-year-old Brazilian who is a student, and the rule breaker has been very, very patient today, and he's not been somebody we've talked about. I'm impressive from the maturity we've seen from Bull.
It's interesting, isn't it? The progression of a driver over their career, how their character changes. I wonder, you often see these very young drivers new to competition who are a bit fiery out there, and sometimes there's a bit of a lull, a period where they don't succeed quite as much as they used to, but they don't get in the trouble they used to either. Yeah. And then you build up to real success and real form. It's
teenagehood. It's going from being a toddler, you learn how to walk, you go to a little bit of elementary school, and then you hit your rebellious phase, and then you grow out of it. Right, Ellie? You grew out of your rebellious phase?
I never grew out of it.
No, I
Shay.
didn't think so.
Yeah,
You're still in toddler, aren't you?
I'm still listening to that rock and roll. Here we are, third place, Williams Roadrunner. We've had a look at this battle throughout this race, and well, I can't see a way that races can get through. I know that he's right up against the rear of Roadrunner's bumper, but with these two drivers, without teammate help, without anything else changing, I just can't see how races can sneak a move here.
Well, Roadrunner doesn't need the third place points for Williams to move on, have an opportunity to better their best score.
Okay.
Racers needs the third place points because this is it for Lazarus in round 1. But Williams wants to get the best possible score they can here, just in case the next time out, if the competition's a bit more stiff. I mean, we know that Red Bull's coming towards Williams. That's going to be a good competition, and it's been a very lopsided points distribution so far. That said, Racers has nothing to lose because he has 1 lap left.
1 lap remaining, and Tesla has a little look at Force 1 on the way into that first corner, the little fast right-hand kink that these drivers have been bouncing their cars over the curbs of. Such high curves here at Hockenheim. Force 1 holds Tesla back though for now and keeps those precious points for LZR. As you say, Shay, all the points will be locked for the LZR team and for every team that doesn't move forward. So they need everything that they can get, everything they can salvage here in the final race. Back on board with Chris, who's been a bit of a naughty boy this race and is just following his teammate home at this point.
All 3 of them, 7th, 8th, and 9th for Ryze Motorsport. It's not a great end of the day, but at least they're going to make it home. Maybe they're going to do...
Another touch, I think. Chris there, wide at the head. I didn't see the entrance to it, but where his car was positioned, it looked like it had a helping hand to run that wide.
No damage to the back, though, so maybe it was just losing rear grip, maybe breaking rear traction. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt at this point, Allie.
Williams Mitch, third drive of the day, third win of the day as he comes through the double right-hander here at the end of the Hockenheim circuit, and what an incredible performance from an absolute, a hair, we have to call him a hair, the person strategically placed to win races and has delivered on that investment, delivered on that promise, and Williams will be ecstatic with that. FRF handicap crosses the line to take second place. Williams Roadrunner will hold on for that last place on the podium, and Racers gives up, gets into the pit wall and gives his teammates a little bit of a wave as he goes on past. What an awesome third race, Shay.
That really was. What a great comeback from Roadrunner, too, because he was somebody that we talked about in the first race, not so much in the second race, but he made sure that we were talking about him in the third one. I'm gutted for Lazarus and what happened to them over the course of the race with Rossi getting taken out.
That's right.
That's a huge momentum shift. And as we were just talking about, the points that you walk away from today, if that's it, that's all you get from round 1. Well, when you're up against Williams, and it's such a powerhouse move, I mean, more than 100 points for them on today. When we see the score tallied up, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Incredible.
How are you supposed to compete when you're in a group with them? You walk away with 30 points and you feel like, I did good.
Well, let's face it, Shay, we've got 13 teams in the online section of this competition, and only 8 are going to make their way into the offline playoffs. At the end of this, only the very best can move forward. And, you know, we're looking at people like Williams out there dominating, smashing it. Yeah, right now they're able to do that, but, well, a little bit later in this series, it's going to be the very top against the very top.
Exactly, and we've only had match 1. We still have so many more to come, and you think about what we're going to see in match 2. 3 different teams for Williams to go up against. Can they continue this dominant streak? Can they continue taking all the points away? Because if they don't, we've got teams who, for example, let's just say a number out of my head, 26 points to Lazarus from today. Well, if we go into the next round and 3 teams are walking away with 40 points, that already puts Lazarus in a hole.
23, 4.
It's totally just numbers, just spewing numbers. It's like cricket for me. I have no idea what goes on in cricket. I just hear numbers.
That's right. That's right. Well, I'm not ready yet, though, quite to move on from that third race. It was too cool. I think somebody who we haven't maybe given the credit that he deserves yet is Williams Roadrunner. First race, it was pretty obvious. Second place, 1-2 for Williams. Yeah. But it was those consistent performances that he put in. 5th and then 3rd in the second and third race, Shay, that really cemented this for the Williams team.
And it's ironic, too, because Roadrunner is the driver that I have the question mark next to as far as teamwork goes.
Wow.
Because that's something that he is really new to, and it's something that we've seen in the past, not his strongest attribute. So perhaps that's what Williams did, was to make him more important to the team effort and to sacrifice 7. How's 7 going to bounce back from this, though? Because Williams 7 has been at the back. I was going to say he's been nowhere, but he has been at the back for every race.
I mean, let's be real. I mean, Harmonic, talk to 7. Get on the phone to that guy.
Yes.
Because he is going to need a little bit of a confidence boost, I think, coming out of that first round. It's tough not to do well, but it's hard not to do well when your teammates are performing so strongly.
I don't actually know the answer to this, so I might be throwing you under the bus a little bit with it. Is it possible for the next round for them to switch the roles of Mitch and 7?
Wow.
Can they let 7 run away with 3 wins in the Ford GT?
Oh, I see. To give him that lovely moment. I don't think so, though. I think that car's built around Mitch. It's built for him, and that's the car that he's got to own for the whole 6 matches. So
they don't
sadly,
have time to do a seat fitting.
Yeah, there's no time to change.
Oof,
so
gosh.
7 up for 3 more matches.
I'm sorry,
adjudication granted. Adjudication not completed yet, but it looks like 7's going to be up for 3 more matches of that punishment.
They're going to need to send him something to make it through, like a nice cake or something.
A therapy animal, a support
therapy
animal.
cat would be great. Ooh, a stuffed animal just to sit right here. That would work.
Perfect.
The 24-year-old Frenchman who, he's 24. He can have a bottle of wine at the end of the day.
That's right. Yeah, true. Yeah, he can wind down. He can wind down later on. So hopefully 7, you get a moment later on in the day to forget the first 3 races of this competition. Although you won't want to forget the incredible performance of your team. Shay, there are 3 other teams out there on track. We might not have noticed. We didn't spend a lot of time looking at them because they didn't too as well. But out of the 3 other teams, out of Ryze Motorsport, Lazarus, and FRF, who stood out for you as maybe the second runner, the clear second there? Or was there none?
There wasn't a clear second. I wouldn't go as far as to say that, but the team that was the most surprising, the team that we declared the underdogs before things even began, the Brazilian team, Fast Racers Forza, they're the ones who really came to the front, particularly with the drive that we saw from Handicap. He just was consistent in the Porsche. He was comfortable in it. Didn't matter the track conditions. He was able to outdrive the other Porsche, specifically at Hockenheim. That was a very impressive performance.
Yeah, that was a super impressive performance. I was really disappointed to see Rossi spinning in that final race as well, because I think Rossi and this format are like they're perfect for each other. Bread and butter.
There you go. Horse
and carriage. All those nice things. They're perfect for each other because he's got such a deep game knowledge. He's so quick to adapt to different cars. So yeah, a real shame for Rossi.
I completely agree, and I feel like the race results might look a little bit different if Rossi hadn't been taken out so early. But let's have a look at them now.
Yeah, here we go. So Mitch will take that win, at least provisionally, and you can see Handicap second across the line. The only thing standing between Williams and that 1-2 finish. 7 way back in 11th, Shay. And who stands out to you? RZM, I guess, all 3 together.
Chris with 4 positions gained.
Wow.
That is a big move from the driver who started right at the back of the grid.
Yeah.
But the fact that RZM, all 3 of their cars together, all 3 of their drivers together on the track, which was not a good thing, let's be honest about that, that's pretty staggering. It tells a good story. It wasn't a bad day for Lazarus, though. You look at 4th, 5th, and 10th before everything else is factored in. That's a good result from the team that was struggling to try and get second.
All right, well, let's check out the penalties in that second race and see who got penalised. Just one being handed out. It's a 5-seconder for Chris, who's going to tumble down the order. I think that would be to do with the collision we saw there with Rossi. We chatted a little bit about it. Maybe, you can never give the time back to the person disadvantaged in motorsport, but that might feel okay for Rossi. He did at least get past Chris.
No, that doesn't do it for you. If you're a race car driver, there's one thing you want, and that's vengeance. You don't want a penalty for somebody else because that doesn't give you back what you lost. You want brutal, brutal vengeance.
Well, there's no chance for it. No 4th race. So Rossi and Chris, a score unsettled as we head further on into the championship. Final points up on the screen there, and you can see Mitch is going to take that 20, Handicap with the 15, and just 12 for Roadrunner in 3rd. It's those top points, Shay, that I think we've really seen. That's been how Williams has succeeded here. There are a lot more points for the winning, and the gap back to second is much higher than the gap in the mid-pack.
There's 20 points for first. There are 10 points for fourth. So even though Lazarus had a good race with 2 of their 3 drivers, the third one being taken out, you're still coming home with less than half as many from both of your drivers as one guy got. That's not a good feeling.
All right, well, match 1 is all wrapped up and in the books, and there's so much to unpack. Let's head on over to the analysts and find out a little more.
Well, 3 races down. Our first match almost complete once we get you all the fancy points and everything. We're back at the analyst desk, and we're going to hop right into some replays, actually, of that last race, because there was so much for us to go ahead and track of what went down, well, on the track. Particularly, if we're starting things off, we're looking at FRF and what they were able to do differently, especially if you compare it to race number 1. It almost looks like a very different team here, doesn't it?
Keep in mind, this is a team that still has to fight for something. This is Tesla making some moves, or at least putting Force 1 on the back foot. This team still has to fight. If you're thinking ranking the seeds, they may be a last chance qualifier type team, Brian.
When you are putting someone like Force 1 under that kind of pressure, Force 1 already has a second worth of penalty here in this battle. I think Force 1 is on the edge here. He knows he's got some penalties, and Tesla, I should say, is doing exactly what he needs to be doing, continuing to pressure the faster driver.
His best performance right here, FRF Tesla of the day with a 6th place finish.
Because while, yes, you want to strive for that podium finish and be great within that particular race, these drivers have to think about the fact that it's 8 total weeks of competition. And when you're trying to get through those first 6 weeks, you don't want to be put in that last chance qualifier. So when it comes to that 6th place finish and what Tesla was able to demonstrate that he could do differently this time around, then what was it that was so prized about him in his performance here?
Huge boost of confidence. He's got to have that right now. And when he's not racing right any later today, going into next week, he's got to be happy about that.
Really consistent too. Remember, he had a 7th place finish in the first race, 7th in the second race, and 6th in the first. You can't. That's almost as consistent as you can be. Obviously, handicap's the star of this team, it feels like, but Tesla's pulling the right amount of weight.
All right. Well, I am happy to say we're going to have our final match results to know who will be moving on into our second match that we have lined up. And I think we all got a pretty hefty feeling. We got one person racking in all of these points with 60 and 107 for Williams Esports in total. They definitely earned that spot.
Mitch by himself almost outscored Lazarus. 5 points away. If it had just been Mitch, he could have almost beaten the Lazarus team in total. Incredible.
Now, how about FRF jumping Ryze there? FRF earned it, in my opinion, and Ryze almost kind of fell apart, too.
Well, that's the thing. It's not just a matter of FRF doing well. You look at lap 6. Ryze had an opportunity to work collectively as a team, but that's not what happened, was it?
No. It's this is a team that ironically finished 7th, 8th, and 9th. In any other match race, they would have gotten a boost out of that. But in the third round, that does you no good. You're going for the points, and you've got to work together.
Now, they'll be back. They'll have an opportunity to race. I say focus and look forward to their next round.
This is just our first week, after all, of our Invitational series. But the thing is, Williams Esports, they have put their name on the map. And with coaches being a huge part of what we've got going on, I think it's about time we talk to the coach himself. Harmonic is the one that has been steering the wheel behind the team of Williams Esports. So let's go ahead and hear from the coach. We luckily have an interview all lined up to give some insight to the audience. So there we go, Harmonic right on our screen. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, especially after that result. How's everybody doing over there?
Oh, well,
Great.
We're doing pretty fabulous, getting to watch what you and the rest of the team were able to bring together. And the first thing I want to ask you is, clearly there was a prioritization on teamwork, not just on the road, but some prep that went in beforehand. So when preparing for this Invitational series, how much of an emphasis did you put on that compared to just sheer driving skill?
Well, when we saw that it was a team event this year, obviously priority number 1 was teamwork. That's what's going to win you races or get you the most points and get you to events. So all of our decisions that we made were with teamwork in mind, and I'm glad to see that it paid off today.
What about the car selections and the builds? Because there was a lot of power put behind Mitch specifically.
So we saw that in testing, Mitch was consistently just that little bit quicker, so we thought that putting him in the strongest car was the best option. And then in the other groups, we determined what the best cars were for the rest of the drivers, and then from there, we determined where the PI was best spent to get the most amount of points in a race.
Now, Harmonic, you yourself are a very experienced driver, so you have that capability of putting yourself in their shoes, but you have a whole new responsibility this time around when it's up to you to talk to them, to bring them through mentality-wise. So what are some of the types of things that you said to the drivers throughout each of these races, specifically Seven, since he was getting a bit separated from the rest of his team pack?
So we kept communications fairly limited. I didn't want to keep breathing down their necks while they're trying to put in laps. So I let them do their thing and only told them super important things that were happening on track. And as far as Seven goes, he's actually, I would say he was the most important player of the team today. He, the way we built his car, it set it a little bit farther behind the other cars, but he was still just as quick as every other car in his division. And that extra PI that we took away from that car let us put it on Roadrunner and Mitch's cars, and that's what got us such outstanding results today.
Well, my last question for you is the results are in, you are moving on into the next match, but that also means you are making a statement for Williams Esports throughout this entire Invitational series. So what does it mean to you having such a strong start in week 1 of 8?
So the best part of this was that we found out what works, some things that didn't, but we also know how much luck can affect our results. We definitely had some things go our way in races 1 and 2. And also because of our performance this week, we have another match coming up just in a bit that'll let us test the waters a bit further on strategy. So that'll definitely help us in the rounds to come.
Well, thank you, Harmonic. It was great hearing from you, and best of luck to you and your team going into the second match of the day. Man, it's always cool to get to hear from the coaches themselves because they have so much insight. And one thing in particular he said, he actually kept communication pretty limited during the game. So what do you think was some of the reasoning behind that and trying to keep the even cool keel?
My guess is these guys are all clinical. They are very measured in how they approach Forza and how they approach racing. This was a decision they made early on. I would have expected that maybe Harmonic would have been in 7-0 a little bit because we know 7, we saw it in chat that he's getting a bit upset about what's happening to him in those races. But it sounds like he just wanted them to do their best work on the field and not get in their heads.
Cool.
Remember, he was a late addition to this team, and these guys have driven together all summer. So he's here really just to give him that extra coaching, help him out with the math, things they don't see. They're plenty of skilled driver on their own.
Yeah.
We've had a moment to get to see what's happened. Our first match is in the books. So before we set off into a break into our second half of this broadcast, I just want to hear your thoughts on how the first match went down today in the Invitational Series.
It's what we talked about at the very top. We are doing things differently this time around. We've got strategy in mind. We've got coaches who are coaching these guys, and in some cases, replacing them as drivers. So there's a new layer here that I think we're seeing unfold. We've seen the very beginnings of it here. Harmonic was talking about the fact that we learned a lot here in match 1. We're going to apply those learnings to match 2. The wheels are turning in all of these drivers' heads. It's fascinating to watch.
To me, the boost upgrades, it's too difficult. I think that's awfully hard to interpret mid-race. I saw a lot of racing today. Will we see that in the next match?
All right. Well, I think we have a lot to break down after that and a lot to prepare for with our second match of the day. But first things first, with everything new that we brought to the table with the Invitational Series, we of course want to know your feedback. So make sure you head over to ask.ms/ForzaRC survey to share with us your thoughts on the broadcast. You can also find that link in chat to go to it directly. And don't forget, we do have a poll going with the liveries that you have seen earlier. Who do you think was the most important painter? Go ahead and vote and let us know. But when we return, we will learn more not just about match number 2, but things like the Mellis Show and Forza Monthly.
Oh.
If you're wondering what that is, you're going to have to stay tuned. So everybody grab a soda pop or whatever rocks your socks, and we'll be right back. Hey everybody, welcome back to the ForzaRC 2019 Invitational Series. My name is Lazarus and I'm here to make sure you don't get lost anywhere on the track or in the broadcast. And we're actually switching things up a little bit for the second half with a new face and an old one. And I mean that as a familiar face.
I know what you mean.
Wow.
I know what you mean. It's fine. Let's address the elephant. No, go ahead.
Welcome back, Meckberg.
Thank
And
you.
then this time around, we're having Mellish here on the desk. So how's everything been going while you were watching match one?
Man, I was so like getting pumped up watching that first match. It was so good to be in the back room. No one was shouting, like, you know, cheering or anything like that. But I was
Very
silent.
quiet.
I was silent.
Intense.
I was doing it with the keyboard in the medium of tapping on the keyboard, so it was good.
Yo, sometimes, honestly, that is the best type of excitement, where it's just all...
Hold up.
Yep,
That's
all
right.
You can feel the heat radiating
That's right.
almost. I was wondering why
Steam
it got a
coming
little
off
hot
his
in
head.
here.
Love it.
Literally.
But one thing, kind of looking back at everything, I also want to remind everyone to go ahead and vote in the chat for the poll that we got going on for most important painter. We also have that survey available for you to go ahead and fill out, which is the ask.ms/ForzaRC survey, or aka.ms, pardon me. And that's where you can find that in the chat as well, so you don't have to memorize every letter like I was forced to. Just kidding, guys. But we really do want to hear your feedback here on the broadcast. But moving on from that, Mellish, so looking at the teams, we'll be talking on those in a moment, but you have something very particular that you're here to talk about in the second half, some kind of show, I believe?
Yeah, no, I've been graced with the opportunity of creating my own show, you know, with the help of a lot of people, a lot of mechanics with it. It's going to be a midweek show. It's kind of like a pit stop, really, between one week to the next, kind of where you can recap of what you've seen, what's coming up next week, and then maybe a bit of like sneak peek going into the weeks after that as well, which is kind of interesting.
I've actually heard you have a larger goal for this show.
Yeah, no, I have one goal. The ulterior goal is to get Ali to get rid of all his steering assists. I feel he could do a lot better. I feel like his performance is being hindered by the fact he just cannot drive.
Move him into manual transmission. That's what we want.
Like, he thinks automatic's the way forward. He's got this kind of millennial attitude about it. Like, I don't need to change gear. The car does it for me. I want to remove that from him.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm being honest, based on your photo and that, I thought that your ultimate goal was to beat Meckberg's beard.
Oh, I couldn't beat that. I think his wife would disagree too.
Yeah, and that picture, if we could bring that picture up
No,
again. I mean,
no, dude,
I love
we
that
glossed
picture.
over that.
It shows off the beard. I think there's some digital manipulation here.
Oh, God.
Looks like a baby's head turned upside down, but it's really good. I like it. I like the picture.
Well, just moving away from the picture, I want to say that this is a point, an opportunity for the rest of the community to get involved as well. I'm interested in what people think, not just about the teams that are driving and the drivers that are driving, but people to get involved in kind of the paint side of things, building the cars, and just, you know, adding to their knowledge of the game already.
So that's something that everyone's going to be able to tune in on Wednesdays at 8 a.m. Pacific time. But I know I've been hating on you enough. It's time for me to give you some love,
Let's
whether
do
it be for the beard or otherwise.
Thank you.
Because you also have another show that you're here to tell us about too.
Absolutely. We're just a few days away from Forza Monthly, the September edition of Forza Monthly. And guess what? We're doing it from Playground Games. Of course, Playground is the developers of the wonderful Forza Horizon series, and we are going to be celebrating the 1-year anniversary of Forza Horizon 4.
Oh, so exciting.
Heading over to the UK I haven't been there in years. Can't wait to go back and visit my buddies at Playground. We're going to bring you news about Forza Horizon 4. We're going to be talking about the Forza Racing Championship, Mellish's show, of course, as well, and all sorts of other new Forza news coming up as well. So it's our monthly show. Can't wait to do it.
Yep, we got the monthly show, we got the Mellish show, and we've got plenty of other shows for you too. So as far as the schedule for our upcoming week within the Forza universe and all of our broadcasts, that's right there on your screen right now. So as you can see, we are anything but short of content when it comes to Forza. So on the 23rd, that's when the Forza Monthly show will be coming for the September edition. You can see right there on that Wednesday segment, 8 a.m. with Mellish. On the 25th is that show. And then, of course, next Saturday, we'll be getting into our second week of the ForzaRC Invitational Series at 10 a.m. sharp Pacific time.
Wrapping up round 1.
Yeah, it's so crazy. It goes so fast.
It does. Goes
and
quick.
match 1 is done. but there are many matches across. So I think we need to touch on that for anybody that's tuning in for the second half of the day, how the series breakdown is going to be going overall. Because it is 8 weeks of competition with 13 teams that will be competing across them. That is 3 complete rounds that you have, and you can see on your screen right now, each of them being 2 weeks long. So round 1, for instance, will be taking place today and next Saturday. And Malish, we're already getting to see the full effect of that King of the Hill aspect and how that ends up working out into the series.
Well, the way that the format is that, you know, if you start in round 1, if you win, you can win all consecutive matches, and you don't get a total of your points, but you get 4 chances to get the best amount of points. I have to say, Williams already, I think they've already maybe achieved their best amount of points they're going to get going into round 2.
I tend to agree because they're going up against some heavy hitters here in match 2, and it doesn't get any easier next weekend as well. So if Williams continues to move forward, I think they have their best shot at scoring the most points here in round 1.
And talking to them behind the doors as well. You know, a lot of teams just kind of focus on the 3 tracks that they're initially driving. Williams have already prepared that, and they've already focused on Mugello, Spa, and the other track they're racing, I can't remember.
Lots of tracks here in the ForzaRC. As you can see, Williams Esports will be taking place in our second match here today, along with the other teams that we're about to introduce in just a moment. But this is your full round preview, where they do have the chance to potentially get even more rounds under their belt. But for match number 2, see, now you don't gotta remember it because we got it
right here.
Screen. Yeah. All 3 races with Mugello, Spa, and Nürburgring. I know some of us, I think we were having like a pronunciation match for that one during yesterday's rehearsal because it's just a lot of fun to say.
We got to get an umlaut on that U, that first U. We got to be proper here. Get an umlaut on that U.
Man, I did not know what that was called, so
the little
just
2 dots.
yeah, but that's what I call it. I call it the little 2 dots above the vowel.
Now
so.
we know.
You're just teaching me new things every single day, Brian.
Thank you.
But we want to return to the fact that we did have match number 1,
Yep.
and I got your general thoughts on kind of how things going on, but since you weren't here on the desk with us, I want to dive a bit deeper into that and how it aligned with your expectations before seeing how the action actually went down.
I think it went smoothly. Actually, I was quite surprised by Lazarus' performance, not so much Williams. Williams kind of hit the nail on the head for me. They were in line with what the community thought. They topped my poll. Lazarus came second, but didn't see a whole lot of Lazarus at all. They seemed like they were struggling. There was a bit of a commotion mid-race in the Nürburgring race. You saw 2 of the Lazarus boys get like entangled with RZM Chris. That's not something you can afford to do at all at any stage of the competition.
Remember what we were talking about? We were saying that Lazarus we think they have the best teamwork. Williams had the best pace. In match 1, pace won out. But they also had Harmonic seemed like he's doing a great job.
Yeah, Harmonic is such a strategist.
Yeah.
He is. I know he is. I'd hate to play battleships against him. I know I'd lose.
Yeah.
And I just think that that's what's kind of elevated them above the rest today. I was actually really surprised as well by FRF. They were pitched as underdogs. I thought they performed better than some of the other teams out there today.
Yeah, handicap leading the way, and Bolt struggled, but Tesla did what he needed to do for that team.
Well, they're not RZM taking each other out. So, I mean, that's one up already.
So of the 4 teams, Williams Esports are going to be the only one that we get to continue watching today. But we have 3 new teams to introduce to you because they're the ones that are going to be competing in these next 3 races. The first one being Team Highlands Racing, which is Rich, Virus, and Europa, but actually on your screen right now, that is Raging Dragon Esports, as we see with Kami, Chasmo, and Hydra. So their coach is going to be Major Kirchhoff, and this is probably one of the most diverse squads in terms of age, experience, language, nationality.
Yeah.
So how is that going to contribute to them making a splash?
Maybe also the team with the most question marks as well. 2 of the youngest drivers in ForzaRC history in Chasmo and Hydra.
Yeah.
And Kami's got a lot of experience. We saw him last year, but he's going to have to be the example for both those young guys.
He took a break away from Forza. You know, he's come back. I think he's got great leadership skills. He's got the experience underneath his belt. But for me, RDE, it's that lack of experience. You're going up against Rebel Racing, 30 plus years of experience. RDE, less than 10, you know, and they're the youngest we've ever seen at any competition in ForzaRC. I think that might be a big factor.
And that coach in Major Kirchhoff, we don't know a lot about Majors, so we're going to see they're being thrown into the fire here in match 2.
And maybe also on that as well, language barriers, you touched on it as well, is he doesn't speak very good English. How are you going to communicate if someone's got a penalty and stuff? I think that's going to kind of hinder them mid-race.
Experience, though, is no question with our next roster, because that's going to be Red Bull Racing, which anyone who's been following the scene is very familiar with. Lage, Box, and Venom, Coach Asic sitting behind the sidelines. So with having the most prized drivers, some of the best performances in the ForzaRC, how will their personalities play a factor in this format?
Ooh, I think it's all-star personalities. It's like an ego tug of war. I'm questioning. I love Asics, right?
Yep.
I've learned to love Asics, I have to say. But at the same time, like, has he got the ability to be able to control 3 people that all believe that they're the best? Who's going to concede and take that 3rd spot? Because only one person can take that 1st place. And I think that looking at the design builds, they've kind of all pitched in and go toward Lage. They've supported Lage with the PI points.
Yeah, that's the fascinating aspect with Red Bull. We know these guys have pace for days. These are 3 of the fastest drivers in ForzaRC
Absolutely.
history. Who's the Rossi of this team? Who's making those car build decisions and deciding who is making the car choices for the races as well? Asic seems like a guy that is very even-tempered. He's going to get along with everybody, but there's some ego here as well.
For our next team, though, kind of a different dynamic they're working with this week. With Team Highlands Racing, you have Rich, Virus, and Europa, but their coach, Sparky, will be stepping into that spot for Virus this time. Bit of a travel and stuff that got in the way. So another situation, Malice, just like we saw earlier with the coach taking the wheel.
I don't think that could have happened at a worse time. You've got an A-star driver. He's super successful. He doesn't really practice. He's not really part of the Forza community, but he just shows up at LAN events and dominates. That's the Virus way. But he's not here to compete. And I think that Team Highland Racing are actually depending on him just a little bit.
What I've heard about Sparky is he's a great strategist.
Yeah.
He's maybe doesn't have the pace as a driver as the other folks in the team. But here he is. He's having to sub in and do a little bit of everything as that coach. Once again, second time today.
And I think that also plays into the role of the team. You know, you as an independent, Virus is super critical, right? But now as a team strategy, you have to look at who you're getting in as your coach. You know, do they have the pace the same as the drivers? Probably not, but it has to be somewhat competitive. I just don't think Sparky's got it.
But with these 3 teams that are taking the track, remember Williams Esports will be making an appearance once again, and this is Roadrunner, Seven, and Mitch with the coach Harmonic that we got to get some words with earlier. What's that giggle about there?
I just love the fact that they got Harmonic. He gets straight to the point. I mean, I couldn't hear the interview. I wish I could have tapped into that. He gets straight to the point. You know, he says what he's on his mind, but you know, I think he has a problem of being professional with it sometimes. But it's his character that comes out, and I really find that enduring.
Well, Harmonic likes to get straight to the point. We're going to get straight to the race because it's race number 1 of our second match of the day. So, casters, bring us through with that lovely energy you've got.
All right, well, welcome back, and we're going to be heading into the first race of the second match here. Williams, earlier on, we saw do an amazing job, Shay. And as we move on to Mugello, our next track, do you think that maybe we're sort of heading toward the big boss here of the ForzaRC? Red Bull Racing, is that a new challenge for them?
For sure. They finally have somebody who at least has proven themselves in the past to be the best in the world. You've got Lage, you've got Box, and you've got Venom. Those are 3 drivers who in themselves are very strong. We've heard from the analysts that, well, you're going to have a pretty hard time deciding which one of them is the weakest link. But now for Williams, they've got that cushion. They've already established 107 points as their best total score. Now they have to go out and try and better that if possible.
Do you think they can? I don't know if they need to. I don't know if they can against this kind of competition. We'll see. We're going to Tuscany. Let's check out the track. It's Mugello, an amazing circuit, Shay, and an incredibly flowing ribbon of asphalt.
Really is 3.26 miles, 14 turns, and this is the private test track of Ferrari F1. This circuit, which was built in 1973, pretty much for the sole purpose of developing the Formula One machines with the prancing horse on the front. It is Italian pride here, and it's got possibly the best corner names in all of racing, with Arrabbiata 1 and 2 setting you up when you come through about halfway through the lap. We just love saying Arrabbiata.
Arrabbiata, yeah, got a delicious pasta.
penne
That's right.
arrabbiata.
Yeah, delicious meal and a very high-risk corner. That ultimate gambit of the 2. It's going to be an interesting race.
Yeah, can I just celebrate for a moment?
Right.
For the first time, we don't just have Aston Martins, we have a Viper. Yay, the beautiful V10 engine.
Some context here. Shay saw the car choices earlier on. She was like, where's my C7R at?
Yes.
Where's my Corvette?
Where's my Corvette? Okay, it's a car that came out in 2014, a race car with
Right.
a tremendous amount of success in the championship. 64 races contested so far since the merger back in 2013 of Grand Am and American Le Mans Series. 16 of those races have been won by the Corvette C7R that you have the opportunity to drive. Allie, Mellish, they've been educating me that not necessarily the best car in real life translates to be the best car in the game. But I've been waiting for somebody to do something different. I want to hear the sound of the V10 rumble. I missed the snake. So thanks, guys, for finally picking a Viper.
Well, there you go. I mean, I guess the short story is the C7R is kind of cool. Viper's cool too. That's the whole thing. We're heading into the race here. There's going to be a short moment before that with the coaches dialing in their strategies for the team. This is a moment that we give them to really work on how they want to deliver here in the first race. I think we've seen the difference of a really strong strategy and a weak strategy in that first round, Shay. Do you think that we're seeing like an OP strat, like something which is going to break the game?
I don't think we're seeing that Jeopardy moment where somebody comes in new and throws all the strategy out the window that's been established, because it worked for Williams, but I don't think it would work that way for Red Bull. They've already got Lage, who knows he's the best driver in the world at this. They don't need to give him the boost like they did to Mitch. And interesting that Red Bull Racing didn't choose to go with the ForzaGT. They chose the Porsche. So we are going to have a bit of difference when it comes to that exotic car category.
When you look at something like the Porsche 911 GT2 RS and you compare it to a Ford GT, how do the two match up for you?
In street car terms, there is no better car than the Porsche 911 GT2 RS. Plain and simple. You win the lottery, you go straight to your local Porsche dealership and you put in an order for one of those. You got quite a weight on the Ford GT in fairness. They're building them, but they're coming out a little bit slower.
There's a suitcase full of cash just under the table here from Leipzig,
Yeah, just waiting to go back to a champion Porsche when I get home and finally win the lottery. Miami Blue, by the way, guys, that's my color. You know it by now. But the Ford GT, it's a phenomenal race car. It was built to be a race car. The street car was just sort of designed after the fact. As a matter of fact, homologation rules needed, they had to build the street car in effect. But the Porsche, you can't argue with what comes out of Stuttgart, and especially with that kind of machinery. In real life, no question, I take the Porsche.
Let's also be real here. Mitch won those 3 races in the first heat in the Ford GT.
Yes.
That's the car that Red Bull Racing do not have, so this could be huge for their strategy there. Of course, it's not just Williams and Red Bull in this first race, so there's 2 other teams here.
Yeah.
We've got THR, and we've got the Raging Dragons Esports team. Out of those 2, of course, maybe they're coming into this as the underdogs. I think that's fair to say. How do you stack those 2 teams up, Shay?
THR is the one that's got the most potential for me. How is Sparky going to fill in as a driver? Because we've seen in the last match of races, driver, coach, the roles aren't necessarily as fluid as you would want them to be. How is Sparky going to adapt to that position? The 22-year-old from New Jersey, he's got a mind for strategy, but that doesn't necessarily translate to on-track ability. Can Sparky do better than 12th in every race? That's going to be the ultimate goal for him.
Well, so many storylines that we're going to be following along here in the first race at Mugello. We're going to be heading to the track any second now and getting into that race. It's an awesome run down to the first corner here at this track, and a long one as well. Lots of time for drafting before we're into a tight right hairpin, and you can see here Box picking his braking moment, and THR Rich is up the inside. Does not want to be refused any track space to touch with Mitch though, and Box is up into 4th. Massive though, Shay. This is the first time in a few races now that Mitch hasn't led the way.
Yeah, and where's Roadrunner? Roadrunner's not ahead of him either.
Wow.
This is the first time that we've seen Mitch out by himself. So he's got to really keep his head down to try and get around Europa. Next target up online for him in that Pagani. It's going to be an interesting opportunity here. Pagani, excuse me.
Panini. Delicious.
Hey, we are in Italy.
We're in Italy.
We are in Italy.
Here at Mugello, I think there'll be a tasty panini out there somewhere. Williams Roadrunner, we're on board with him. I want to call out though, leading this race right now is Hydra. Where'd you come from, buddy?
That's what
amazing
a V10
move.
Does for you there,
That's what
buddy.
a V10 does for you.
That's what that does.
Sling it around the outside. It's a pretty gutsy move there from Hydra. And I mean, it works though. Good for him. Up in the lead of the race. Right, here we are on board with Red Bull Racing's Lage. this guy is about as big as the ForzaRC, Shay. Let's talk all about him.
24-year-old from France. He's been playing this game now for 11 years. His hero is Lewis Hamilton, but his favorite kind of car is a Pagani. So this is a match made in heaven for Lage as far as it goes. He has a principle, though: win or bust. So the best news in the world for Red Bull Racing Esports, he's winning right now.
He's got 2 cars chasing him down in the form of THR Europa and Williams Mitch running 2nd and 3rd. We've hopped back to Williams 7, who's just inside of that top 10 with the, I love those little aerodynamic flaps on the Pagani flapping around there for RDE Cami. And wow, look at that top end on Williams 7's Aston Martin. This has been his issue throughout the first match, and it's writ large here in match 2. He's taken the problems with him. No top end on that Aston.
No, and Rich doing the same move that he did the lap before on box, this time to RBR Venom. So maybe he's just got something out for the blue cars out on the racetrack, but that was quite the situation. I missed it there. Was Williams 7 accidentally chained to a post down the front straight? Is that why he was going so slowly?
That's right, yeah. I think he was just using half the throttle that time round.
Yeah.
I didn't want to throw the whole game away. I will say that 7 is keeping incredible pace with his equivalent in the Red Bull team, and that's in the form of Venom, also running the Aston Martin just up ahead. And if we want to talk about these 2 dominant teams in the form of Williams and Red Bull battling it out here, they're monitoring that battle between Venom and 7 is actually a really good way of telling who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, for sure, because it's not the points at the top end of the field that we're really worried about right now, with Lage out in front running away with that massive bonus, but it's back for the minor positions. 1 point here or there can be the difference at the end of the day.
And let's remember Harmonic's words when we were interviewing him in the halftime, team coach for the Williams team, and he came out and said, 7, this driver who's bringing home 11th places, bringing home 8th place performances, we're calling him out as disappointed, but he's saying this is the heart and soul of our team. This is the driver that we need. So I love to hear that. I love to hear that 7's getting the support that he needs. At the same time, you can sugarcoat it any way you like. It's not nice to lose, Shay.
Oh, it's not nice to get passed like that for Williams 7 as the Team Highlands driver in the Porsche comes around the outside of him as they come through the intersection of this track and then back onto the front straight. That's a rough day as THR Rich, he's been a bit elbowy so far in the race. He's had quite a bit of side-to-side contact. He just passes everybody like they are standing still down the front straight, though.
THR Rich, he's not had a huge amount of extra PI given to his Porsche. I will say, though, this 911 is the most powerful Porsche 911 ever to exist as he muscles his way up the inside of Venom there, who I wonder might feel a little bit aggrieved at how that pass went down.
Yeah.
The power of this 911 is absolutely unbelievable. So many horses underneath of that, well, coming out of that engine.
And that is why you take your suitcase of money straight to the Porsche dealership and buy nearly 700 horsepower stock off the showroom floor. But for THR Rich, he's a young man, 26 years old, out of England. He's very good at working alone, and we're seeing that, but teamwork, a new element for him. And clearly he's very good at driving fast laps when nobody else is out on the track, because there's a lot of damage on the left and right side of that Porsche.
Huge amount, a lot of damage as well on the McLaren 720S. We're looking out on here. It's Raging Dragons Esports' Chasmo that we're looking back over the shoulder of. Chasmo, a driver who's new to the ForzaRC.
Yes, this is the test of maturity for Chasmo. He's 16 years old from England, so he was born after the millennium happened, just to make us feel a little bit older there, Ali. But Chasmo,
no idea what you mean.
Yeah, his favorite car, interesting though, Land Rover Discovery Mark II. So I
like that.
It's different.
I like it. I mean, Chasmo, you know, sitting out there in a McLaren 720S and just wishing the day away that he could be in a good old Land Rover, driving the kids out to Bodrum for the evening. Chasmo.
He would be one of those kids being driven out, though. He's only 16, Ali.
That's true. He wouldn't quite manage that yet.
He is from Bedfordshire, which tends to push out some good race car drivers. Cough, Nick Tandy, 2015 overall Le Mans winner. So that's got to be a feather in Chasmo's cap.
All right, lap 4 of 8. Let's get serious, Shay. Let's get serious here at the Forza Racing Championship. It's Mitch up against RBR Lage, 2 epic titans of this sport. Lage, first seed in 2018, and Mitch just third seed, I believe, there is so little between these two.
Liège in the Agira, that's a very interesting matchup against the Ford GT. Both of these cars pretty much built to do one thing, go fast and brake well. As Williams gets the look down the inside alley, can he get it done? No.
Right, a tap as well in the Arrabbiata. And that, for me, looked like Liège almost giving a brake check there on the apex.
Yeah, he stood it up in the middle of the corner. That's a place where you would naturally accelerate, and Liège didn't. But look at the gap that it created there. Back to the Ford GT, that did exactly what Liège needed it to. He was trying that out, Ali, for the last lap.
He was giving it a look, wasn't he? You can see Mitch was experimenting as well. I think he'll be looking at the rear end of that Koenigsegg in the same way that one might look at the rear end of a donkey from the rest of this race, because it is bound to buck.
Pin the tail on it? Is that where you were going with that one?
Well, either that or steer well clear of it. Mitch here in the Ford GT doing a great job to keep up to speed with Liège. The Ford GT, a very slow car to accelerate, but I think it does have the legs on the top end.
It does, and it's a turbo engine, so it does get better the longer you keep the pedal down to the metal, so that will be a big difference, but also twin turbo as far as the Koenigsegg goes. So 5-liter V8 engine versus the 3.5-liter V6, but the EcoBoost feature on the Ford means that he's getting better mileage at least.
Right, so lap 5 of 8. First race we've seen Red Bull racing out here in the championship, Shay. And for me, I think what I'm learning and what I'm taking from this is that Williams and Red Bull have come into this competition with the same strategy. Boost one driver and have the other two at the very bottom. So put all of your resources behind one driver, Mitch or Liège, and the other two have to basically fend for themselves.
The other thing that both of these teams are doing is thinking ahead, Ali, because Williams came in today planning to go to Mugello, planning to go on as the races continued. They weren't thinking about winning one set of races, one match. They were thinking about winning all of them. That's clearly what Red Bull has done too, because with Box in the Porsche, currently in 4th, by the way, so he's holding his own down there, and then Venom down in the Aston Martin, clearly able to fight, even though he's down at the bottom end of the field. It's been a very even spread of their talent.
It has, incredibly even. Venom here doing a good job. You can see just behind him, Williams 7 hasn't managed to find his way through that battle we were talking about earlier on, is one that's just very strategic. Venom versus 7, these two really representing their teams in the rear part of this pack, as Venom gets very, very gutsy there on the brakes. It's going to pay off with a double overtake. Beautiful move from Venom, and he's an implacid person, doesn't show a lot of emotion, but perhaps a wry smile will be crossing his face as he comes around the back of lap 5.
Sorry, Ali, 21 years old from Bloomingfield, Illinois. He is going to be very happy to have gotten that pass done, and it all stemmed from Rich going a bit wide, locking up under braking and opening the door as he blocked 2 cars. Venom slipped through up into the top 10.
Well, the ideal for Venom would have been that he would have gotten himself a little bit of a buffer, got himself a gap between himself and Williams 7, but no such luck. 7 attached himself to the rear bumper, grabbed onto his coattails, and pulled himself along with him. Here we are back on the straight, and whoosh, the power of that Porsche, the power of that Koenigsegg comes into action, and those positions start flowing backwards again. Chasmo has a look with the 720S, excuse me, not the Koenigsegg, the 720S, and has to settle for 10th. So one position made net there by Venom.
We should also give a shout out because the Huayra is all the way up in the 3rd position in the hands of Europa. And we haven't seen very much of that as far as the Hypercar division goes today. So that is a huge doff for the cap as well for Team Highlands Racing.
Beautiful. So THR put so much of their pre-race time and pre-race resources into Europa, a driver who did a great job in 2018. I mean, thinking back and looking at that character, Shay, what do you make of Europa?
He's impulsive in his driving. He's still young, a student, 22 years old, out of England, but Europa's very much an intellect. You get it from the name even. He has an obsession with astronomy, very much likes Jupiter, and took his handle after the planet, the moon that circles the planet Jupiter. So very interesting young man, but he does need to learn how to keep those impulses in check. Done a great job of that today, I have to say.
A beautiful job. Williams 7 there with a little bit of a slide. We're hearing that Hydra has taken a 5-second penalty for avoidable contact. You can see him running 5th in this race. a little bit further up from this battle that we're watching right now.
But Lage got a warning for the exact same thing, for
Wow.
avoidable contact. So that gives you an inclination of just how close can Williams-Mitch get in that Ford GT and perhaps lure Lage into another penalty-inducing mistake.
I can almost guarantee that that penalty was given for that brake check moment through Arrabbiata 1. We saw how close Mitch was throughout that section of the track, and Lage really just got on the brakes, bumped him on the rear, and brought about 5 car lengths worth of advantage from that moment. It's been the story of Lage so far this race, who's had the lead since the start, but a lot of pressure put on him and not walking away with this at all.
How about Europa's rearview mirror, Alex? They just got a little bit busier as now Box is coming into the picture. Red Bull Racing could wind up with a 1 and 3 as we still have 2 laps to go. And Box is a quiet young German whose enemy is Williams 7, so he'll love reminding everybody that he is way far further up the charts than 7.
All right, well, on with Williams 7's teammate here and the much celebrated Mitch. A yellow card already handed out to Lage here. He's been given a warning. So Mitch can he can ask an awful lot of the car ahead. It's going to change the way, I think, Shay, that he approaches this battle.
He got a great run out of that complex of corners, and now Mitch looking. Do I go the inside? Do I go the outside? Which way do I push Lage? Because it's not going to take very much for the Frenchman to be lured into making a mistake. It's England versus France right now. This is a battle of the English Channel. Ali, you might not be able to go back home after this one.
Look at these two weaving down the straight, trying to get Mitch out of his slipstream there, Lage, but Mitch was having none of it, followed along. There's a lot of top end in that Koenigsegg leading the way, driven by the 2018 world champion. But Mitch will be able to close up throughout the corners. This is going to be a fascinating battle. I only want to watch this for the rest of the race. It's awesome because I think this could be a changing of the guard moment, Shay, if Mitch can get out there and really put it onto Lage.
First last year versus third last year, with second last year in 4th position, by the way. So clearly a very strong grid as we're going through, but Europa has to worry about Box behind him. This battle for the lead refuses to go away, but all Mitch needs to do is wait patiently for the right opportunity. Does he possess that ability, though, Ali? Can he stay patient, or is it all going to come up to fruition too soon?
Find out. These two awesome cars, the beautiful liveries as well, painted on there. AB Graphics, of course, putting together the Red Bull Racing liveries, and how great does that Koenigsegg look? So colourful, bright, vibrant. We have an amazing community here on Forza Motorsport 7, and just doing an amazing job. We're coming in through the last little section of corners here, and Shay, this is that moment when you were calling out Mitch as having a little advantage through the chicane.
This is where Mitch needs to keep his foot down. He needs to keep the finger flat on the button and don't give any hint of a lift on accelerating out of the final complex of corners. You've got this long left-hander with an increasing radius, actually. It tightens up and you need to hit the later apex before you hit the soon one. Can it change?
There it is. That's the power down on the Koenigsegg, and off into the distance will run Lage, who takes victory. Says, all right, Mitch, you can have 3 in match 1. But I'm back now, and I'm going to be taking wins all the way through this second match and putting you back in your place. Red Bull Racing take the win, and wow, Williams will be reeling.
They will be upset, but they'll also be a bit grateful, Ali, because now they've had a little bit of fun. They've been really challenged out there, and they need to go back and reassess. Hey, maybe we do need to give that Ford a bit more help. We really shouldn't have listened to Ali in the first first set, you know.
Right, exactly. I mean, you were saying earlier on, like, they built their cars for 2 matches. They wanted to take the win in match number 1. That was always their plan, because how OP was Mitch in those first 3 matches. He didn't need all that speed, didn't need all that power.
No.
It's only useful now.
Exactly, and now is when he needs it more because you're going up against Lage. You need to take down the giants, and you only do that by building yourself up, and that's exactly what they've done with the Ford GT, a great car to begin with, and they've seen something in the rules. You've got Hypercar, you've got Exotic, and you've got Forza GT. We thought most of the advantage would come from Forza GT in terms of the Ford. It has, but they have seen a difference at Red Bull Racing, and they're going with a different strategy.
Really, really interesting. And that different strategy is in the shape of that Porsche 911, the GT2 RS, driven by Box there, who actually brought it up, I think, to 4th place in the end, if I remember rightly. This is obviously before adjudication. A good run from Box there, not shining, but sparkling a little bit.
He did have a little bit of the sparkle going on. Did Box when you look at it, you're trying to get as many points as you can. On paper, 1st, 5th, and 9th.
Right.
That's where you start. That's where you should finish because your car is fast, and then you've got 3 other like cars in the category. The challenge is to try and get the cars that aren't in that same class around the faster cars. Box did that. Box ticked that box, and he got around one car that was faster than he was in theory.
That's right, he did.
But not a faster driver than him.
A good run. You're right. You're absolutely right. I think one of the really interesting things that we're seeing here playing out, and why we're sticking so much and talking so much about Williams and Red Bull, is that these two teams have really kind of got it right in a sense for how much we know about the competition. Their strategies are very similar.
Very, very much so. And one of the things that's really shining with Williams that really stuck out in the last set of matches, and this one, the good coaching. If you've got somebody to be the voice of reason, to say, guys, remember, bigger plan. It's going to be okay, Williams 7. You're going to get a lot of thanks. You're going to get a lot of retribution.
That's right.
And the next time we come through, maybe you're not going to be in the slowest car, so just be the team player. Mellish has been saying it all weekend. You're only as good as your weakest car in the field. That's exactly what Williams managed to nail, and that's what we're seeing Red Bull now do the same.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. A couple more teams in that race, though, of course, as I said before. THR and Raging Dragons Esports. A strong run there. I think especially Europa, if I remember rightly, was running quite well.
He finished 3rd. He crossed the line in 3rd position. A very solid performance. How about the straight line speed of Rich? We're going to Spa next time out.
Yeah.
He's going to be pretty darn near unstoppable on those long straights.
Got a tachyon collider in the back of that Porsche, I think. A warp drive in there. It was something else on those straights. And as you say, Spa coming up next. A lot of straight lines there, so that advantage will hold.
Yeah, and Mugello is also a track that undulates a lot. There's a lot of elevation change. In Spa, you just think about Rouge and Radion, and there you go for the elevation. But so many people forget about the last part of the track. It's pretty much a long straight that's all uphill. Twin turbo, not great for all uphill because it starts to weaken as you get further and further along. So perhaps the Porsche will have a bit of a strength there over the Pagani, the Koenigsegg, all of those other cars. The Ford.
So interesting.
There.
Yeah, okay. So those aspiration differences on the engines, really, really fascinating. A lot to talk about. Let's check in with the analysts, see how those guys have been digesting that first race.
Race number 1 of match number 2 is done and in the books. And what a show it was so far, my friends. I think we have a lot to look forward to. But the first thing that we're going to go ahead and note is that first and second battle that we saw throughout the entire time. Lage and Mitch were really throwing down rubber to road to try and pull into that number 1 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw Mitch extend away so far at the beginning of match 1. Here he is. He's up against the ultimate competitor in the FRC. And here, this is classic. The Ford doesn't have the power. The Agera does. Every time he gets this straight, Lage pulls away. And it's super frustrating when you're a guy like Mitch just sat there.
He's done all this work on the curves leading up to it, and then he just watches it dissipate.
Bye-bye.
But he's put a lot of pressure in Lage in the moments where he could. We saw him at one point almost get around him. But this is what Mitch needs to do, pressuring the greatest driver in Forza.
That's the thing about Mugello is it's really like a roller coaster ride. There's really only one track. Trying to go off camber or outside the groove, you're going to lose time. We saw a little bit of a crack from Lage. It looked like he brake checked. He definitely got a warning. He definitely got a warning for it.
And look at Lage react. Look at Mitch react. He gets a bump on Lage's bumper and moves out, and now he has to start all that work over again.
Well, and the thing about the way that Lage likes to drive, he usually is in that first spot, really kind of setting the pace. So how did his build, particularly on the Agara here with the engine points that he put in, position himself to do that?
Well, I looked at the design builds for the Red Bull Racing team. It looked like they used 15 points on Lage's car. So you get the best driver and you give him most of the points. They're going for that alpha build right there in the Agera, and they put all the points mostly in the performance part as well. Big surprise, no one's put anything in brakes so far. No one needs brakes, they just need power, and that's what he's focused on, and that's what worked for him because Mitch can get past in those straights.
And Mitch was very accustomed to that #1 spot in our first match. But one thing that we were talking about off camera was the fact that maybe Williams is relying on the boosts more for someone like Mitch. So what is the takeaway then when you're able to go hand in hand with Lage here, even with the brake checking and things?
If they're both using boosts, it comes down to car choice. And in this case, the Agera that Lage was driving is custom built for that very long straight. We saw him just pull away. It's car choice, it's build, everything matters here.
And I think that's the greatest thing. If you've been watching ForzaRC for a while, like I said, you're pretty used to seeing him do that.
Yeah.
But there's a lot that comes into that first position. And that's one thing I want to talk about where it's difficult because you don't have the cars in front of you to try and dictate exactly what type of pace you're enacting. So when he is constantly looking at Mitch in that direct battle, besides the things that he got a warning for, what were some of the other aspects that allowed him to hold on to that consistency?
I don't think he was consistent at all. I don't. I saw cracks, and I think those cracks are going to develop. You know when water gets in cracks, it just expands. I kind of feel like we saw like a little bit of a crack, and then it's just going to floodgate. It's just going to open like a dam.
And that's probably a function of the track itself. You were talking about the two halves of Mugello.
Yeah.
Mitch was all over him on the uphill section where all the curves are, just hoping that he could stave him off enough to be able to hold on during that straight.
Yeah, he gained so much of a lead through each straight that he was able to square off the corner. So brake late, just cut back in and try and get the car aligned straight, because that's where all the power is in the Agera. At Spa, you can't do that. It's high downforce corners. That Agera is going to suffer there.
Well, looking at that first track, let's also take a look at those results from how everything did go down with that, because Lage was in that #1 spot leading in that way, and lucky for him wasn't picking up any major penalties, so he is still going to get that with that position change, having a single overtake for him. But look at Roadrunner in that #6 spot with 6 overtakes.
I mean, that's great. That is exactly why they chose the Agera. Speaking to Roadrunner, it's an acceleration car. They must have put him right at the very back. He started rock bottom. He was a bottom feeder. He's managed to get mid-pack, perfect position going into the next race, and he's got the most overtakes. So doesn't that mean he gets the boost upgrade this race? Because that's what they were looking for in that 4GT.
Yeah, and when we were looking at provisional results and we had Box at 4th, now he's moved up to 3rd, even better for that Red Bull team.
Yeah.
And when you look at how Red Bull compares to Williams here, Red Bull has 1st, 3rd, and Venom finishes ahead of 7. So they have that leg up on the strong contender Williams team early going in this match.
And super disappointed, I'm going to break in and interject here. Someone gave credit to Europa, I don't know who it was, but I'm going to take that away, because what they didn't know is that THR have allocated all 20 points to Europa. He started in 1st, he should have ended in 1st. He had the most points out of any driver there, and he couldn't hold on to it.
Following that Red Bull strategy, but it didn't work out this time.
No, not at all.
And he did fall to 5th for a little bit, was luckily able to make it back to that #4 spot. And you just mentioned the Red Bull Racing strategy. We all had kind of, honestly, a lot of doubts on how they would work as a team because of their prominent performances in the past, but it does feel as if they all stuck to their very specific roles, with Box being that consistency, able to have a bit of overtaking. So how was the execution on that?
I think it's as good as they could have hoped for. I mean, yes, Box would have loved to have gotten around Mitch. It didn't seem like that was in the cards for him today. Took advantage of a penalty from the 3rd place driver. But yes, he made his overtakes. 3 overtakes for him. Venom had an overtake down there in the bottom half of the field, doing his job, scoring those points, and getting some work done for Red Bull
I have to say though, I like the 3rd driver. You know, I'm gonna have to eat my own words, take off my shoes, stick it in my own mouth, because I said that it was a battle of egos, right? And I felt like Venom really took a hit for the team there. He felt like the man on the door, the bouncer, because he was just at the back scrapping, making sure they were spending time battling him and not challenging his teammate Box in 4th place.
Is he playing that 3rd driver role that 7 seems to be playing for Williams?
But better.
But maybe better,
much better.
But remember what Harmonic said about Williams, about 7. He says he's doing exactly what he needs to do for the team. So big ups to both Venom and 7.
Absolutely.
And all our calibration has been done, so let's find out where the standings are hitting with our match results from that first one. It's 35 points going over to Red Bull, and then 25 for Williams, with THR in 14 and 12 for Racing Dragon. Even though they're in that #4 spot, I do want to talk about Hydra a bit and what he brought to the table, not just as a racer, but the build that he even came with the Viper.
Well, Gabby, we pitched Cammy as kind of the most experienced guy out there. I have to say, Hydra was the most impressive. I think he finished 5th. he broke the GT mold. A lot of the drivers, a lot of the teams have been focusing on the Aston Martin because it has the acceleration, but he chose the Viper, and he had 8 points, and he spent it on rear tyre width because the Viper is already naturally grippy, and he's put more grip into it. That's why we saw him make so many overtakes round the outside of the Agera, around the outside of the Porsche. He was making it stick, so I actually say kudos to Hydra where it's due.
Let's not forget, he's the youngest guy in this field as well. He's showing
I know.
Showing experience he didn't think he had.
It's like Lays 2.0 for 2020. I love it.
Also, no apologies for the names listed for Red Bull Racing there on the graphic, but if you've been watching through, it's pretty clear who went through, because as you're saying, very, very just picked strategy of who's going to be leading in the first spot, and it was Box, and then we also had Venom there to round it all out.
Yeah.
So when we're moving on, and yes, there is a disparity in points between some of them more than others, but there's still a bit tight-knit between our bottom two teams right now with Teacher, and then we also have Red Dragon Esports. So with 2 whole races to go, you have the opportunity to bump up in those points, don't you?
No, exactly, and it's a lot closer than I would ever have predicted. Seeing what the RDE guys thought, Raging Dragon Esports team drivers thought, they came into this competition knowing they're going up against the best. It was more of like a scaling exercise for them. They want to see where they're at. And it's rightly so. They're the youngest because in 2 years' time, in 3 years' time, they're going to be where the competition is right now. So I think this is great for them.
Great for them. I love Cammy as their leader. He's going to bring a calm atmosphere to them.
He does.
He's going to be a mentor for these guys, and we've seen talent. We were just talking about Hydra. He's got some talent. Let's see if he can keep expressing that and keep blooming.
I want to see more from Chasmo.
Well, and on Hydra, right off the bat, it was lap number 1 that he had that really aggressive overtake to just set the tone for himself on that track. So if we're trying to pick out some of those, not necessarily underdogs, but maybe the more quiet-spoken drivers that we haven't necessarily highlighted as much going into it, that did manage to stand out there, were there any other ones that were some quite surprises for you?
Ooh, in terms of drivers?
Or even coaches, if there was just a strategy that took you off guard.
I think Rich, this is his first event. I know that he has some medical issues that he's afraid to talk about. I think he should embrace that. But this is his first event. He's been really unsure. He's been scouted by a lot of drivers. A lot of teams wanted Rich on their team. He's got a lot of a potential, but I just don't think he's been given that time to shine. When you give all the points to Europa, give him a bit of leeway. Give him room to spread his wings a little bit. You just put him in a boxing match with no gloves. He's not going to win.
Think about the general disposition of the THR team right now.
Yeah.
They were counting on Virus being their guy.
Yeah.
They were going to all run in the wake of Virus.
Sure.
Because he is a #1 driver. They have a Sparky come in because Virus can't make it. And all of a sudden, Rich and Europa have to fill a void here that was left by Virus in pace and points.
And that's an emotional thing as well. When you feel so confident going into something and then you take away the lead role, it's like, it must be so demoralizing for them, but I think they picked up the pieces really well. Sparky, I said I was disappointed with him. I don't think he could have done any better, to be honest, but he's going to be picking up some points. They're in 3rd position. I think they can get maybe 2nd.
It's going to be a great battle between RDE and THR.
It is. And I like that, because last time FRF kind of just ducked off somewhere, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want to see that this match.
It's so easy to get caught up in who the #1 and #2 spot are in that case. If you're thinking, all right, Williams Esports coming through from the first match, Red Bull Racing, obviously a lot of story behind them. So you have these other 2 orgs that come in where, hey, we're not quite in that top placing right now, but we're trying to work our way there. So if you are looking back over at some of the specifics over on Team Highlands Racing where they have to worry about Virus not being there, they still had Europa, who was really making a statement for himself there too. So how did he manage to pick up some of that weight?
I think he just drove a great race. He was just going from the start. He had a build that he liked. He was on a track that he likes. He was, as we said, these guys have to react, not just on the track, but what happens before the track. So they're reacting, they're evolving as we speak.
So on a mental level, then really, picking themselves back up off quite like a culture shock when you haven't got your A-star driver. Yeah, it's actually really good. Fair enough. Fair enough to them. I just feel like I want to see more from them. I know that Sparky's kind of like a punctured flat tire for the team right now, in my sense. I think he's holding it back a little bit, but that's because he's been left no option.
This is their chance to score points, right? I don't think either RDE or THR thinks they're going to beat Williams.
Be realistic,
or
right?
RBR. But here's your chance to do your best for points, and set yourself up for the second and third round.
Well, and with all the setup of the action that happened in our first race, if you're looking for a little calm down, we are going to Spa. So let's send it over to the casters.
Yeah, right.
Race for match 2.
That was the best throw ever, Gabby. Thank you for that. Spa. It's a lovely track. What do you reckon about Spa, Shay? You're very familiar with the circuit.
There's nothing calm about Spa. It's the most misleading track name of all. It's Spa-Francorchamps, which is located in Belgium. I would tell you the city, but it actually drives through quite a few different versions of it. A beautiful, beautiful track, known for the prestigious 24-hour race that they hold there. But it is 7 kilometers long. Now, when it was opened in 1920, it was 15K long. It's 4.35 miles for those of you who prefer that currency as well. We have 19 turns, so it's a very tricky track to try and get down. You've got some of the most notable names in all of motorsport. You've got Pouon, you've got Radiant, you've got Eau Rouge, you've got Blanchiment. You've got so many opportunities to make yourself a hero, but you've got also 19 opportunities a lap to make yourself a zero.
That's right. It's an incredible track, a very daunting circuit for all of the drivers. We've had a little look there at the strategy between these races, and I think it's fascinating. Just looking over at the desk there at the other guys, because I think they've made some incredible points. Roadrunner in that first race, what a hero. What an incredible performance, and a real smart performance as well. Most overtakes.
Yep.
And pulled up that position. It was a strong finish with, I think, a penalty from Chasmo.
Yep.
Put him up to 5th, I think.
Yeah, and full credit as well. As Mellish pointed out to us, Europa started on pole, finished 3rd. That's not where he should have finished, so we were singing his praises. Perhaps it was a bit too premature, but he drove a lonely race. That's the other part about it. How are you expecting to keep up with Mitch and Lage when you're in the same race as them?
Well, I don't think, so this is my call for the next race, I don't think that Lage is going to be able to keep up with Mitch now, because Roadrunner has taken the most overtakes.
Yeah.
He's got the bonus build.
Yeah.
He's going to pass that over to his teammate Mitch, who's running the fastest Ford GT, and disappear off into the distance. That's what I reckon. We're heading down to Spa any second now. The driver's getting ready for that run down toward La Source. It's a classic first corner of the in the world of motorsports, and I can't wait to take us there. Here we are on board with Lage, the man himself, starting this race in the mid-pack, and that is carnage in turn 1. Lage, though, gets away with it. 3rd place, up from the mid-pack immediately. So a really strong performance from the 2018 champion, and just up the road from him, there is Williams Mitch, 2nd place, and chasing down the race leader. That's RBR Box.
Ali, the carnage we saw, Team Highlands Racing Rich taking out Team Highlands Racing Europa.
No.
That was the turn 1 contact that spun Europa around. So a disastrous start from Team Highlands Racing, an organization we usually associate with very strong leadership. Well, nobody was listening to anyone through there.
Unbelievable. THR getting caught up in themselves. Hopefully, Red Bull won't fall down that same line. We're on board here still with Lage, and Box now relegated to 2nd position. Mitch up into the lead, and well, really assuming that position that we always knew he'd be able to grab. Here he is, race winner from all 3 matches in our first matchup of the day, and really the person who pulled Williams through that, and to take on the new teams in match number 2, taking the lead here at Spa.
And this is the part of the track where even though they are under full acceleration, Ali, they're still slowing down because it's uphill into that right-hander. Now come back through the left, and then you've got a little bit of a breather before you've got another tight right-hander. This is one of the most beautiful tracks in the world, and racing here at sunset. What a beautiful opportunity for these drivers. 6 laps here for them.
Now I'm fascinated with this, Shay. I'm fascinated to stay on board here with Lage, because all throughout the Forza Racing Championship, we've seen Box and Lage and Box fighting it out, battling for position, never giving each other the slightest inch of space on the track. This year's team championships, Red Bull Racing have grabbed both of those drivers and put them in one team together. You think Box is going to move over to the side, just let Lage through?
Heck no.
I don't know. I don't know. I wonder if that's going to be a team call that Red Bull make. I'm fascinated to watch.
In this situation, both cars should be fairly equal, so Box shouldn't have to move out of the way for Lage, and I don't think he'll willingly do it. It would take a mistake on the part of Box As Lage is taking a look down the inside, do not go side by side through Eau Rouge and Redillon. That would be a bad idea. Lage gets through, set sail now, and look for Mitch.
Unbelievable. So there it is. Lage up to second place. Box back in third. It's still 2 and 3 for Red Bull Racing. Nothing changes as a team. And Roadrunner there still sitting in fourth. I'm hearing that Rich got a penalty for that first corner altercation. So THR drivers getting into each other there at the start of the race has been penalised. It's a shame for THR because it compounds the problem. They got caught up with their own teammates and really a shame, a bad way to start the race for the Team Highlands Racing squad.
Yeah, and that means that Sparky is their lone hero because he's the only one who made it through that first turn alone. And the coach role now filling in for a driver, you don't want that added extra bit of pressure on your shoulders. And that's exactly what Sparky has right now. I feel for him.
You were talking about what a strategy genius Sparky is, somebody who's really going to experiment with the different permutations of cars and dig in and really get his hands dirty with the good stuff of strategy making. How will someone like that react to this kind of a challenge?
Well, he's not a bad driver. We have to remember that. He's not just a coach. He is actually an active participant. 53rd last year in the rankings, so well within the top 100, but he is a supermarket fryer by day. The guy who lives in New Jersey, 22 years old is Sparky. So it's a difficult situation for someone that young, but he can keep calm and remember, I'm not here to be the best driver. I'm here to do my job in this Aston Martin. Right now, he is dead last on the track.
Wow.
But if he can get 1, 2, maybe 3 positions, get a couple of points, that'll be enough for the team.
This Aston Martin has been struggling to keep up all day long. We've been seeing 7 especially having some serious woes with this car. Shay, it's a GT3 Aston Martin. Is it one that's, wow, that's a big old crack, big moment there in the back of the track. It looks like Venom got caught into it, and Williams 7 as well.
Oh, and Chasmo.
Maybe a third driver. Is that Chasmo?
Yes, it was. It was Chasmo further up, so it's one from every team at least. It's evenly distributed, but all 3 of these drivers participating in the GT3 Aston Martin, as you were just mentioning, the 2017 version of the car. 6-liter, normally aspirated V12, so it should be strong still at the end of that straight coming into the final complex of corners. It's a 4-time winning platform in the British GT, which of course is being a British car, it's a little bit of extra pride, but it doesn't have the same global ramifications and effects as perhaps the Viper or the Corvette would have.
Absolutely, not the big car that you might take to the International Series, but still a very powerful GT engine. Europa there, a little wide through Le Combe, and that's going to be punished by THR Rich, who's, well, we know that Porsche 911 GTRS that THR have put together for him is very powerful. Not going to be able to use that power here, though, through the very long off-camber right-hander of Bruxelles, and now the run down towards Pouon. Europa through already. THR starting to step on their own toes here a little bit more, Shay, in this race. It looks like strategy-wise, THR are leaving themselves a little bit with something to be desired.
They need to reevaluate.
Let's say.
What's the line from Star Wars? You don't want to sell me death sticks. You want to go home and rethink your life. I think that's perhaps on the forecast for them. But I just want to point out for a second, the Viper is 2 cars ahead of this one that we're on board with right now. We were talking about the Aston Martins faffing about at the back of the field, fighting for 10th, 11th, and 12th. The Viper is in the same category in the Forza GT division. It's not worrying about numbers with the 1 in front of it. It's going for the only one with the 1 in front of it.
Absolutely awesome. And I'm so happy for RDE Hydra running that Viper. It's really been a great moment to prove the other teams wrong. Every other team running the Aston Martin, choosing that from the lineup of GT cars on offer for the competition. And Hydra said, you know what? I'm going to trust myself. I'm going to back myself with this decision. I think I know what's right. And he's disagreeing there with some of the biggest minds in Forza, some of the people who know the game like the back of their hand. And has it ever paid off for this driver up in 5th place?
15 years years old from Ireland is Hydra, and he's already been playing the game almost half of his life. 7 years worth of experience. He's got very strong pace. The question mark is consistency for Hydra. So a 5th place finish would be throwing down what he can do. That would be one impressive day from the young Irish guy.
Well, you can see on the mini-map on the bottom left of the screen there, it's a little bit of a gap up the road to Williams Roadrunner, and just behind Hydra, THR Europa is on the hunt. That long Camel Straight is a really nice opportunity for Europa's Pagani to stretch its legs to get a little bit of top end up. And well, you could visibly see on the mini-map how close Europa got there. There's a few corners now, though, Shay, and a moment perhaps for the Viper to get away.
Yeah, the Viper can bare its fangs and sort of say, back off, people, this is my racetrack, and that's exactly what he's done as they come through the portion of the track that leads into Pouhon. They've got a little bit of a straight coming up. Do those cars behind him, the Hypercar division, and THR Rich in the Porsche in the Exotic division right there too. So we've got 4 cars from 3 divisions in the space of about 200 yards.
I'm calling it right now, Shay. I'm going to say that strategically, this second matchup has been a lot more messy than the first.
For sure.
Very messy.
And we've seen Raging Dragons Esports coming back into play, thankfully. Team Highlands, they have been nowhere in terms of their strategy.
Right.
That all went out the window when Rich took out Europa in turn 1 in Stavelab. But just looking at the way that everybody else has been handling themselves, we haven't been talking about Williams and we haven't been talking about Red Bull because they're not doing anything extraordinary.
They're not, and I wonder whether or not we're going to see something extraordinary coming into the final race. We do have that incredible prospect of Lage having started, I think, quite far back on the grid here at Spa.
Yeah.
He got very, very lucky with THR tangling up and made a whole bunch of positions suddenly up to 2nd place. And that may give him the Hard Charger award. Williams Mitch, though, of course, this race has been the story of this guy, getting away in front and holding that lead.
But the gap first to second is closing. It was 3.2 seconds 15 seconds ago, and now it's 3.0 seconds. So that advantage is going the way of Lage, particularly as they come down the Kemmel Straight, a part of the track that definitely favors the car of Lage over the car of Williams Mitch.
Yeah, you can see a whole 7/10 of a second nibbled out of Williams Mitch's lead there. He will, I think, pick it back up as we head through the twistier sections of the track, these high aero corners that the ForzaGT will just process through its wheels. The cars here are very, very different, but racing so close to each other. It's a fascinating dynamic.
Yeah, with the Ajira, we didn't think it was going to be this strong at Spa.
Right.
We were expecting to see it slow down quite a bit. Twin turbo 5-liter V8. It's a mid-engine rear-wheel drive car going up against the Ford GT, which also is a twin turbo mid-engine rear-wheel drive car. But
right.
For some reason, they've both been pretty stable, and they've both been fairly consistent. I don't know if that has anything to do with the boost upgrades that they've applied to the cars, if that has been the big difference maker, but it's been a very fair race. Williams Mitch, though, clearly trying to say, no, change of power. I want that win back. Gimme.
That's right. I want a 4th win. I want another notch on the old belt, and it's looking good for him as we close round lap 5 or 6 here at Spa. It's the second race of the second match of the day here at the Forza Racing Championship Invitational Series. All the drivers collected together into teams, and those teams fighting, battling, pursuing each other, and trying to score points that will win their way out of the online series and into that LAN event with a $250,000 prize pool. Incredible things on the line here for all these drivers, and perhaps a Land Rover Discovery for a certain driver in Raging Dragons if he wins it.
That would be pretty fun for Chasmo, the 16-year-old who idolizes Valentino Rossi. Maybe he would prefer just another win for the doctor. That would be pretty cool. All of us would love to see that. The gap back out to 3.2 seconds as they come up. You want to get almost kissing the wall on the right-hand side and then pull the car over to the left, pull it back over to the right. That was a lot of braking for Lage as he crested Eau Rouge and managed to keep it well within the track limits at Radion. Now a long time to think as he tries to catch back up to Mitch. Where is he going to make his move? He's got less than 3 miles left to do it. And Ali, time is running out.
0%, Shay. There is 0% chance that Lage will be close enough to make a move on this track. He is 3 seconds behind, and I can't see even the wildest of dive bombs.
Not 1%?
Not even one.
Not even one?
I wouldn't.
You have a lot of faith that Williams Mitch isn't going to crack under the pressure, that he's going to keep his head down and look forward.
Mitch certainly carrying a lot of pressure with him right now. The Williams team have put a huge amount of faith in this driver, and it's good to watch him through this final section of the lap, because he's been given all the resources the team could offer him. They've given him extra parts, they've worked on his car together with him and worked on strategies that are going to help him take the wins and lead the team to success. And wow, has he ever delivered on that.
He really has. For that Ford GT, what an extraordinary performance we saw during the last grouping, but seeing it in this match to come out, Williams Mitch second in the last race, first in this one. But Box is the consistent part of the puzzle. He's right there, and that's what you need from a team. If you can't get first place points, have a driver like Box there to make sure you're getting third place points. They're getting second and third, whereas right now, Williams, as they cross the line, will get first and fourth.
That's right, RBR Meow 1 and RBR Meow 2
Meow Meow.
taking second and third, but it's going to be Williams Mitch. Up the hill we go and towards that start-finish line. Victory again for Mitch and for the Williams Esports team. Second place was all Liège could muster in the second round. And there it is, Box with that third step on the podium.
That's the cat's meow right there.
That's the cat that got the meow. I think that's the phrase, isn't it?
The early bird catches the meow? Something like that.
Correct.
Oh, it's still on for sixth place, though. There's a battle between Kami and Europa for the final spot, and it will go to Europa. So a good recovery drive over the course of that race, and all it really could be was a recovery drive. You get taken up by your teammate in turn one. You're just sitting there the rest of the time going, come on, man.
You know,
really?
THR. What is happened in that second race? I think the problem was, yeah, they had some bad luck. Yeah, obviously it wasn't. It's not like a strategy. You don't go into turn one and think like, all right, our strategy into turn one is we're going to ram into each other. Right?
Strategy is turn one.
Yeah.
You're going to do a dive bomb.
Go
take out as many of our competitors as you can. No, not your
that's,
teammate.
Hold on. Where do we score the points in this? How does that work? Yeah. So it's good. But the problem is when things go wrong. Things go wrong all the time, and there's a huge amount of luck in racing.
That's racing.
But when it goes wrong, how do you collect yourself? How do you get yourself back into it?
Exactly.
And THR, I think here, perhaps didn't do a good enough job in recollecting themselves after that incident.
I had to say last weekend, Ali, to somebody, it's not the good days that win you the championships. It's how you handle yourself on the days when everything goes wrong.
Right.
That race at Spa was a day when everything went wrong for THR. They still managed to recover a bit, but they're going to need a very strong performance at the next race to try and ensure that they don't wind up at the bottom of the pile and ultimately get some more points, because it's all about accruing a status for when your 3 matches are combined. You don't want to have the lowest points total.
You don't, exactly. There's going to be 2 drivers at the end of this 6-week online series who are going to be thrown out from the two teams, excuse me, absolutely right. 2 teams sent out from the competition without a chance of getting to the LAN, and then 4 more teams will have to race in a last chance qualifier. Ideally, you want to be in those top 7 teams, and you can work your way straight into the LAN and straight into a chance of winning some money.
Yeah, not everybody is going to be in the position that Williams is in with 107 points in the bank, but you still, looking at what we've had from the first match, you've got some teams that have 40 points, and you have some teams that have a 2 in the start of their points. Well, you really don't want to be one of those teams when you look around and see, hang on a second, it's possible to get 107 points out of this, and I only walked away with 27?
Right.
What did I do wrong?
All right. Well, Gabby, we saw Liège and Box have a complete non-race just there, the 2 teammates allowing each other through. What do you make of all that?
Well, what I make of that is we saw some buddy action there right on the track. But the thing is, it wasn't just them that were having a good old time in the front of the pack, because, yes, they were there representing Red Bull Racing, but we also had Mitch and Roadrunner that were really giving them a run for their money for those spots.
This is what you expect from the 2 top teams still remaining in the competition. You know that those guys in Red Bull Racing are going to be together in terms of pace. But I like what I saw of Mitch and Roadrunner. Of course, provisional results only at this point. But you would expect these teams to be in the top 4. It's just a matter of where they're finishing.
Well, man, they're on a high right now. They've just absolutely destroyed match one. They're coming in, they're level pegging with, the favourite team going into this championship. They were actually in a sandwich. No one could challenge Mitch right now. Like, once he gets that boost upgrade in that Ford GT, he's unstoppable.
Well, Lage is always trying to challenge Mitch. As we'll see in the replays, we got some really great shots of what he was going through over on Spa. But it wasn't just that solo journey. As the casters themselves mentioned, Box and Lage were enacting some of their own teamwork to really allow themselves to propel forward.
Yeah, it was really surprising. I was wondering when this was going to happen. It was going to happen at some point. But was Box, you said it, but was Box going to let Lage pass? Absolutely. Team orders, assets come in, like Zeus, just move out of the way and get it done.
I can just picture with that French accent, move,
Box.
move out of the way.
That's an accurate French voice.
Sometimes it's a simple word, so it's all you need, right? Communicate effectively and concisely. But on this particular track, one thing that was noted going into it, there's a lot more undulation on the previous track compared to this one, but that didn't mean there wasn't a lack of excitement. So how did the overall levelness of Spa compared to the previous track play a factor here?
You have lots of elevation changes here, different kinds of corners, some of the highest speed corners in all of racing here on Spa, and it's easy to get out of shape on some of these corners. These guys handle it pretty well. La Source, the start is always going to be a problem because it's the tightest corner in motorsport practically.
Yeah, and when Shay was talking about that tactic of taking out people in the first corner, it's actually called, in Forza Motorsport terms, called a clean sweep. It really is. You take as many people as you can, it's like curling, just bam, and away they go.
So well done, I guess? Question mark? I'm not really sure how to react to that.
La Source isn't a great place for everybody, it seems. But there were some other problems that were taken, and the casters themselves touched on it a bit with the struggle that Sparky was having stepping into this role. But I want to talk about how that impacted the overall back of the pack, because he had his own big demons that he was fighting with.
Sparky has some trouble matching pace all up against the rest of the competition. But when you find yourself perhaps taking out the likes of Venom and Seven and folks like that, you're not only causing problems for yourself, you're causing problems for other teams. Yeah. So, we saw those penalties. We still have to get the official ruling on the penalties here, but we saw some FRR penalties for Sparky there, leading us to speculate that he caused some problems.
Well, you had Hawkeye vision when you saw the accumulating penalties. It was like a huge receipt just coming out. Like, did it? It was huge. But at the same time, there couldn't have been two better people to actually get in battle with. It was Venom from RBR and Seven from Williams. The Williams and the RBR team need their third driver to kind of get as many points as they can because they're at the bottom scale of the points. But they're not gaining anything if they just keep battling away with Sparky. So Sparky really actually helping RDE out there more than anybody because they weren't battling with them.
Yeah, you put those cars, those two drivers in a position where they don't have the build and they can't make up places, it's hard for them to come back.
Yeah.
As far as the overall results go, we do have that for the particular race and seeing how everybody ended up circling it out there in the end. Mitch did get the #1 spot again, and I think he's getting pretty comfortable in that spot. But Lage is there #2 with 7 position changes, which is many more than anybody else here. But there was somebody else that was right on his tail.
Hold the boat. You said, he's got the most. I will agree with you there, but he was really close. And actually, I'm quite disappointed in RDE's team strategy there. Major Kirchhoff, the coach, I know he's Brazilian, but he should be communicating to his teammates. It was Cami that's on 6 overtakes. Hydra was in front of him. He should have told Hydra to wait at the line, let Cami go through. He would have been on 7 as well, and that would have helped their performance in the last race.
And one other point there, look, if Chasmo could have just gotten around Europa up to 7th place, they would have had that 5, 6, 7 finish and would have gotten a boost out of it.
Yeah, they're just not. I know it's cold feet. I get that. It's a new territory for all of these teams and drivers. But you've got to learn quick because these are the things you can't miss out on.
Well, and speaking of quick, you have to think about how quickly that window can pass. Because 1 second we were looking and then talking about that, how, he should let him pass. And then the next thing you know, the opportunity is gone. So what pressure does that put on the coach when you're the only one that's able to have the bird's eye view and try and communicate that effectively and quickly?
You wonder if it's going to be a postmortem after this is all done, if they're just trying to deal with the moment, the race that's ahead of them, and they're not really talking about results, they're just facing forward. My guess is at the end of this, RDE is going to powwow and have a lot to discuss.
I also believe that the coach will right now, a lot of the teams might think, you know what, it's just me putting my feet up and watching a great race with some popcorn. After this, there's going to be a lot of analysis and realize how do we define these coach roles and how do we use them, because RDE needs to use them a lot better than they have done before.
And the coaches themselves are keeping track of those points that everyone is earning throughout the match, because we do have those points available for you now, seeing how the standings are within this match after 2 different races. 63 points, 58 for second,
Love it.
30 and 21. 21 to 63 is a very big difference after 2 races. So what does that potentially open up as strategic possibilities, not just in what to do proactively, but maybe even a little sabotage in there?
Ooh, I love sabotage. Well, there was definitely sabotage in the first corner at Spa. I definitely think that we're going to see that again. 21 points, so I think that's pretty good, actually. That's more than I think RDE and THR were kind of expecting there. What I like, though, is there's that 10-point buffer that Red Bull Racing had has now been cut in half. It's now 5 points.
Yeah, and just not to be the negative Nancy, but THR with Sparky, no points so far in this entire race. I think we kind of expected that this guy's he's maybe not a tier 1 ForzaRC driver, may just be below that, and we're seeing that in action.
And I think as well for Shay to understand as well, where we just discussed a clean sweep, that's what we call a clean sheet. It's no points, absolutely nothing, no points.
Not sure that's what that means, but okay.
You know what? We'll take it. It's all good.
I'm right.
Soon enough, we'll be having our 3rd and final race of the day underway. So before we get everything ready with that, I just want to get your thoughts on maybe if you're looking specifically at RDR, because you've had a lot of thoughts on how they've been performing, what should they change about their strategy? If they can't get the #1 spot in this particular match, they can at least try and position themselves throughout the series.
Well, looking at the points table there, I think it's probably mathematically not possible unless they got a 1, 2, 3 for RBR to match the points total that Williams got in the first race. I don't think that's going to be possible. It could happen, I don't know. But in terms of strategy, I don't think Lay should change. Start him at the back, he's got the acceleration, they put the points in the Koenigsegg Agera. That's going to help him because Nürburgring GP is acceleration and mechanical grip. It's all
what
about the
can
Agera.
Venom do here? How can he help his team? He's been consistently quicker than 7.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he needs to make up. He needs to be 2 or 3 positions ahead of 7 at this point in order to nail that for them.
I think the reason why he can't get ahead is because they've actually matched on pace. A lot of the points have been kind of assigned to the ExoticGT rather than the ForzaGT. Not many of the drivers, not many of the teams have assigned the points there. So they're kind of level pegged. And it's kind of like stock car racing. You can't get away from each other because the cars are exactly the same. Right. So I just don't think that's going to change at the back. I think it's going to need a bit of luck there.
And with our 3rd race that'll be underway, we're going to a different track. It's going to be a whole new ball game for everybody coming up. So if you're looking at the track specifically and how some of those crazy turns in some of the past ones really created a cluster right in lap #1, what are some of the things that you think people should consider going into this next one?
The start always matters to me. I'm always looking at the start because so much changes, so many positions have a possibility to change. And the start, it doesn't matter what track you're on, the first few corners can define a race, especially at a place like the Nürburgring, I should say.
Well, I think if we're going to talk on like an individual basis, 7 absolutely hates this track. Do you remember last year he got taken out in the Porsches? This is familiar territory for him, but not in a great way, in any way, shape or form. I think he's got something to prove here. Like we talked about him, will he be able to get away from Venom? Will Venom be able to get away from him? It's all up in the air.
Get a great start. Get 2 places ahead of Venom. Nail it for your team. Bring it home for Williams.
And if you've just seen at Spa, first corner is pretty much exactly the same. If we're talking about angles, you're diving straight in. It's very sharp. Actually, if you know what you've just seen at Spa, you think, well, that's probably going to happen again. Just let off a little bit and go up the inside. If you know a crash is about to come, don't get stuck in. Like that, you don't need to. Just try to avoid it.
Be gentle, and you might make up 3 or 4 places.
Exactly.
Gentle, I like it. But with THR specifically, we talked about the struggle that Sparky had, and that was pretty obvious if you're looking at the points accumulated. But some of the other drivers here that had some decent moments, what is something that someone like Europa, who is taking a bit more of that analytical perspective in the way he drives, compares to the aggression that some of the others do? And I would say this is fair to say there are a lot of aggressive drivers here. So what does someone like Europa, who has a very different style, have to think about when you're facing off against them in those top spots?
Well, I think knowing Europa, not on a kind of like a friendship level, he can get aggressive, but it doesn't translate on the track. He's kind of like passive aggressive. He'll shout and he'll scream on the mic, but it won't come on the track. You will not see it on the track.
Outspoken on social media, but
absolutely.
4th place in the first race, 7th place here in the second race. He's kind of going the wrong way. He needs, if they're going to put something behind him, a booster or the car build, make it count. Make it count from the very beginning.
And actually, it's a really good point there, is the fact that if you look at the THR lineup, none of them are aggressive. None of them are aggressive. They're all passive. And they're aggressive on social media. That's the kind of pattern they've got there. So I just think they need to kind of
Harness that anger.
Harness it and
Yeah,
use it.
get
They're
it.
just not using it at all.
Well, do you believe then that overall more aggressive drivers within this format are benefiting more than the collectively passive
Absolutely.
teams?
I mean, like, you know, we saw Rich dive up the inside of Mugello. That helped him gain a few positions in the Porsche. Like, we're not seeing it enough. Like, stick your car in a space if the space is there. If it's not, then don't. I get that.
Yep.
But you've got to sometimes make the space as well.
And remember, this is not a matter of moving on for this team. This is a matter of getting as many points as you can.
Yeah.
So throw caution to the wind. I'm not advocating they need to start spearing in turn one.
No.
But do what you need to do.
But
guarantee
I think it's this British idea of conservatism. No after you, no after you. Just
No.
get him out of the
Me
way. Like,
first.
yeah, me first.
be a little
It's
more
self-centered.
American
Yeah.
here.
Here in North America, we say that's the Canadian way.
Nice. I can totally see that with Shay.
But I know that we talked a bit about some of the things that work into things like boosts, but we have two other people in the studio that know a lot on that front and many, many other details in those big old brains of theirs. So, Ali and Shay, what are your thoughts leading into the last match of the day?
Well, what a great event it's been so far. So many teams fighting it out, and here we are, the last race. All of a sudden, we're already there, Shay. Nürburgring, the GP circuit. It's the small track. Maybe some people might call it the wimpy track compared to the Nordschleife. What do you make of it?
Well, first off, I'd just like to say on behalf of Canadians everywhere, as a wannabe Canadian, we just apologize for everything, Gabby. We don't let other people go first. We just say, sorry. That's the way. But coming to the Nürburgring, the Grand Prix Strecke, which is the shorter version of the track, everybody thinks about the Nürburgring and they think about the Nordschleife. Well, the 24-hour circuit is run with this as a part of it. It's just on 3.2 miles, 16 turns. We're going to have 7 laps of the race. The beginning zone down through the Yokohama S. It's very twisty and very difficult. You, of course, have the Michael Schumacher S because you can't have a track in Germany without some homage to the best German Formula One driver ever. But when you come to this track, which was built in 1984, it's not the same way that it used to be. It was reconfigured for safety purposes in 2002. Herman Tilke had a little bit of influence on that, so this was one of the first Tilke tracks going back there, but it's still a track that a lot of German series lean heavily on because the Nürburgring, as a full circuit, as the Nordschleife, is legendary. So many drivers listed as their favorite, and I know we heard that Seven perhaps doesn't list the GP version. Nordschleife is his favorite, though, so he's very familiar with this shortened version.
Wow, so much information. It's such a pleasure to be joined today by Shay Adam.
Sorry.
And the incredible knowledge that she has of all the tracks out there. And wow, it's been great so far. We're heading towards the last race of the day, Shay, and maybe your first taste of esports on Forza. What's your impression been so far?
It's been pretty vicious out there. We've seen team-on-team action going on.
Right.
I really do want to deliver that message, guys. Don't hate your teammates. Please don't do that. That makes me sad. The car choice has proven to be so integral to the results that we've seen. Look at the Viper, how that was able to pull well ahead at Spa, and yet really hasn't been a factor in the first race of the series so far, of the match. I think at the Nürburgring, the Viper is also going to shine because that's a car that does well during the 24-hour race. Somebody always brings one of those out.
You're right. And again, the Viper, this car that was chosen by Hydra, this young guy, I can't get over that storyline. I can't get over how cool it is that he's come out here and just basically gone a completely different direction to everyone else is thinking, and there he is doing incredible performances.
Because that's how you create success. If you go along with what everyone else does, you're going to get the same results at a best possible as they do. So I love throwing the wrench into the plans. I love the idea of coming out and running the Viper. Next time, please somebody run the Corvette. That'd be pretty cool too.
Yeah, the Corvette didn't get much love this week, sadly.
I loved it. It's
yeah,
okay.
there you go.
I made up for
you
it.
made up for all the teams not picking it. We, of course, have a major thing happening in this final race, and that's the 5-point gap between Williams and Red Bull Racing. Williams coming back majorly there in the second race. Red Bull really pulled out a lead in the first race and brought that difference down to just those 5 points, which really means it's more or less just comes down to one race, right?
Well, and it's a very interesting situation too, Ali, because Red Bull Racing wants to get as many points as they can because this is their first opportunity. For Williams, they've already got that safety cushion of having all the points in the bank. They don't need to get a big points buffer to go into the future rounds. Right now, both of these teams are playing their way into the matches that will be happening next week. LMP versus IndyCar, by the way, which is just going to be awesome. But they're trying to establish their positions in very different ways.
That's right.
Williams is just trying to keep going. Red Bull is trying to keep going zone, but also get a good points tally.
And here we go into that race. I think we saw last time we were talking all about Roadrunner and his performance in race number 1, how he managed to maybe win a bonus build and pass that on to Mitch, who then started to really take on those wins. I wonder, with Leija's really strong performance there from the mid-pack, is there a chance of a bonus build for Red Bull? I'm not sure. I haven't seen that yet.
I don't know if we will see that, but that would be an interesting boost to Leij, because clearly he needs something to get around the ForzaGT of Williams Mitch.
Yeah, exactly. So, bonus builds definitely going to play a role here in the final race, but also team strategy in general, Shay.
Yeah.
What are your notes, I think, for RDE? Let's zoom in on those guys.
For RDE, use Hydra. He's been really good. Chasmo hasn't really shown yet, but I believe in the potential there. You've got Kami, the 28-year-old from Germany. He should have a little bit of home country advantage as far as track knowledge goes, maybe, you'd like to think.
Right.
But also, on the same hand of that, Box from Red Bull Racing should have the exact same advantage, because he lives near to the Nürburgring, and he told me a couple months ago that he does actually get to go there every now and then. So it's going to play out well. RDE, though, they need to show us something as to why they deserve to be here. We saw that from FRF in the first match today. I'm still waiting for that same aha moment from RDE.
You know, it does feel a little bit like that, doesn't it? They need to sort of put their flag in the ground and say, hey, we're here in the Forza Racing Championship, and this is why we're here. This is the talent we've got underneath of us. Of course, a lot of community support coming through for RDE, and the driver base that they have owes a lot to the ESV team, of course, as well. They, I think, are still gelling as a team as well. Very young. Cami, the older driver there, I think, sort of... we didn't see a lot of him previously, but he's really been, I think, babysitting in a way. You know.
Well, yeah.
But driving that team.
Cami's 28 years old. Hydra is 15 years old, and Chasmo is 16 years old.
Wow.
So Cami definitely with the role of teacher, trying to help his young Padawans along. But that also should be the role of the coach, Major Kirchhoff. And we haven't talked much about him, a 39-year-old, originally from Brazil, who now lives in Germany as a project manager. That's his job in the real world. So it's a very interesting dynamic there between those 4 humans. How do they then turn that into success? They've been the 3rd best team in match 2, but 3rd best isn't good enough.
I'm about to say something which has thrown me for a loop a little bit, right? Coming back to the Red Bull story, I'll just come through on my speakers here. Red Bull do have a bonus build. They got one, but they're not going to give it to Leij. They're giving it to Box instead. That to me is so interesting, and I can't wait for the next race to start. It's going to start very soon, but
I like that.
That changes the whole dynamic, because Box really was running as a second driver so far today. He's been a step below Leij. But this boost says to me, get up there and start tangling with your teammate?
No, this says to me something completely different, actually.
Right.
They were 1st and 4th in the last race, where Williams, Red Bull Racing was 2nd and 3rd. This is telling me we have faith in Leij to go out there and get number 1. We want you to be able to get around Williams Mitch for number 2.
That's a lot of faith in Leij. It's a lot of faith in Leij to do that without a bonus build. But I guess, if anyone's going to inspire faith, it's the 2018 number 1. So yeah, I hear you absolutely there.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's going to be exciting.
Be fun. The last team we haven't spoken about yet is THR. In the wars, tangling up with each other during race number 1. What can they do to find a silver lining here?
Not hit each other. That would be a very good start,
That's
which needs to happen right off the start as well, because a tight turn 1, that's an opportunity for a little bit of chaos. So they need to focus on that. They also need to start working as a team, and they need to find a team leader. I feel for Sparky being dropped into this situation, having to fulfill the role of driver. So far, goose eggs as far as his points contribution to the team. You know that Virus is watching somewhere out there right now just going, oh man, if only I could have had the chance. Sorry, Virus, we miss you, buddy.
Well, come out here and race, bud. Yeah, let's go.
Come join us. Virus, who actually works in an Audi dealership in real life.
There you go.
I love that little fact. But for Team Highlands Racing, right now, they're not in the same league. They're sort of in college football, looking at the NFL and racing with the NFL. So it's been a little bit of a contentious start.
Yeah, for sure. Coaching, I think, with TX3,
THR.
We'll see TX3
Don't get
next
ahead
time.
of yourself. It's okay.
I know. My mind was in France with the green team, TX3. Let's go back to THR. their coaching, I think, will be very strong coming out of this. I have every faith in THR's ability to digest this as an organisation. I think Brian was alluding to that a little bit. There'll be powwows, there'll be talks after this, and an ability to learn.
Yeah, well, that's what you learned from week 1.
Right.
You've got 3 weeks to go, so why waste any more time, though? It's time to go racing once again, and this time, it's at Nürburgring.
Let's go. Let's head on down to the track and get involved with that race start. It's a long run, slightly uphill towards the Yokohama S, and that crested braking zone always throws the cars off box. The driver with that bonus build we were talking so much about, getting straight into the side of Mitch as THR. Rich throws that Porsche to the side box at the inside with a double overtake and showing how he won the Seattle Invitational last year. Back on form, Box right up into second position, and Hydra, punching so far above his weight, is round the outside of RBR Box.
He also punched into the back of RBR Box trying to get through turn 3 there, but it is exactly what Red Bull wanted. Lage is out front and able to check out Box, handling Williams Mitch right now, as Williams RR right behind him, and Hydra, who's just fighting for second, now relegated back to 5th.
I tell you what, all the drivers around Hydra right now are going, who on earth are you?
Yes.
And what are you doing racing against me? Get back here, get back into 5th. Roadrunner sneaking up through. It's a Red Bull 1-2, Williams in 3 and 4, and team racing is writ large on the Forza Racing Championship.
This is a nightmare for Williams because Roadrunner, unable to assist his teammate to try and continue fighting up through the ranks, now has to worry about that snake right behind him. And you can't take your eyes off of the Viper, because when you do, that 8-liter V10 engine will remind you why he's there.
It'll be only too happy to remind you why it's there. Incredible machine, this Viper, and had an amazing time in real-world racing as well. Shay, I'm sure this is one which you were very happy to watch out on track.
Very, very excited to see them finally get to Nürburgring, and at the end of lap 1, it is still going to be a Red Bull 1-2 as Fox is able to hold on to it. Yes, Williams Mitch is relegated to the 3rd position and hitting the rev limiter a little bit in that Ford GT as he can't accelerate fast enough to try and catch up to the Porsche.
I'll tell you what, Mitch and Roadrunner here are going to be wanting to get on by Box as soon as possible. I've got a feeling that Lage already may be out of sight. He's pulled some 5 car lengths, 10 car lengths there on second place. And Box, defensive line into the Mercedes arena. Williams Mitch is going to hang around the outside, no bueno. And tucked back in again.
No.
It's a very, very wide Porsche there, driven by Box in second place.
Yeah, but he wasn't doing anything bad. He wasn't driving in his mirrors. He was just being a bit aware of track placement. I'm okay with that from Box. It's when he starts swerving around in the braking zone, that's when it gets to be a no-no, as Hydra loves this middle complex of the track and comes back up, gives Williams RR a little nudge, saying, hi, I'm here.
What a debut from Hydra. Just the story of the day here, in some senses for me, has just been Hydra impressing and impressing.
Yep.
A young driver, as you said, Shane, one who, in a consistency, may be a question mark, but he hasn't put it in the wall yet, so we can't criticize him for it until he actually does it.
But his teammate just got a 5-second penalty for avoidable contact. That's Chasmo, this 16-year-old English driver who is in the exotic car. That would be the McLaren, so not good news for that team as a whole, and now their hopes rest with the 15-year-old Hydra.
Well, I'll tell you, Chasmo was in the Twitch chat earlier, he was saying, Hydra's back hurts from carrying me through this competition. So I think Chasmo's well aware of how the team dynamic has worked out on this day in history. Plenty pacey driver, though, in his good days.
Hydra just missing the braking point at the second to last corner on the track. The tight chicane as you would then stay left to go out onto the Nordschleife, the long track which hosts a 24-hour race that every single race car driver in the world wishes they had a win on his CV. Oh,
Such
an attempted
track.
pass.
That's right, still this battle for second, Shay. The beginning of this race, Lage grabbed that lead, Boxed with a strong move, double overtake to make his way up into second. Finally relinquishing that to Mitch, who's been hungry for that position for a long time. I was thinking, watching this battle, that when Mitch got up the inside, he was going to disadvantage Box and to allow Roadrunner through. No such luck from Roadrunner, who'll have to make his own move later on. Mitch, perhaps though, released here. Lap 3 is 7, 4 laps to go to chase down Lage.
Don't say that just yet. The Porsche is very fast in a straight line, and we do have 2 long straights coming up for the Porsche to try and pester the Ford. And again, Box looks down the inside of Mitch and gets the pass. Nope, almost done.
Up the hill we go toward the Schumacher S's. The drivers will use all the road here. Get up onto the curbs, get your tyres, get your suspension working, and get as much power down onto that circuit as you can. Williams Mitch starting to make it look convincing that he's jumped into that second place position. Williams, the hopes remain alive just about for their esports team as we round out this second match and find out which team is going to work their way into the next reap of racing.
Box is up 3 positions so far as we're working lap 3. Now that would be the best if RDE Kami wasn't playing too, because he has gained 4 positions. So right now the advantage towards the Raging Dragons esport driver.
Going in through the NGK chicane, they all filter back on board with Hydra, that revelation of a driver, so young. His confidence will be, I think, on an all-time high leaving this event, Shay, and without having the rain before the sun, it can be a little bit of a worry for younger drivers when they get a little bit too uppity.
For sure, and the big issue for Hydra, I've said it before, is consistency. Can he be good race in and race out? Well, this is 2 races in a row where he has been very strong and carrying the team. So this is a good performance from Hydra, but he needs to not read his own press releases, so to speak. He needs to keep it calm, and remember, there's a long way to go yet.
Well, the person doing that for him is in this Pagani Zonda we're running on board with. That's Cami, the older driver in that team, who's been looking after all of them and making sure that everyone's happy. Up the road a little bit with that battle for 5th. This is THR Rich. THR had problems in race number 2. They haven't been our focus in race number 3, Shay. Is that as good as it could have got for them?
Yeah, we haven't called their names for the right reasons or the wrong reasons, so it's been good. Normally Rich has been elbows out at the start of races. The car seems fairly undamaged. That's his Porsche GT2 RS as he's running in a lonely 5th position, able to pull away from Hydra on the straights, but then Hydra catches him back up through the twisty bits, so it's a good battle between these 2.
Yeah, that classic motorsport dynamic. One car faster on the straight bits, one car faster when the track starts to twist away from you. Williams Roadrunner has gapped this pair a little bit in the past few laps. I wouldn't say, though, he's making a convincing run towards getting close to Box up in the 3rd place there. So the leaders, Lage, up in 1st place. 2nd place is Mitch, 3rd Box, are looking very, very safe in their positions indeed. Here is Mitch, and we can monitor that gap to the lead, and Shay, nothing doing.
No, but the problem right now, Ali, is that it's 5 points of an advantage towards Red Bull Racing instead of Williams. Mitch realizes that. He wants to get 20 points out of this, not just 15, because there's only a 5-point difference between the 2 teams, and unfortunately it goes the other way. So that stretches the gap. It's not going to help Williams to make it through to another round.
How about this, Shay? How about this? Is there a world in which...
Is there a world?
Is there a world? Lap 5 of 7, 3 laps to go, well, 2.5. Is there a world in which the better play here by Mitch is to back his car into Box and start bringing that battle between Roadrunner and Box into reality?
That would be the team thing to do.
That would be the team play.
In a world.
In a world.
Yes, exactly.
This summer.
This summer, coming to a theater near you.
Williams Mitch finds out what it means.
Yes, that would be the strong thing to do. But then you are bringing yourself into a different level of exposure, because you've got THR Rich, who has proven to be a very fierce competitor in the past.
Oh, yeah.
Who can all of a sudden make a play for 2nd. And the kid we've been talking about nonstop, this Irish guy, Hydra, who nobody had really heard of, or at least we're just building up the drama, because that's what you do in a movie trailer. He's coming through. He's the new hero. He's the future #1. Can he prove that today?
Absolutely excellent. You can see 1.25 seconds of penalties there assigned to Hydra, so he's been a little bit of a cheeky one with the track limits. I will say that 1.25 isn't too excessive given this style of race. You can see up the road there the other drivers still gapped away. It's been a great day of racing here at the Forza Racing Championship. The first skirmishes in our championship, and so much learned, so much revealed, and I can't wait to digest all of this.
Shout out to William 7, currently in the 8th position.
Nice.
He's been pretty much there all day. He's been 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, somewhere in there. But that is a very good effort from William 7, who could have come at this completely dejected, as Hydra takes a little bit too much track in through turn 1. He could have just thrown it all in at this point in the day. There's nobody in front of him. He can't see anybody. There's no target to hit.
Right.
But he's still pushing, and he's still gaining positions. I agree with what the coach from Williams said. 7 is our most important player today.
That's right, 7 is the heart of Williams in many ways. He's the determination at the backbone of that team, pushing forward all the time. You can see here Red Bull Racing's driver in a very similar circumstance here is Venom, and running 2 positions behind 7, perhaps having a little bit of a tougher time here as we run through the 3rd race at the Nürburgring.
2 laps to go for Red Bull Racing's Lage leading the way with nobody around him. 24-year-old French driver in a Pagani, which is his favorite make of car, so it's a very happy day. Looking for his 2nd race win of the hour, pretty much. It's been a very good effort by Lage, who's got his degree in international trade and logistics.
All right, not sure how that helps you around the Nordschleife or around the Nürburgring.
Where have we been today? We've been to Germany. We have been to
here we
Belgium,
go, Shay. Here
Italy.
we go. My heart is in the
Use
is
your
in the
words.
boot of that Viper right now.
There is no boot in Viper.
It's in the
It's just empty space.
in the door panel somewhere.
Words. Ali, you have
I
words.
can't
They're
use
your
my
friends.
words. I'm not going to use my outside words anymore.
It's a very intense battle that Ali is struggling to get words to talk about for the 5th position. THR Rich and RDE Hydra. Porsche versus Viper. Porsche's faster down the straight, but the Viper with the better braking ability can get it done as they go into turn 1. No, he's a little bit too far back. You've got about a minute before you have to get all excited again.
That's it. Well, 7 for 7. That's the last lap we've just started here at the Nürburgring. The last lap of the day as well, so settle in and enjoy it. We'll be back next week after this, so plenty more racing to come. But Hydra continues to fight, and there's the move, the slide through at the Mercedes Arena, and exiting Sector 1. Hydra is up into 5th position, very much best of the rest as a position here, because we've got the Red Bull pairing of Lage and Box in 1 and 2, and Mitch and Roadrunner, 1 and 3, and Mitch and Roadrunner in 2 and 4. So that 5th position can almost feel like a win for someone in Hydra's position.
It ain't over till it's over, though,
No,
Ali,
don't.
and there's still half a lap to go as the Viper misses. It's braking just a little bit, running wide past the apex. Porsche has a sniff of an opportunity, but Lage up at the front is blissfully alone.
I will tell you, Shay, there is some points maths to be done between the Red Bull Racing team and the Williams team. And yeah, it blows my mind. I'm not even going to attempt it right now.
No.
But keep in mind, yep, there's a little advantage at the top side. Lage and Box, each 1 position higher than Mitch and Roadrunner. But at the back, 7 is really outdoing Venom. So Williams are beating Red Bull at the back of this pack. Very interesting dynamic. We'll see how it all plays out later on. But for now, here we are through the last corner, just in the distance there to the right of the screen. You can see Lage winding up that Koenigsegg and running it across the line. He's going to take victory here at the Nürburgring, and just behind him, Mitch will cross the line. Box making it a 1 and 3 for Red Bull Racing. And there we go, Hydra, 5th position. I'm sure there's a smile on plenty of places out there, because that'll mean the world to that young man.
Yep, they're going to be taking off their headsets, stretching, looking around for high fives to be given. Shall we? Yeah,
Oh,
there
wow.
we go. Our
That-
first high five of the weekend.
that
Normally
was
it's been failed fist bumps.
No,
do it. There we go. That's our move right now.
This is my
Yep.
world right now.
No, what a week that we've had in terms of 6 races today. The last 3, though, those are the ones that have really been getting to us, because there's been so much competition.
At this point, it's that the competition's so tight that I don't know as a caster watching
As
this
an expert.
and paying attention as an expert, I don't know if Red Bull have won that or if Williams have run it. And we won't know until we come through with the penalties, we get adjudicated results.
Yep.
It is so close between those two teams. They ran such similar strategies, Shay, and actually the racing that we saw from them was very similar as well.
Yeah, it was a 5-point advantage coming in for Red Bull. They did get the 5 points more than Williams from winning the race, so
Right.
that should be 10 points. But then it's what everybody else did that makes the big difference in terms of where everybody finishes. I think Red Bull is going to be moving on to our first race next week when we're back here 7 days from right now. Well, 6 days, 22 hours, more or less, 21 hours. Not that I'm
right.
counting or anything, which tells you how much fun I've been having. This is just so intense. And we have to remember, there's money on the line. That's what all the drivers are thinking about at the end of the day.
That's right. There's money on the line right here, and 250,000 monies is no shortage of it at all. That'll all be at the end at the LAN event. These guys are trying to qualify for a lot of close racing this week, and I mean, wow, our first chance to look at team racing, Shay. What's your big takeaway?
The teams that have practiced together, you can really tell. I mean, Lazarus didn't get the points earlier on, but they performed as one cohesive unit. It didn't necessarily go their way, but I liked your little tinfoil hat theory that maybe they're keeping their powder dry. For Red Bull Racing and for Williams Esports, wow. They came out swinging. They made the declaration. If you want a piece of this $250,000 jackpot that's bigger than mine, you're going to have to come steal it from me because I'm not giving it up.
That's right. And you know, for those of you at the back who haven't heard it yet, that strategy is giving all their resources to one driver, having the other two run second and third fiddle, really, and just do the best they can. Mitch and Lage both leading the way for their teams.
Yeah.
And wow, I mean, it's a team competition, but there's such a big individual element as well.
It really is to throw your other two drivers onto the struggle bus and say, guys, good luck piloting this thing. That
Bon voyage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It worked well for two of the teams, but it didn't work at all for Team Highlands Racing with Sparky. He came in, he finished last in all 3 of the races. He knew he was the weakest link, so he sacrificed the best advantages to his teammates. But for the ones that it did work for, my cap is off to you guys.
Well, there's so much to unpack, so many things to look at that we'll be looking at throughout the week. But straight away, I want to get the opinion of our 3 expert analysts over at the desk. What is going down, guys?
Well, there is so much to look at, and okay.
Caught it.
You know, I had a whole good thing lined up right now, and you just took it away from me. That's
Yeah,
fine.
Brian.
I'm not even going to do it because that was already too good. So, anyway, moving on into the race itself, what I've been looking at is who is going to be moving on into the next round, which we obviously won't know until the points are in, but we've got to have our eyes on Red Bull and Williams because they were neck and neck, specifically with Mitch and Box.
Mitch and Box, neck to neck. That's what we like. We want the fastest guys racing one another, and that's what we got.
Yeah.
We saw a little team tactics there as well, but raw pace, those guys were at each other's throats. It's beautiful to watch.
As much as I want team dynamics in Forza, I still just want
There's something
head
about
to
it.
head. There's
Yes,
something
there's
about
something
that.
about
France versus England. That's just something that makes me feel patriotic almost.
A little bit of patriotism here over on the analyst desk, but in the end, there was one in particular driver that everyone had to gun for, and it's Lage, who's no stranger to that. But specifically, if you're Williams and you're looking at the points with the 5-point differential going into race number 3, that seemed to be a potential really big difference maker, keeping your eyes on that one particular driver.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at the points, and we knew that it was actually a really great call from, I don't know if Harmonic made it, but it was a great mathematical call, because I thought that it would have been better if, you know, Mitch had backed Box into Roadrunner, they both got past, and then they would have got better points from finishing second and third. But actually, it wouldn't have worked out that way. Mitch had to beat Lage, by which point Lage is off into the distance in the sunset at Nürburgring.
We know what happens when Lage gets up front. He runs away. That's what he does.
Yeah.
But when he's got a teammate who's helping him do that and is encouraging them,
Yeah.
it seems unstoppable. At the very beginning of this broadcast, we were saying, what can RBR do together as a team? Now we're seeing it.
Yeah, we saw Venom as well. You know,
Yeah.
his team display, his team ethics was stop people at the back. Stop 7. He did that. We didn't see much from Box, but then in that last race, going defensive, you saw him taking the mid lines into the corners. He was just blocking as much as he could. Mitch got around him, but by which point he knows he can let him go. He's reprieved of his duties. He's just going to finish third.
And you're saying that Venom did a great job of stopping Seven, but Seven still had a good performance for his team.
Seven provisionally finished in 8th place, his best result of the day. So if you're looking for the support from the quote-unquote third driver, Seven pulled his weight in absolutely in race number 3.
I think so. I mean, he didn't have any upgrades to his car, right? He's running bone stock, and I feel for the guy. I feel that I understand the whole the whole thesis of giving your best driver the most points to play with. But actually, what I would like to see is your best driver starting at the front and kind of defending and giving maybe your third driver, your C driver, the most points, and then trying to excel through the pack. But we haven't seen that so far.
They found a strategy that works.
Yeah. I know.
I wonder if it's,
I know, but I'm allowed to complain.
Right?
But I want to see it.
Yeah, I do too.
Another teammate, though, that did manage to pull a lot of weight for his team was Hydra. Just had a lot of great moments, whether it be an overtake here or just a smooth ride there. So what was it that he did that allowed him to stand out, not just in this race, but throughout the entire match?
I don't know. Like it was a pride of. I'm gonna make a calculated decision, a calculated guess. I'd say like he chose a Viper. No one else has chosen the Viper. He stuck grip on a grip-orientated car. It worked out. He was surprised. We saw an absolute glimpse of him challenging Box right at the very beginning. Didn't stick, but like you called on earlier, fifth, and fifth. The most consistent driver we've probably had so far.
Perhaps of the day. Now, of course, this 5th is provisional still, but look at him battling Rich here. He's just taking it to him. It seemed like these guys were wheel to wheel all day long. Again, we come back to the fact that Hydra is one of the youngest drivers in this entire field, and it doesn't matter.
The pride of Ireland with laser sight focus. He was in apexes perfectly, using the curbs to rotate. Rich there just seemed despondent. He wasn't hitting any apexes whatsoever. I think that played into that, but you can't take away from the credit of Hydra.
Well, and the crazy thing is you can already see the change within a single match, because just during the previous race, we were talking about the fact that Racing Dragon Esports could use a bit more of the teamwork, could keep that in mind more collectively. So what was it that improved for them here, not just in Hydra's performance, but the consideration
Well, clearly
of that?
they were listening to us, and they just took that
That's what the broadcast is actually
went
here
straight
for.
to work. No, I think they're realizing that maybe Cammy is not the leading driver on this team. What we were saying maybe an hour ago, Cammy's the leader here. Hydra's like, hello, I'm here. I'm 16 years old, but I'm going to take charge.
And maybe inexperience and a fresh perspective on the track is actually the way to go. Cammy didn't seem as competitive as Hydra. I have to say, each team going away from this week's racing will have pros and cons. I think for Hydra, they actually know where the pace lies within their team. Going away from it as well is they need to, the coach needs to learn a better English. You know what I mean? Like they need to be able to communicate. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
And one thing that is ready for us right now, though, are the results from that. So let's take a look on how everything ended up shaking out in race number 3 of our second match of the day, with Lage in that number 1 spot where he likes to be. And Mitch, while it wasn't the number 1 finish, he did still manage to have a really great performance.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel that the reason why Lage got that early pass is the fact that Mitch is in the Ford. It doesn't have the great speed. It doesn't have the great speed off the start, I have to say. So Lage in the Agera, making it work where it matters straight off the start there. Box also as well did great. He's in a Porsche. That's got great launch as well. I think Mitch just was in a position where he wasn't going to get a great start, and that affected that.
Talk about the importance of those starts, especially at the Nürburgring. You make it through that chaos, you're going to have good results.
Was there that much chaos?
That's what I'm saying. There wasn't a lot of...
No, it wasn't.
They listened to us. Be gentle in those first few corners. You'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly.
It did seem like things kind of really evened out in the second half of this race, where it was a bit more solidified, right, between Box and Mitch, even with that kind of positioning. But in that bottom portion, I kind of want to look at again where you have Sparky, Europa, Chasmo, and then Venom and Seven, how they're all battling it out there. What did you make of returning back to Europa, the fact that he had some great performances earlier, how he was ending up finishing down and dropping down a bit?
I have to say, looking at that, you get 20 points, you stack it in one car. Essentially, it's the eggs in one basket. And he finishes behind the guy that's in a stock car and gets a penalty.
Yeah.
That is not good. You're finishing behind your coach.
And congrats to Sparky, first points of the
Absolutely.
day. Well done.
5 penalties for him, 4 penalties or 4 seconds rather. So bringing that into effect, and those few seconds make a huge difference on these tracks for anyone that's tuning into ForzaRC for the very first time. But when you're looking at the bottom two teams, we talked a lot about Racing Dragon Esports, but Team Highlands Racing, with the Sparky stepping in, obviously we can't really get as much thoughts collectively on them as a team. But Rich, on the other hand, we talked about him a bit earlier, but not as much during this, but he did have that 5th place finish.
No, absolutely. I think for Rich, it was testament. It is testing grounds actually for him, because he hasn't been in this environment before. Kind of glimpses in other competitions, but not really at this level. I feel that the fact that we can compare it to a 14-year-old from Ireland, I don't know what I feel about that, but I feel that Rich actually did his job as part of the team. I think that Virus should have been, if Virus was here, he would have been he would have finished, in front of him. It would have been Rich, and then, actually, Europa's so disappointing right now for me.
We were looking at that battle between Rich and Hydra all day long, and Rich did seem to be struggling with that car a lot.
Yeah.
But we're talking about Hydra. It turns out Hydra didn't finish 5th. He got that 6th place. Rich takes advantage of it, gets 5th place. So good job, Rich. Great job.
No, actually, yeah, definitely.
The points are in. We do know who finished out in first for these match results. So let's take a look. Who will be moving on to the 3rd match of this round? It's going to be Red Bull Racing Esports. So 98 points in their pocket. Not quite the 107, but still impressive.
A still impressive result. I still think there's more here, because what we're seeing is Red Bull working together. I think they'll break that 100 mark in a future round, because we're seeing, yes, we can do pace, and yes, we can work together.
Yeah, and I want to state as well, looking forward, next week is going to be a whole different kettle of fish. It's going to be different cars, different tracks. And also, they're going to be at the same position Williams were going into this bracket. They will have to start at the back. So they're going to have the same disadvantage to deal with as well. And they got some really top quality teams going into that round.
Well, we do have our whole entire season ahead of us with the Invitational Series. So looking at the standings on how those are overall within the season so far, you do have Williams Esports in that #1 spot with 107 and then 98 points, as we just saw with Red Bull. But Lazarus still hanging in there in that #3 spot, which is kind of, people did expect them to be in the top, yes?
I think we definitely expected Lazarus to be in the top 3 here, considering the teams that have competed today. I think maybe we expected a little bit more of Ryze Motorsport going in early today.
The fact that RDE and FRF, who we consider the underdogs, thinking that they're going to finish bottom of their bracket, is faster than RZM and THR, pays dividends to their performance.
THR needs to get Virus back immediately.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more. I have to say though, you saying that we should have seen Lazarus in 3rd or in the top 3. They are in the top 3, but I would have expected their margin of the points difference to be a lot closer. It isn't. I think that Williams have actually capitalised on that. I love the fact that they're on top and it's got like a little gold box as well. It's like, we've got a star today for our performance.
Well done, guys.
Put it on the fridge.
And that means 7 of the teams we've gotten to witness here today, but there are plenty of other teams, as with our hefty, nice graphic back here, that will be competing. So any of those that we haven't gotten to see yet that you're looking forward to most?
Oh, whoa.
Sauber. Can't wait for Sauber.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Sauber.
I'm looking forward to Jota, man.
Yep.
Jota.
Commando.
It's not so much Commando. No disrespect. Not so much Commando, but more Bokit.
Okay.
Community favorite. Hasn't really joined a team before. He's kind of like he just puts so much time and effort into the game. I want to see how he performs on the main stage.
So yeah, our expert analysts knowing who you should be watching as weeks do come on through. And we do have some more words to have with the coach of our winning victorious team within the 2nd match. We have Asics standing on by for Red Bull Racing Esports. Asics, how you doing today?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing fabulously. Now, my first thing I want to ask you is, we were kind of speculating about the personalities and how they would end up jiving for Red Bull, but you did show a lot of teamwork. So how were you just planning that out strategically with the rest of the team going into this match?
Well, actually, it may seem that all the drivers wants to be on the first spot, but they all understand that teamwork is the key. We need to score more points, no matter who has the fastest cars, actually. So we just looked at whose was the fastest with each category, and then after that, we just try to figure out what build will be the best with each cars. So it ended up with Lage with the Koenigsegg, but it could be like we hesitate for a long time with the Porsche with Box, actually.
And you were just talking about the build that you ended up going with. One thing we haven't really gotten to hear is just your opinions on the divisions that were presented in general. How did you feel about the car selections that you were offered?
Yeah, the car selection was actually pretty decent. Only 3 cars make us like we have a lot of time to actually try a lot of builds. Maybe we had 3 cars, but only 2 cars for each division was actually doable. So maybe has like maybe the 3rd car should be a bit more like the 2 others. But in general, it was actually pretty cool to have only 3 cars, and it's pretty interesting actually.
Yeah, we really enjoyed the interesting nature of what all of the drivers brought to the track. But it was very clear after race 1 and race 2 that you had to worry about Williams Esports. So what are some of the things that you're honing in on when thinking about Williams Esports as your #1 opponent in this match?
I think Williams has like maybe the best strategy for this evening. The ForzaGT was actually really fast. So they put everything on Mitch, and that paid off. But we had a different strategy with the Koenigsegg. We just put everything on speed, on top speed, and it actually worked out because Lage is just a beast with whatever the car is. So he managed to control that car, which was really hard to drive, and then we just managed to, on the same spot, to manage to get more points than Williams. So in our head, we beat Williams, but they got more points from the first match. So we need to work better on our strategy, but that was a good lesson, and we were going back and go back to work and just be back for the next round even stronger now.
Well, nonetheless, they may have gotten more points in their first match, but you are the team that's moving on into the next match. So congratulations again to you and your drivers, as we are looking forward to seeing you all on the track again next week, because it's very interesting. I mean, the words that he had about his teammate really boosted him up there, wasn't it?
It boosted him up for sure, but I'm looking at Estes, I'm like, my God, they're not satisfied with that result. They're looking at that
winning's not enough.
7-point total, and they're like, we want to beat that. That's where they're heading. They are thinking top tier. We want to be the absolute best. Great attitude.
I think it's a great attitude, but I think you're setting yourself up potentially for great disappointment as well. If you don't achieve the high standards that you set yourself as a team, you just get demoralized by that, and that can have great effects. We've seen it before happen.
So much that went down today. So before I end up closing everything out here, I want to say thank you to everybody who ended up watching throughout our broadcast and all of our analysts that joined us here on the desk today. We do have a lot to look forward to with the coming weeks, so make sure that you tune in for matches 3 and 4 of this first round of the ForzaRC 2019 Invitational Series. That will be taking place next week on September 28th, with all of the weeks to follow after that, as you see on your screen. And if that's not enough Forza for you, we got you covered. First off, we do have the Mela Show, which is going to be every Wednesday at 8 a.m. Pacific time. And then also after that, we are going to have Forza Monthly, which will be happening this Monday with our wonderful man Meckberg that we had here on the desk today. So if you're looking to tune into any of those or any of the other programming that we have available to you, you can see those on your screen all the way dotted through from September 23rd to the 29th. Lots on the visual for you, but be sure to check out the socials, of course, if you do lose track of any of that in the meantime. And while you are at it, we do have our stream skills. We have all of that information for you. What information do you have for us? We would love to hear your feedback on the broadcast at aka.ms/ForzaRC survey, because it's a whole new boat for us here today. And it's been a wonderful time. So last brief thoughts from you both before we close things out.
Red Bull Racing is going to continue racing next week. They're meeting all new teams in different cars. It's going to be fascinating.
Can't wait to see the old Chinese team, dude. I mean, we've completely misjudged all the underdogs so far. They could do really well.
Yeah, well, maybe you have a favorite team in mind. If you don't, we'll have more teams to come for you next week, so make sure you tune in. But on behalf of everybody here in the audience, here on the desk, our casters in the booth, our production squad, and everyone in the back end that's supporting us, thank you so much for tuning in. So until next time, everybody, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night.
For now, here we are through the last corner, just in the distance there to the right of the screen. You can see Lage winding up. Now, here we are through the now. Long one as well. Lots of time for drafting before we're into a tight, bright, hairpin, and you can see here Box picking his braking moment, and THR Rich is up the inside, does not want to be refused any track space to touch with Mitch though, and Box is up into fourth. Massive though, Shay. This is the first time in a few races now that Mitch hasn't led the way. Williams Roadrunner, we're on board with him. I want to call out though, leading this race right now is Hydra. Where'd you come from, buddy?
That's what a
amazing
V10
move.
does for you there,
That's what
buddy.
a V10 does for you.
That's what that does.
Sling it around the outside. Yeah.
This is a match made in heaven for Lage as far as it goes. He has a principle though, win or bust. So the best news in the world for Red Bull Racing Esports, he's winning right now.
I love to hear that. I love to hear that Seven's getting the support that he needs. At the same time, you can sugarcoat it any way you like. It's not nice to lose, Shay.
Oh, it's not nice to get passed like that for Williams 7 as the Team Highlands driver in the Porsche comes around the outside of him as they come through the intersection of this track and then back onto the front straight. That's a rough day.
As incredibly even. Venom here doing a good job. You can see just behind him, Williams 7 hasn't managed to find his way through that battle we were talking about earlier on as one that's just very strategic. Venom versus 7, these two really representing their teams in the rear part of this pack as Venom gets very, very gutsy there on the brakes. It's going to pay off with a double overtake. Beautiful move from Venom. And
he got a great run out of that complex of corners, and now Mitch looking. Do I go the inside? Do I go the outside? Which way do I push Lage? Because it's not going to take very much for the Frenchman to be lured into making a mistake. It's England versus France right now. This is a battle of the English Channel.
there it is. That's the power down on the Koenigsegg, off into the distance will run Lage, who takes victory. Says, all right, Mitch, you can have 3 in match 1. And I can't wait to take us there. Here we are on board with Lage, the man himself, starting this race in the mid-pack, and that is carnage in turn 1. Lage, though, gets away with it. 3rd place up from the mid-pack immediately. So a really strong performance from the 2018 champion. And just up the road from him, there is Williams Mitch, 2nd place, and chasing down the race leader. That's RBR Box. Red Bull Racing have grabbed both of those drivers and put them in one team together. You think Box is going to move to the side, just let Lage through?
Heck no.
I don't know. I don't know. I wonder if that's going to be a team call that Red Bull make. I'm fascinated to watch.
In this situation, both cars should be fairly equal, so Box shouldn't have to move out of the way for Lage. And I don't think he'll willingly do it. It would take a mistake on the part of Box. As Lage is taking a look down the inside, do not go side by side through Eau Rouge and Radion. That would be a bad idea. Lage gets through, set sail now, and look for Mitch.
Shay, it's a GT3 Aston Martin. Is it one that's, wow, that's a big old crack, big moment there. The back of the track. It looks like Venom got caught into it.
And
Williams 7 as well.
Oh, and Chasmo.
Maybe a 3rd driver. Is that Chasmo?
Yes, it was. It was Chasmo further up, so it's one from every team. You have a lot of faith that Williams Mitch isn't going to crack under the pressure, that he's going to keep his head down and look forward.
Mitch certainly carrying a lot of pressure with him right now. The Williams team have put a huge amount of faith in this driver, and it's good to watch him through this final section of the lap because he's been given all the resources the team could offer him. They've given him extra parts, they've worked on his car together with him and worked on strategies that are going to help him take the wins and lead the team to success. RBR Meow 2 taking Meow Meow, taking 2nd and 3rd, but it's going to be Williams Mitch. Up the hill we go and towards that start-finish line. Victory again for Mitch and for the Williams Esports team. 2nd place was all Lage could muster. Yokohama S and that crested braking zone always throws the cars off. Box, the driver with that bonus build we were talking so much about, getting straight into the side of Mitch as THR Rich throws that Porsche to the side. Box up the inside with a double overtake and showing how he won the Seattle Invitational last year. Back on form, Box right up into 2nd position, and Hydra, punching so far above his weight, is round the outside of RBR Box. Right, still this battle for 2nd, Shay. The beginning of this race, Lage grabbed that lead, Box with a strong move, double overtake to make his way up into 2nd. The last lap of the day as well, so settle in and enjoy it We'll be back next week after this, so plenty more racing to come. But Hydra continues to fight, and there's the move, the slide through the Mercedes arena.
But Lage up at the front is blissfully alone.
I will tell you, Shay, there is some points maths to be done between the Red Bull Racing team and the Williams team. For now, here we are through the last corner, just in the distance there to the right of the screen. You can see Lage winding up that Koenigsegg and running it across the line. He's going to take victory here at the Nürburgring.
You gotta get into the groove. You gotta get into the groove.